camera.
Okay, can you say something?
Yeah. Hello.
See if you're moving now.
Yeah.
Okay,
there
we're
we go.
good.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody. So, welcome to the 4th annual Public Knitoxication event. This year, just like last year, it's going to be a virtual event. We're going to have several vendors come on and talk to you about the products and what they've been doing over the last year since the last Public Knitoxication. And this first vendor that we're going to talk with is Melissa Murphy from Rising Tide Fiber. Spencer, is Melissa ready?
Yep.
Hi.
Hey, Melissa, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Excited about all the changes happening, you know, where people are starting to get out more and more people are getting their vaccines. So we're hoping that by the end of this year, we'll all be doing face-to-face shows. So
Yeah.
very excited.
Definitely.
So welcome to the event. This is is this your 3rd or 4th time participating in Public Knitoxication?
4th.
4th, yeah. So you're one of the original vendors. So that's great.
Yeah.
So for anybody who doesn't know about Rising Tide Fiber and about you, Melissa, can you tell us a little bit about you and your business? You know, just a brief intro and you know who you are, so our followers can get an idea of what's going on there.
Sure. So again, I'm Melissa and my company is Rising Tide Fiber Company. I am located in Southern Maryland in Chesapeake Beach. So down on the western shore of the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland. I have been dyeing for about 5 years now. So I've been around for a little bit. I dye mostly just wool and wool blends. I don't dye any spinning fibers or anything of that nature.
Gotcha. Well, you're making this too easy for me. You answered like 4 of my questions. So, so besides, you know, your focus on just yarn, is there anything else or anything special or different that like what makes your business different from say our business? What kind of things do you like to focus on? What are you known for?
So I am pretty much known probably for really bright, vivid colorways, but I don't think that's necessarily different from you guys because you guys have some really fun colors too. I get told that I have some clever yarn names. I tend to get a little punchy late at night when I'm naming colors, so there's a lot of puns involved. What probably makes me a little bit different is I don't typically get my inspiration from any kind of photograph per se. I'm a kind of a book nerd, and I like music, so a lot of my yarn names or inspirations are going to come from either things that I'm reading or things that I'm listening to.
Gotcha. So if somebody is really into reading or really into music, they would get a kick out of your yarn names.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
What do you name your yarn bases after?
My yarn bases, most of them are named after counties that it started out being what bordered the Chesapeake Bay, mostly in Maryland. I've kind of ventured into Virginia. So mostly counties.
Gotcha. Okay, that's an interesting one. I don't think many people do that, except for maybe like Neighborhood Fiber Co. They do locations as well, but not counties. So very interesting. Do you have anything special that you want to feature today? Do you have any kits or patterns or anything like that you want to talk about?
I have a couple new bases that I'm working with. The one that people are most familiar with, probably off of seeing social media, would be my new tweed base. Right now, we're getting ready to do. The designer Marie Green does an annual sweater knit along during the month of July, and this year the theme was fireworks. The base was tweed, so I've got 10 different colors that I'm doing sweater quantities dyed to order. I'm completely caught up, so anybody who orders this weekend, I am prepared to get them dyed right away and out the door. And then the other new base that is debuting this weekend is a merino linen base. It's a single ply construction, so it is the linen gives it just a little bit of texture. It's really drapey. It's perfect for summer accessories. There's lightweight summer tops. It's a beautiful yarn.
So I have to admit, I love and hate linen at the same time. Linen, once you've worked it and it gets worked over and you wash it and work it over a little more, it becomes the softest fabric. But I find it's a little stiff when I first start working with it. Is this yarn like that, or does the merino help with that?
It's only 10% linen, so it still has that slightly crunchy feel when you're working with it, but it's going to soften up a lot faster and a lot quicker.
Yeah. And I encourage anybody, if you've always shied away from anything with linen because it feels crunchy when you initially touch it, I can assure you, once you knit with it and you break those fibers a little as you're working with it, it becomes super soft. I've felt linen, 100% linen made products that actually feel very silky because they've been washed a couple of times, and somebody had worn the garment a couple of times, and it just became softer the more they wore it and worked with it. So if you've been shying away from linen, that sounds like something everybody should check out. Can you do me a favor? I think you slightly held up one of the tweed yarns. Can you actually pick your favorite color and hold it up to the camera for us so everybody can get a good look at that tweed? Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. It's really soft. I had never, believe it or not, I'd never knit with tweed before I started my sample sweater, and the neps don't really get in the way. I don't think you really notice it when you're knitting with it, and
it gives you an amazing texture. I really love tweed yarns for that.
Yeah.
You've sort of got your base color, and then you have these little pops with the neps. It always makes for an interesting fabric for sure.
Yeah.
So moving on, do you have any show specials, any discounts or anything for our viewers?
The only thing that's currently running is I do free shipping on all domestic orders, regardless of size. So, and that's a pretty constant with me.
Okay. Well, that's good for people if they're buying sweater quantities of that tweed yarn, because that could be a couple of pounds of fiber. So
yeah. And my sweater quantities for this my sweater quantities in general for dyed to order, I do on a sliding scale discount. I recognize that some of us need a little bit more yarn to make a sweater than others. So the discounts on my sweater quantities range anywhere from 10% up to 30%, depending upon what size you're making. And then my website offers the ability to pay for it in installments every 2 weeks. So it's an opportune time to not only get a discount on the quantity of the yarn, but also be able to break it up into more palatable payments. So definitely an advantageous way to get a sweater quantity's worth of yarn.
Gotcha. So what else can you tell us or show? We're running a little quick, and I only have a couple of questions left. So do you have any cool projects or samples that you can show us that are made out of these, or any of your yarns currently?
Yeah, can I jump off camera for like 2 seconds?
Sure, certainly. Okay. So while Melissa's getting that, I do want to remind people that if you're watching us via YouTube, at the bottom below the video, there's a little description section, and there's a button that says show more. If you click on show more, it'll open up and there'll be a listing of all the vendors that are participating in the virtual public Knitoxication today. There will be links to their websites as well as information about any special offers that they have going on. So if you are interested in seeing who's coming up next, just click on that show more. If you're on Facebook and watching us, there are a comment section underneath the video, and in that comment section there's similar information. So if you're curious about who's coming up, be sure to check that out. So thank you, Melissa. I see you're back. So what do you have for us?
So the first one, this is the beginning of the knit along sweater. So you can, oh, I always forget where my camera is. So you can see the fireworks. It's an interesting stitch for the sweater itself. And the designer actually created a video. So even an advanced beginner, I think would have no problems attempting this sweater. It's a pretty easy sweater.
Yeah, I love the texture of that tweed. Just you get those little pops of color. Yeah. It's really great.
It really is.
Yeah, it makes an interesting fabric.
You know, I just did enough of a sample to get it started. So it's a really fun knit. I'm currently working on a test knit for a designer that is local, somewhat local to me. She's on the eastern shore of Maryland. And she did a sweater named after, she named it North Beach, and down where I live, it's North Beach and Chesapeake Beach. We're the twin beaches down here on the western shore, and she named a pullover after the area down here. And it's meant to do in variegated yarns. And as you can see at the bottom, it has this really beautiful cable design. So I am pretty much done. I just need to finish up sleeves.
Don't get stuck on Sleeve Island.
Yeah, and the sleeves have some cable designs as well. So yeah, I'm stuck on Sleeve Island, but this will be coming out in a few weeks. But it's going to be a great pattern to showcase variegated yarns because it's done in reverse stockinette. So that is something that I'm working on. And then for anyone who for some reason doesn't like tweed, I'm happy to dye up a sweater quantity of yarn in colorways that are just on a regular merino base. This right here is a sample of my Spruce It Up colorway where I've started a sweater on my Calvert DK. That's what it looks like in regular merino. Here's what it looks like on tweed. So the tweed has a slightly darker toned base naturally. So it's a little bit richer in color, but they're not too far off from each other. And there's a section to do dye to order sweater quantities. You just have to.
That really deep teal color, that's one of my favorite colors. Let me ask you this. What is your favorite color to pair with that? I want to see if you pick a color similar to what I always pair that shade of green with.
I think it looks beautiful with like a mustard color.
There we go. That's perfect. That's exactly what I always pair that color with too.
Yeah, it's really beautiful with a mustard. Obviously it looks really gold with, you know, burgundies or whatever, but yeah, mustard is probably the way to go with that. Man, I am dropping balls of yarn everywhere.
It happens. So let me ask you this. I think, you know, I mentioned that people can find links down in the description on our YouTube channel or in the comments on Facebook, but where can you just tell us where people can go and shop for your products?
Sure. So my website is risingtidefiberco.com, and then Instagram, Facebook, it's all Rising Tide Fiber Co. So if you type that in, I will pop up on all the social places.
Gotcha. Well, so for everybody watching, be sure, if you're not following Melissa, be sure to check her out. You said you're on Instagram and Facebook and any other social medias?
Those are the two prime places that I play and post.
Okay, perfect. So be sure to check her out if you want to watch the amazing colors she's coming out with. So Spencer, do we have any questions? We have a couple of viewers, but I didn't know if anybody had any questions that popped up.
No questions, but I did post some of the comments that popped up as they were coming in. Solitude said that puns are the highest form of humor. And Leah White Schultz said your clubs are awesome.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I do a lot of I do a fair amount of clubs. Yeah.
all right. So we have just a couple of minutes left, and this question is always this big open-ended one. But is there anything else that you would like your customers to know that I didn't ask or bring up in this conversation?
Just that I'm totally open to questions. They can reach out if they have questions about colors or they want to see color combinations together. I think some people are intimidated to ask that question, but most of the time, I'm really happy to play around with the right lighting and give people, like you suggested, just holding color, just photographing colors together and really giving them an idea of what they have in mind, what it looks like.
Gotcha. Yeah. So we have a few minutes left. What are your plans for the rest of the year? Do you have any in-person shows that might be coming up?
Yeah, as of right now, the fall, everything is in person. So I will be at New Jersey Sheep and Wool. I will be at Frederick Fiber Festival, the Maryland Alpaca Sheep and Wool. I'm going to Do You Knit up in New Jersey at the end of October, right before Halloween for a trunk show.
Now, really quickly, that's EWE, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You as in a female sheep, not you as in you.
Correct. Yeah. So my fall is lining up to be really busy in person. So I'm
Well,
excited. I think I'm ready for, in-person fiber events.
I think we are too. We're definitely ready. It's easier to shop for yarn and fiber when you can see it in person. You're not worried that the colors are off because your computer screen was different than the dyers,
Right.
and you can really feel the textures and say, ooh, this is super soft. I want this against my skin.
Exactly.
Okay. So are you carried in any stores or anything, or do you mainly just sell through shows and your website?
Mainly through my website. Knits and Pieces in Annapolis carries my yarn, but I do an exclusive yarn line for them, so they keep me really busy there. I think I've done 40 different colors for them, so pretty much anytime you walk in there, you can find most of them. But under my Rising Tide label, um, I'd have to go look at my website. There's a couple of them. There's one in Colorado. There's one in Virginia. But Knits and Pieces in Annapolis is the biggest.
Certainly. Well, no pressure. It sounds like it's a good idea for our viewers to go and check out your website, and they'll find all kinds of information there. So,
Yep.
I would recommend them do that. So we only have a minute left, Melissa. Thank you for joining us. We love your colors. We love your fiber. If you haven't shopped Melissa's website, risingtidefiberco.com is where you would go, and be sure to check it out. Up next, we have Melissa Ricks from Wild Hare Fiber Studio is going to be joining us. But thank you again, Melissa, and have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye, guys.
Sure. Thanks. So, Melissa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well. I didn't realize Spencer spent all this time being like, well, we can't have this dyer next to that dyer. He put two Melissas together.
Oh, that's okay. Fine
So,
with me. It's a nice name.
Not a problem. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So, welcome to the event. This is at least the third time you've participated in our public Knitoxication event, and this is obviously our second virtual version of this event. I'm hoping Spencer and I are hoping that next year we'll be able to all get in person, be able to do this in person again. For those of you who've never been to one of our public Knitoxication events, it happens at a vineyard, so that you're able to actually buy wine from the vineyard, sit outside, drink wine, and then shop beautiful yarns and fibers from all the vendors that we have who participate. So Melissa, let's start out for anybody who doesn't know or has never shopped one of your booths or your website. Can you tell us a little bit about you, like who you are, a brief introduction about your business, like how you got started, and things like that?
Sure. Well, I am in the northern Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, a little town called Front Royal on the Shenandoah River. I've lived here about 21 years, but I have been crazy about yarn and fiber since I was a tiny little kid. And my great grandmother, who was a crocheter and quilter, who babysat me, like to keep me occupied, started showing me how to do things. And it's always been a passion of mine. Back in like 2005, 2006, I was a realtor and the real estate market was crashing, and I was knitting and crocheting and spinning like crazy to keep myself sane. And I said to myself one day, I have a mind to go off on a wild hare and just try to make a business with this. Because wild hare is I'm not a rabbit person, but wild hare is like an old Southern saying for someone doing something kind of unexpected and out of character, or maybe a little bit crazy. So I logged on to Etsy. It said, create an account, username. I'm like, well, this is just some crazy wild hare. Let me see. Oh, wild hare, that'll be a name. And that's how I named my business. It was kind of spur of the moment by default. But I guess the name is stuck. I just always have to say, no rabbits. I'm not a rabbit person. I'm a kind of wild, crazy ideas sort of experimental fiber person. So I started by selling my hand spun. Then I got into selling my hand dyed fibers and then my yarns. And then I just keep trying to come up with new things and new ideas, to keep that vibe alive. I love bright saturated colors and rainbows, but I do muted neutral things too. So just a little bit of everything, and have a lot of fun with it.
Certainly. So, so Melissa, I can tell you from experience of shopping your booth, Spencer and I have given you way too much money.
I knew you as customers, but before I knew you as the fiberist. That's true.
Exactly. So, I think it's great because you're a spinner. You sort of do like we do. You make sure that although you have amazing yarn and beautiful, bright, bold colors, you also make sure you have a great selection of spinning fiber for those of us who like to spin as well. We try to do that sort of, we want to make sure we have yarns, but we also make sure we have fiber so that we can try and make everybody happy. Is there something that you think makes your business specifically different than some of the other vendors? Like what is special about your business, or what specifically are you known for?
Well, I think people know me for all my bright, saturated colors, but I double majored in college in fine art and design, and I think I do have kind of like an artist understanding of colors and how they work together. And also, as someone who's been spinning over half my life, which is more years than I necessarily want to admit to, I have a lot of experience spinning, and I've kind of tried everything. I'm one of these people that's like, ooh, there's this, let me try it. Even when I first started spinning, I was buying every fiber I could. So I think I have a lot of experience with how things spin up, how colors are going to work together, as well as I've been knitting since 7th grade. So I think I have a really lot of practical experience and knowledge backing up what I am selling. But I also just, I'm kind of like a nerdy fiber person in that, my lab is my dye kitchen. I know I'm kind of getting into your branding here a little bit, but I kind of think I do have like a very sort of analytical approach to things as well, and what I'm doing also, in that I understand dyeing is a type of chemistry. So I'm also very careful to like make sure things are done properly. And I have a lot of experience in doing it at this point too. So anyway, that's kind of not to brag on myself too much, but I think that's kind of a benefit to me is, the experience and the understanding of but the techniques, the colors, and the chemistry that go into what I do.
Certainly. It does take a little bit. A lot of people don't have an understanding of you really have to let the fiber cool in the dye so it can actually absorb all the dye and things. I've watched people do dye demonstrations and they pull everything out while it's still hot, and I'm like, that dye is not set. That's not that's not good. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's more to it than just the color is fun, but there's a lot more to it, and it really helps to have an understanding of the science behind it.
certainly.
So we're on the same wavelength with that, I know.
Yeah. So is there something special you have that you'd like to feature or show us today? A kit or a pattern? Or I see like an amazing, beautiful rainbow braid like right behind you. Is that something you can show off?
Oh, these,
This,
yeah.
I feel like this is one of the things I know all the spinners love, that you do these beautiful rainbow braids.
Yes, I love doing gradients. It's something I do well that not everybody has. So I just did a big batch of, I think I did 24 of these, which is, what's that, like 6 pounds? Fresh batch of my Falklands rainbow gradients. Those are available. They're $20. All this stuff is in my Etsy shop right now. When the pandemic hit, I moved everything to wildhare.etsy.com, and that's been working out pretty well for me, looking back to getting at shows. But in the meantime, everything is at wildhare.etsy.com. So I have the rainbow gradients. And if I can kind of turn around here a little bit, I think I can show you. Yeah, you can kind of see on the wall, I have other colorways of gradients as well, from the neutrals. I've got sunset. I've got an autumn colorway. And I did the Tour de Fleece starts today, as all the spinners will know about Tour de Fleece. I did a special Tour de Fleece gradient as well. If you're aware of Tour de France, the leader always wears the bright yellow jersey. And then other than that, I have the grays and white colors that you would find on the road and bicycles. And it's a little bit purplish just for fun and to contrast with the yellow. So I have lots of other gradients, but these are two. You know, rainbows are always great in June, but pretty much anytime I love rainbows. And then the Tour de Fleece colorway, which is called Keep On Treadling. So I have those. I also wanted to show you one thing that's new since last year. Like I say, I always try to come up with new things to add some spice to it. Is I got out my sewing machine and I started making knitting project caddy bags.
Ooh.
Here's one right here. These are sized so that if you have your 100-gram balled up sock yarn like this, that will fit right in here and go flat in the bottom. These have a flat gusseted bottom. So they will sit and they will act like a yarn bowl, but it's a kind of yarn bowl. When your cat knocks it off, it's not going to break because it's fabric. You also can, like if you like to walk around and knit, I don't usually do that, but I've seen a lot of people doing it. So you could wear it on your wrist and be knitting with it. And there is enough room inside. They're fully lined. There's enough room inside if you could get your socks in progress tucked on the top. So I did this, all the rainbows is one colorway. They're usually lined in something that coordinates and it's kind of fun. But I have lots of other fabrics, superheroes, peace. I've got a whole bunch on my Etsy shop. This is yarn balls and knitting in pink. I have different sheets. The natural fiber hemp featured on a bag.
That's going to be legal here in Virginia soon.
Well, yeah. Well, it's a fiber too, right?
Yes,
that's
it
how
is.
I justify it. You can grow it and weave it, right? Regardless of what else you want to do with it. No judgment here. I got dog and cats. So I got lots of these. Those all the different fibers are on my website. So that's an addition from last year. Like I said in my intro, I'm all the time trying to come up with something new. A few years ago, y'all remember, and I still make and sell my weave around circle looms.
That was on my list of things to ask you about. So
I still have these. And they're fun, easy, affordable, portable way to weave. That's really good for your leftovers, odds and ends, works well with hand spun. Let's see.
Would you recommend that for as like a craft project for children? The demonstration you do, it always looks pretty easy. So I would think maybe 10-year-olds or older
Yeah,
would be interested in doing stuff
it is
like that.
really elementary school level weaving. So although there's some little tricks and things I added to it as I've developed the kit so that you can be pretty sophisticated with it. But yes, a kid who's interested and wants to learn, who's like 7, 9, 10, you might need to help them get started. But yes, you could do that with a kid. So, but then you can also make really complicated, beautiful artisan type things with it. I have a pattern for a shrug. The kits come with directions for hats of various types and sizes. Wall hangings are always really good. Let's see. I've got some just hanging up here if I can show you. Let's see. Whoops. I got to turn the camera. But there's like a few just hanging on the wall in my studio of weavings from that. Let's see. I was going to show you that I do mini skein sets. So I've got for this, well, all the time, but special for this month, there's rainbow, peacock. I do a lot of hand-dyed yarns. Here is a new colorway. It's neon colors with white. This one's called the 80s are calling, and that's pretty new. Here's another new.
Something you're really known for are yarns that glow under black light. Do you?
Yes.
Does that yarn? If it's from the 80s, that sounds like something that should glow under black light.
Yeah, the 80s are calling is black light reactive. Neon lights is like my most famous one that's black light reactive, but I do have, let me come over here and maybe can show you if you can see that. That's neon lights is black light reactive. This is Firefly, that's black light reactive. Eclipse, I've got a lot of them.
And for those at home who don't know what we mean, it means that when those yarns go under a black light, they cause a glow. Like if you're wearing a white t-shirt in a club and you're under black light, it glows. These yarns have colors in them that will glow like that under a black light. So if you made a shawl or something and you were to wear it into a club or someplace that had a black light, it would literally glow. It would look like it was electric.
Yeah. So those are fun. And I mean, in terms of like other interesting things, it's spinning fibers. I didn't pull these down, but I have custom blended. This is my sari silk blend, which is merino with bamboo and sari. Merino, bamboo rayon, and sari silk. That, if you can see, it's got little flecks of sari silk in different colors, and I have different background colors of that. I also have developed a line of non-animal hair spinning fibers. I have faux cashmere, which you'll find that plenty of places. But I also have a blend. Let's see if I can grab one. No, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah, isn't your blend? It's got a little bit of linen in it and some other things.
One. I have two. I have Smoothie Top. This is an example of Smoothie Top, which is nylon with bamboo rayon and soybean, and that's a really soft drapey, really soft drapey kind of spinning fiber with no animal hair fiber. So pretty much, anybody would love that. And then I have, this is the one you were referencing. I have granola, which granola is flax, equal parts of flax, bamboo rayon, and nylon. And I have this in a variety of different colors. These are undyed that you can see here. There's, but I also dye them up. And I was going to mention Tour de Fleece is starting, and one of my goals for Tour de Fleece is that I want to spin up. I think I'm going to go with this one. I want to spin up enough of this, and then I want to knit a beach or crochet a beach hat out of it, because I think the flax combo would work really well for something like that. A few years ago, I did a tote bag, a crocheted tote bag, and did the pattern, and that was in Ply magazine. And I used this fiber, and now I think it's time to do a beach hat. I just made a beach hat out of something else for my son at his request. So this is something I'm spinning for Tour de Tour de Fleece. I keep mixing up and saying Tour de France or Tour de Fleece. But
So,
this
so
is
the one,
fun. These
so the
are
one,
fun fibers. If you're participating or you're a spinner and you're looking for something a little bit different, make sure you check out my shop because I do try to have different interesting blends. My colorways, I try to do my colors so that you're not going to spin them and have them turn to mud. That sometimes people get really excited when they're dyeing and they put colors in that cancel each other out.
oh, yeah.
I kind of understand the color science, so I try to avoid doing that.
So really quickly about the granola. So I think you have a special technique because it's a blend of, it's not just linen, it's not just flax. So traditionally, flax would be spun with your fingers wet. You have a special technique for spinning this. Can you tell people how you recommend spinning it?
Oh, yes. Thanks for bringing that up. Yes, I have this, and I don't have any stocked right now, but I also do a flax superwash BFL blend. And I have found just in playing around it, when you're spinning these blends with linen, the linen is stiffer and it tends to want to poke out and be hairy, make a yarn that's kind of prickly. But if you will take a misting bottle, like you would mist your plants, or if you have curly hair, you'd mist your hair to plump the curls up. Just a regular little misting bottle, and you mist it the amount that you're going to spend soon, so maybe like a foot or so, and just let it rest for a few minutes. The flax loves to absorb water, so it will absorb that water, and then that will make it get soft. So then when you spin it, it'll behave. It's soft. It will blend in with the other fibers better, and it will make a smoother yarn. And it makes it easier to spin. It's easier on your hands too. Even with my son's hat that I just made him, it was out of raffia, and I was finding that really stiff and hard on my hands. And then I thought, wait, this is a plant fiber. This is similar to linen. I bet this would work if I wetted it down. So sure enough, I went and dunked it and put it in water, and ended up nice and soft. I was able to crochet and get it nice and tight, and then it dried and was stiff like you want a hat to be. So yeah, that's kind of a tip that works, and it's good for your summertime working with things like this, because the slight dampness is not going to make you cool. It's going to dry quickly, so your fiber or yarn isn't in danger of molding or mildewing or something.
Gotcha.
So anyway, yeah, that is a tip for working with these, and I'm gonna grab one of these and start spinning it today to get my summer hand spun beach hat ready.
Sure. So Spencer, I think Spencer says that the question came in. Is that
Yeah,
what you're about to ask?
real quick, there's a question from the chat. They want to know what scarf you're wearing, Melissa.
Okay, this is done with one of, this is not, this might be this same colorway. I have this one, which is a primary rainbow. It's superwash merino nylon sock yarn 4-ply. I also have one that's just like more neon primaries, and this one, which is this, I think this is one of those, is it the hitchhiker? Is that where you have like you go back and forth and it's kind of wedge shape? I kind of forget the name. And I kind of like, when I made it several years ago, I kind of got off on the pattern a little bit, so I think it's skinnier than it's supposed to be. But this is, yeah, this is with the other colorway I call Boing, that uses more the neon colors, and it has the pink in it. But yeah, that's what it is, and I just kind of doubled it around to make it work.
So
here.
Melissa, thank you for sharing with us. I just realized it's like talking with an old friend. You just lose track of time. We're actually at the limit of the 20 minutes that we set aside. I think you've already mentioned it, but Wild Hare, Hare, not hair like HAIR. Wildhare.etsy.com is where people can go and find all these fabulous products, right?
Yes, and I will be at the Shenandoah Valley Fiber Festival this fall, Fall Fiber Festival at Montpelier, SAF in Asheville, the Maryland Alpaca Festival. Those are the ones I'm sure of, and sometimes things get added to the schedule, but you can find me in real life at those events or anytime at wildhare.etsy.com. Also, I do have the Wild Hare Fiber Studio Facebook page where you can follow me, as I pop up with new things, new products, sometimes I go on live and do a demo or something. So love to have you join me, follow me, and hope to see you soon in real life.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us, Melissa. You, as always, you have amazing products. I wish I had more time because every time you panned, there was something new I wanted to look at. So, but we do need to move on. So thank you for joining us. And up next we have at Haynes House, Terry and Terry and her husband are there. Hey y'all.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
So we're doing well. So we are just before I get into asking the questions, to let the audience know, this year we're doing something different. So last year and this year as well, it's going to be about a 6-hour long live stream. And we found that last year I was going hoarse by the end of it. So we actually asked at Haynes House to co-host with us. So after I interview them, they are going to take over and they're going to do the next series of interviews after this. So that's going to be very exciting. And one other housekeeping item for anybody who has joined us and didn't get this before: if you're watching on YouTube, below the video there is a description section. There's a link that says show more. If you click on that, it will list out all of the vendors participating today. It'll also provide information about any kind of discounts or special offers that the vendors are offering. And if you're watching on Facebook, below the video, there's a comment section and it'll have similar information in it. So just want to make sure if you missed out on Rising Tide Fiber or Wild Hare Fiber Studios, you know how to get to them and shop their websites. So with that, Terry, how are y'all doing?
We are doing great.
So,
yeah.
So why don't you start out by telling us who you are, a brief introduction about your business and, where you're located, how long you've been doing things in the fiber community, etc.
Okay, so we are at Haynes House Yarns. We are 2.5 years old, so we're almost three-nagers.
Do we have the terrible twos?
We are having the terrible twos right now. Okay, definitely having the terrible twos right now. We're in Maryland, so we're just.
So I apologize. I don't know why the volume seems a little low. I don't know if that's something Spencer can help with or something y'all may need to adjust.
I can't.
Is that better?
Is this better?
That's much better. Much better.
It's called turn the volume up on the iPad. Okay, so we're in Fort Washington, Maryland. So that is just outside Washington, D.C. We're right by the National Harbor. We have been in the fiber community before you went to Afghanistan. So 2008, I joined a knitting group. We learned how to knit and crochet as children and got into the fiber community about 2008, just knitting and going to fiber festivals. And then it was like, hey, I want to start fibering. I want to start dyeing yarn. And here we are. Don't blame me. Here we are 2.5 years later.
And it's all her fault.
It's not my fault. I'm not owning that. So yeah, so we are a family business. So there are 5 Hayneses.
Yes.
Our adult children still live at home, so they help with the business. That's Jasmine, D'Artagnan, and yes, we named our child after Musketeer, and Emmanuel. So they all have different jobs that they help around the house. So this is truly a family business, a family-run business, I guess you could say.
Well, that's great. So something that I don't know if a lot of people know, but it's not just you, Terry. Brian helps out a lot. He knits and does all the other stuff. I know he's been trying to get into spinning too, isn't he?
Hey.
We need to talk after this.
No.
We need to talk.
No. We are not bringing another class in this house.
I want to get into so badly.
You know what, Spencer? Wait till I see you. No.
Yeah, we need to talk.
No. Yes, he does help a lot. So he is logistics. He is our bag maker, our chief bag maker for the time being. We've got to learn how to sew. This poor man is making all these bags by himself. And he knits and crochets. He has taken a spinning class with a drop spindle. He has been pushing hard for an e-spinner. I'm not doing it. No.
If anyone you love me, an e-spinner, and all the yarn that you see behind us that's skeined up,
that's his job. I can't apparently do that even with the machine. It's still terrible. So he does all that.
Well, we do here, before we got a machine to do twisting of skeins, I always made Spencer do it because like my fingerprints are so textured. I'd get like 2 twists in and then all of a sudden like I couldn't twist anymore, but somehow Spencer has those magic fingers and he could get it all twisted well. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have a skein twister machine, you gotta, it's worth the investment.
It's a good investment.
Yeah.
We did that. I skeined all of them before we went to Bohéme Live, and that was not over 600. That was not cute.
He did them all by himself.
Yeah.
I couldn't. Mine was ugly, so I told him. I ordered my skein twister on the drive home from Bohéme Live. I was like, I won't do this to you anymore, baby. Bye.
Well, so we should probably get into some other details. So what should people know? Well, you already told us a little bit about your business, but what do you think makes your business, or what do you feel makes your business different than the other fiber vendors out there?
Oh, that's hard.
Wow.
Okay, we'll talk about who we are. We'll let people make their own comparisons. We're fun. Cards are fun. We're fun. Our bags are fun. I enjoy talking to people. We like community.
Yes.
We like interacting with people, and our everything we do is unique because it's based on us. So
you get that. You get that actual interaction when people come to visit you in your booths. You actually talk to them. You're not just sitting there hiding in the corner knitting. So I've experienced that. You go into somebody's booth and they're sort of quiet and they're not really interacting with you at all.
That is one of my biggest pet peeves at a fiber festival. Some people are just sitting there not paying attention to me.
My thing is, if you don't acknowledge me when I walk into your booth, then you don't need my money.
Behave.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. There have been times I've seen things in a booth and I'm like, I still want this, even though I'm getting a cold shoulder from the seller.
Yeah, it's like that sometimes. But yeah, we are, because we are people.
Yes.
Yes, you're gonna get interaction. We're gonna talk to you. We're gonna pet your sweater. We're gonna ask you what the pattern is.
Right, you're gonna feel like a part of our family by the time you leave.
Yeah, we're gonna treat you like family, and that's kind of one of our business models, is to treat people like family.
Yeah.
I feel like in this culture, family relationships are so dysfunctional. So we're aiming to say, this is how family acts. So yes, I'm happy about your project. Family is happy about what you're doing. Family says, hey, what's up with my order? And family says, I'm so sorry. My bad. Let me resolve that. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's the way family acts, not just the happy part of family, but being able to apologize and say I'm sorry and work through differences. So that's what we try and give people when they come to At Haynes House Yarn, and then we give you our family.
Well, that's a great model. So I think one of the things that I know about y'all, but maybe if we have some viewers who don't know you very much, can you tell us about? Oh, actually, before I do that, I noticed there's a comment on YouTube. It says Terry and Brian are awesome and their yarn is fabulous. Please buy their yarn, with a big smiley face.
Hey, Joyce.
That's from Joyce.
So
yeah.
we know who you are, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you, Joyce.
We're not
so sorry. Getting back to the thing I know about y'all is y'all are comic book addicts. So can you tell us about that and how that influences your yarn and fiber?
Okay, so I have no brothers. I have 4 sisters. My father treated me like a boy. So instead of getting beauty magazines as a child, I got comic books and Green Army Men. I had a yellow Tonka truck. I played basketball for years. So I was a tomboy. So I am very much into superhero fandoms. I absolutely love Marvel and DC.
Yes.
And then I married somebody who loves them as much.
Yes.
And then our children all love them. So we would have the most epic battles at our house of who would beat who. And Emmanuel's not here, so I'm just gonna say no. Batman cannot beat Superman.
That's point blank.
Yeah, no. Without Kryptonite, that brother's dead. Anyway, so we are huge superheroes. So that comes through in our colors. We have done lots of different fandoms. We've done Pokemon. We've done Marvel. We've done DC. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Ooh. And we also did it in bags also. So
we did Jane Austen. Yeah, so we're big superhero fans, and every movie has.
So I was going to say, let's do this because I just realized, again, you're talking to old friends and you get off track. Why don't y'all show us some of these products that y'all are talking about? I know y'all have a great line of bags.
Well, you grab the superhero bag, and I'll start with this. So Brian was working on a shawl on camera's this side, and he wanted to make a shawl out of our Wonder Women colorway. It's Superwomen colorway. So this is the DC set without the blue. So this is Storm, Firestar, Spider-Gwen, and Enchantress. So I did one bad girl because you got to have one bad girl. Drop this up on the floor. And then we have the other minis, which is DC Blue. So that's DC Blue. I stopped saying that right. Yes, I am. Wonder Woman, Starfire, I couldn't remember her name, Bumblebee, and Harley Quinn. So these are all in a mini. So he's like, I need a color. I keep going the wrong way. I need a color to go with it because he was making the Solaris shawl. So I made him this one, and it's called Made of Something Stronger because he likes Wolverine. And I was thinking, how do I show the antimanium without making it silver? But now it's like all superheroes are made of something stronger, even regular superheroes. So this is called Made of Something Stronger. He's gonna flash you.
So let me show you what this big hunk of loving shawl is.
Let me take this side.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't this gorgeous?
Backwards.
Oh my god.
So this is the Solaris shawl. Very easy pattern, lovely pattern.
There we go. So then at the end,
it's at the end you go through all of the stripes.
So great project for minis. You need 2 whole skeins of your solid color. And then you need a set of minis. Normally 1 set is enough, or scraps if you have them. So yeah, so that's kind of our superhero. Oh, we did Star Wars.
Star Wars. So let's talk about Star Wars.
I gotta get my boy. Gotta have Darth Vader. I don't know why, but I really love Darth Vader. He's just no nonsense. I will kill you. So there's Darth Vader.
Put him on the screen.
There is Luke Skywalker, which is blowing out because he's the color of his lightsaber with some black speckle. We've got some Star Wars bags. So if you want to match your whole project.
Now, I want to point out, and this is always important to me, I have more than once grabbed a bag running out the door to a knitting event, got there and realized I grabbed the completely wrong project because I didn't look in the bag first. So your bags having a clear panel means you never have to be embarrassed that you get there and you're like, oh, this wasn't the project I wanted, or this bag doesn't even have a project in it.
Yes. Yes, that is the worst.
Yeah, that was kind of the inspiration behind.
Oh, there's some comments coming in from Facebook. Do you have any in-person shows coming up?
Do we?
Ooh.
We are doing Frederick Fiber Fest for sure. Everything else
is still
super
up in
secret.
the air.
But
yes,
yeah,
we are doing several in person.
We will be Frederick Fiber Fest. Best way to find out is follow us on Instagram or Facebook, and we'll be putting our schedule out, or subscribe to our newsletter. Which, if you go to our website, it'll prompt you: do you want to subscribe to the newsletter? That's the best way to find out. Because things are still reopening slowly. We don't have confirmed dates on a lot of things. So when we do, we will let you know, and you can come in and, like I said on my live once. Don't jump on people. We've been around people in a whole year. Go slow. Just don't run up to me screaming, ah! Don't do that. Like I ain't been around people for a whole year. Just say, hey, how are you doing?
Do you mind if I hug you?
Would you like to hug? What can I hug you?
Yes.
can I take a picture with you? So yeah, so we'll be updating our in-person shows, which we're really excited about because you're gonna probably see all 5 Hayneses.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you get to see the kids.
It's always good to have helpers. Trust me.
Yes, we've done.
So I think that's some good advice. You know, Spencer and I have only in the last month maybe been out to eat once or twice, and we literally did not leave our house for the entire time before we received our vaccinations. We had our food delivered. If we wanted, there was no going out. It was all delivery. So for us, it does feel weird being outside and being around people. So I can certainly understand that you're not opposed to being around people, but you're like, I got to ease into this, and get back used to it.
It's Darth Vader. I see that it's Darth Vader self-striping. It's something we call micro striping. It will stripe a little. It won't be perfect self-striping, no, but it'll be like this. This is our Shane colorway from Mulan. Again, we're big pop culture people, so it'll stripe like that on a sock. So yes, they will. These colors where it's big sections of color, they will stripe.
And
they just won't be
depends on how many stitches you have on there also.
And it won't be a perfect stripe.
Great. So we only have a few minutes left before we hand over control to you to do the interviewing of the next few vendors. But how do people find and shop for your products?
Well, you can find us on online. We're at HaynesHouseYarns.com.
So that's AT.
AT,
not the sign.
HouseYarns.
Because he's a Brian and I'm Terry. We just call him Brian because he doesn't like a Brian.
It's not that I don't like a Brian. People just don't know how to pronounce it. And that's the truth. So I go by Brian, but my real name is Brian and Terry. So it's at Haynes House, and everything happens at Haynes House.
At Haynes House. So at Haynes House.
You can find us on Instagram. We are at Haynes House Yarns.
Haynes.house.yarns. Same on Facebook. Same on YouTube.
Yep. And we have been, well, whenever we find some time, we're gonna load up some more YouTube. But yeah, we don't know what time it is. We've been super busy, so
I have no sense of. My birthday is next week. I've forgotten that.
As though she celebrated the whole month.
Hey.
We gonna talk about that.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with, you know what? I just turned 20 for the well, we won't say how many times I've turned 20.
I saw your cake.
But we are celebrating my birthday for spinners. I really love spinning, so for spinners we do have a show special that you can find out about in the details. We have a discount code for spinning fiber to help celebrate my birthday. So
Spencer, we talk later. No. Offline, bro.
No.
Text me later. We'll talk.
Y'all need to quit.
So what else? So mainly, if somebody's looking in your booth, they're mainly going to find all these lovely yarns and then all of these project bags. Is there anything else in your product line or anything you're planning on adding to your product line soon that people should know about?
I have something in mind. She's gonna kill me. My daughter makes body butters and candles. She and I are bouncing back and forth a hand salve. So for knitters, she's made a test run, and
it was pretty good.
It was pretty good. So we just need to tweak it a little bit. I would love to add that to my product lines because she's she's about as passionate about her body butters and candles as I am about all this yarn. So I felt like that would be a good addition. So the Hayneses play well together.
Yes.
Okay, I think my Heather Feather actually had a few more comments. One of them is for me. Will you be continuing virtual fiber fests after the pandemic? Spencer, I'm going to leave that to you. I think for us, I guess I can answer that a little. For us, we're looking forward to going back to in-person shows. We may have some additional virtual fiber fests, but the public Knitoxication, this specific event, we're hoping to bring back in person starting next year. But Spencer, do you have any other comments on that?
No, nope.
Okay. So
words.
So with that, thank you, Terry and Brian. I think we've hit the 20-minute mark. We now have Kim Russo of Kim Dyes Yarn is going to join us, and I am actually going to hand over the interview reins to Terry and Brian and let them do all the fun interview questions. So thank you again. I will be back in approximately 1 hour around, let me see, the schedule says at 1 p.m. I will be back. So thank you, and I'll see you then.
All right, everybody.
Hello.
We are here to host. We're here with Kim. Hi, Kim.
Kick us off mute.
Uh-oh, you're on mute,
You're
Kim.
on mute, Kim.
Uh-oh. There she is.
There you go.
Hello.
I still don't have it down.
It's okay.
And I'm still new.
Yeah, it is. It takes a little bit of getting used to virtual events. But hi, nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met you virtually or in person.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I feel like maybe I ran into you at a show somewhere. But anyway, I recognize your beautiful faces. So it's good to see you again.
Okay, thank you. And nice to meet you. So we're hosting. We're taking over for the next hour. So we're going to start with letting you tell us a little bit about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I named the business after myself so that people can easily remember the name of it. I've been dyeing for, I think it's about 12 years now, 12, 13 years. Yeah, and it's my full-time job, and I dye in my basement studio here out of the house, and it is me. I used to have someone who helped me, but she decided to go to college, so I know. I'm like, you abandoned me. She twisted the skein so nicely. I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I need to borrow Brian because she did those skeins so great.
Okay, well, let me
I
ask,
miss her.
where are you? If you borrow Brian, where are you?
Okay, I'm up in Northern Virginia in Loudoun County.
Oh, yeah, you
Purcellville.
Yeah, you're close enough. That's like 20.
Because you guys are in Frederick, right?
No, Fort Washington, Maryland.
Oh, okay. All right. It's a done deal. I'm borrowing Brian. So, so I work here, and it's, I started on Etsy and just kind of doing orders there and started doing shows, and now it's grown to what it is.
Okay.
All right. Well, that sounds great. So, you've introduced your followers and told us where you're located, and how long you've been dyeing fiber. What else you want to tell us about yourself?
Well, during the pandemic, I started this program called Community Matters, where I dye exclusive colorways, and then yarn stores could take pre-orders for those colorways because, all the foot traffic left. So it was kind of a way for yarn stores to have something new to offer their clients during that time when we were all virtual. And so that's been going on for over a year now, but I have the last 2 colorways in this program this month for order right now. And I want to talk about those a little bit.
Sure, go ahead. We'd love to see them.
This one is called Campfire.
Ooh.
And this one is called S'mores.
Ooh.
Listen here, I'm not trying to buy no yarn.
Okay. Before we go any further, please tell us how people can get in contact.
Yeah, how people can buy that. Oh, that's gorgeous.
That is gorgeous.
Kim.
Yeah, tell us how we can get in contact with you and purchase your yarn, please.
Okay, what you do is you order these through one of the participating yarn stores because this is supposed to be their deal. So you go to my website, kimdyesyarn.com, and then there's a page that's called Community Matters Retailers, and you can click on there and find a list of yarn stores that can take your order.
Nice. Okay, that's great. Okay, so we're going to go to your website and see that listing, and it'll show us.
Yeah, you'll have a picture of the yarn, and then you can decide how much you need and where to get it from. So, and all the stores listed, I believe, ship. So if you're not local, they'll just ship it to you. They've been great.
Wonderful.
Got it. Okay, that's great.
So
beautiful colors, by the way. Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. We actually managed to go camping one night in the campfire. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to make this yarn. Why haven't I done this yarn before?
Yeah, you can have the camping. I'm a city girl. We don't do outside.
But I did glamping. So it was like a trailer with a campfire.
Oh, okay, I got you. Well,
That's how you
that-
do it.
That's how I could do it.
That's how you do it.
Otherwise, not. So, are you having any special colorways for this show, or towards the campaign?
Yeah. I decided not to do a special colorway for this show just because I do have one other promotion I'm working on right now. It's a fundraiser, and I'd like to talk about that for a second.
By all means.
Okay, so I did a collaboration with the designer Knitboop, Knitboop. And what it is a shawl that she used, a sock blank that I dyed this way. And then she used a skein of this dark gray to go with it. It's called the Prismatic Shawl. So if you go to Knitboop on Instagram or her website, you can find a picture of it there and the details of it there. It's a fingering weight shawl. And I also dyed this other sock blank called Birthday Cake. And you can use that with the gray too to make the shawl. This is a fundraiser we are running right now where Knitboop is donating 50% of the proceeds from the pattern sales to the Trevor Project. And my proceeds are going to a local equality group, Equality Loudon.
Nice.
It's Pride Month, and we're dealing with some extreme reactions here in our local community. Unfortunately, it's been on the news everywhere about the school board taking notice of Pride Month for one thing, and then also enacting some safety measures and inclusion measures for all our LGBTQ students. So the reaction has been extreme, but I'm here to support them. I'm going to be closing out the sales for this fundraiser tomorrow. So you have until tomorrow to go on the website and order your kit, and then all the proceeds go to Equality Loudon.
So in the kit, it's the pattern and the yarn?
The kit is, from me, it is the sock blank, and then the skein of the gray yarn that you need to make the shawl. And then I'm going to ask that you go to Knitboop's website to download the pattern from her.
All right, that sounds like a plan. That is a very great cause to donate to. Yes, we're local enough that we're getting your Loudoun County news.
Yep.
We've seen that is
it's just appalling. Actually, it's really upsetting.
It is. So we are very glad to hear that. It is always a nice thing for us to pair our business with our passion. So my fundraisers are normally for We Need Black Books. So that's an organization where they help not just Black authors get published, but they help Black authors get into the publishing industry. So that's kind of been, and I've always said that if we all focus on the one thing we're passionate on, everybody gets helped because we all have different interests. We don't all have to have the same interests. So
That's true.
Industry and help little Black girls and boys see themselves pictured in books. You're going to help the LGBTQ plus community get their equality. So I really love that we can all band together and really make change out of pretty things.
There's always room at the table.
Yes. You know, one Black author I really want to mention right now is Brandon Taylor. He is a young Black author who he writes from a queer perspective, and he is just a most incredible writer. I have been just transfixed by every short story I've ever read by him in his novel. And he just released a new collection of short stories, and he's just so good. I recommend everyone read him.
Okay, nice. Very nice. So we're about halfway through. So do you have some other colors or things you want to show us?
Well, let me see here. I made notes because I always lose my mind on these things.
Yeah, because you get to chat with people and then you're like, oh, I forgot to say my coupon code.
Yeah, I know. Well, for the show, I have actually been dyeing and just sticking stuff in the shop without really announcing it. So there's lots of yarn in there. So people can take advantage of free shipping all weekend. It's just no coupon code needed. It should just pop up at checkout for free shipping all weekend. Since if we were in person, you could just take it with you and not pay shipping.
Right, you be the shipping.
That's right. You would carry it for me. So I'm doing that, and I do have a new yarn coming out pretty soon. I've been working on the side. I've been kind of quiet about it. It's going to be a non-superwash Falkland DK yarn. And I have about 20 tonal colors for that I've been working on. So I'm pretty excited to be rolling that out in the next couple weeks. I don't have a name yet for it though.
Okay. Okay.
Well, tell us a little bit about your bases that you carry.
I carry too many.
Listen, don't.
Have you met a base you didn't like? I don't know.
I have yak that I have yet to touch. And I'm like, Lord, we have like 13 bases. We don't need another. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. And every time I think about trying to be more reasonable about it and just kind of, trimming things down, I don't have the heart.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
I don't have the heart really. So I don't know. I have probably 10 different fingering bases alone.
Wow. Now you can't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what the project's going to need, right?
Okay.
This is true.
Do you use linen?
I haven't done linen yet, so.
Okay. Well, something else to add.
Hey,
I know. I've been trying to resist.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what it is. Once you touch a base, you're like, I can't. Are you going to be in person anytime soon? Can we get to see you in person?
I think the first in-person event is probably going to be the Shenandoah Valley Fiber Festival in September.
Okay.
I'm fully vaxxed up and hope that people attending will be vaxxed up. And so
True.
we can try to keep everyone safe that way. So it's mostly kind of outdoors anyway. So it's, seems safer to me. Yeah, so other than that, I really haven't scheduled out to any other in-person events just because I'm kind of waiting and see, wait and see. We'll see.
Yeah, that's I think a lot of fiber vendors are doing the same thing of just kind of wait and see who's open, who's not open, who's limited, who's got limited spaces. So yeah, we're gonna go crazy next year. Next year, insane. We're gonna be doing all the things, all the fiber festivals. Like, hey, Kim, you coming over here? All right, I'll see you.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I mean, you never know. You never know. So yeah, my first traveling actually is going to be some family visits. So
yes, that has been we're promoting vaccination. That is, I got to see my godmother for the first time in almost 8 months.
Oh,
it was just like we were all sitting there trying not to cry the whole time. It was just like, oh my God, we're in one room together, not on a Zoom call. So yes, that's really great. Okay, so your kit, what you're featuring is your two. Hold them up again. Your kits again. So those are sock blanks. Are those double? They're single. They're single sock blanks.
They're single knit, and actually the pattern calls for about half the yardage of a sock blank. So I did the rainbow double-ended.
Okay.
So that you can use the other half that you don't use for the shawl with something else. Just make something, a hat or something that matches.
And do me a favor, can you hold up the community campfire?
Yeah.
So there's her campfire colorways.
I mean,
I'm not buying yarn from you, Kim. Stop it.
Well, listen, we need to talk about that Mulan yarn you showed.
Oh.
Which one?
I am absolutely opening to bartering.
That sock that you showed?
Oh, Shane. Be a man. Don't get us started. Whenever we talk about this colorway, we have to sing the song. So
do we have it up here?
No, it sells out. We don't keep it. So
well, we can figure something out because my cat is named Mushu.
Oh, how cool is that?
That is very nice. That is, I love Mulan. That is my favorite Disney movie. And
me too.
I was very upset with the live action that Mushu was.
Me too. What is the point?
Right. What is the point? Why do we even have a movie if Mushu isn't in it? So let's go through where people can find you again. State your website and also the website where they can buy the pattern for the sock blank.
Okay, so my website is kimdyesyarn.com. You can find the prismatic shawl kits under the kit section of the site. The site for the web, the pattern is at knitbroom.com. I do have a link to the site for the pattern in my listing as well, so you can easily find it there. And I mostly do Instagram for social media now. And you can also sign up for my newsletter just to see where I might pop up in the future.
Yes,
All right.
very nice,
Perfect.
very nice. So we're having water. We got any Knitoxication drinks happening?
Oh, well, I got my tea here because I was kind of stupid and went to the grocery store without a mask one time after I got vaccinated and I caught a cold.
At least it wasn't the virus. So we're good.
I know, right? So people, be smart. Keep wearing your masks.
Listen,
Thank you.
tree pollen season.
Mhm.
This year I only had one sinus infection. I normally have like 5 a year from
Yes.
tree pollen. So I'm like, y'all can say what y'all want, but Terry will continue to wear her mask during allergy season because
That's right. Mhm.
such a pleasure not to be sitting up in my doctor's office every 5 minutes.
I know.
So somebody in the comments said we need a DMV fiber festival. That would be great. Well, I mean, we had Homespun, but that one didn't happen in person. That happened virtually 2 times.
Mhm.
So, yeah, we need to. I don't. If whoever made that comment, go ahead and plan one. I'll come.
We'll show up.
Yeah,
We'll show up. Yeah.
Absolutely. Best pandemic purchase. Throw that one.
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, I did get this laptop so that I could figure out how to Zoom. You know, I was like, what the heck do I do? Online virtual shows. What the heck?
Yeah.
I mean, that happened to a lot of us. It just took some getting used to. Fortunately, you had a whole year to get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I also really got into wearing linen garments, like really large, flowy linen garments,
Yes.
because it just makes summer better.
Well, here in this area, yes, it does make you get to wear your nice knitted things, but you don't have
Mhm.
to. Well, you know, plus we've been inside for the year, so air conditioning. I
Yeah.
continue to wear my knit garments because I'm only inside. I tell people I'm a house cat. So
The allergies, right? You have to.
yes, the allergies you have to. Okay, so we have 3 minutes left.
Mhm.
I don't know if you want to do a quick recap. Well, actually, do a quick recap for the people who just joined in. Maybe your show specials and what you're doing for your community.
Okay, so my show special is easy. It's just free shipping, any purchase, any size. So, and you don't have to do any coupon codes. You just go to the website, put your stuff in the cart, and it shows up at checkout. So, we're doing that. And also, I have, you have through the end of the month to order the Community Matters colorways.
Every time you show that, I'm just like,
that thing just takes your breath away. I mean, you did a really magnificent job.
That was a great color.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I was, sitting there watching the campfire and I making a video with my phone and my husband's like, what are you doing? I'm like, yarn.
Anywhere.
Yes,
it doesn't matter.
Yarn. Yeah. So he's like, okay.
Absolutely need that. Make that color. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So Community Matters, you order this through one of the participating yarn stores and you can find a list of them on my website under the Community Matters retailers list.
Okay.
And I'm doing the fundraiser with Knit Boop for the prismatic shawl. You can find that under kits on my website. And this is a fundraiser. Knit Boop is donating 50% of the proceeds of her pattern sales to the Trevor Project. And then I'm donating the proceeds from the yarn sales to Equality Loudon. And you can get a sock blank and then a skein of the gray yarn to go with that to help them out in our local efforts to make our kids feel some love around here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Make sure they know the grown-ups have their backs. So
yes, definitely. All right. Well, Kim, it was nice virtually meeting you. I can't wait to meet you
in person.
I might be hitting you up for that, bartering situation because
just send me a message.
I can send you the stop it. So everybody go ahead and be sure to check out all of Kim's things. I'm sure she has some
Kim
beautiful
Dye Yarn.
things for
Beautiful.
Kim Dye Yarn. Thank you so much. I hope you have the rest of your day and it's magnificent.
Well, thank you. You guys take care, and I hope we'll see you soon.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So here we are back again. The Hayneses. I need to do something because this is driving me bananas. Move over. This is driving me bananas. Scoot again. Oh my God. I feel like I'm like this. Hi, Sheila.
Hi. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we
Perfect.
can. We
Oh, I
never
got
had-
it right today. That's winning already.
Uh-huh. So we have Sheila Anderson from Urban Girl Yarns, another virtual meet. Hi, I follow you, but I don't know that I've ever met you before.
I don't think we have. I think I would remember you all.
Yeah,
I love the hair.
kind of unforgettable, lovely hair. So
Oh, my hair. Yeah.
yes, your hair. Yeah, it's very nice. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your shop so we can get
Yes.
this party started.
Okay. I'm Sheila Anderson. I'm the owner of Urban Girl Yarns. I've been in business now 6 years as of June of this year.
Very nice.
Started in my literal kitchen like so many others and outgrew it quickly. So now I have a 1,400 square foot studio that is my peace, joy, passion, everything. I spend so much time here. I've considered putting a bed in just because I like when I open the door and the yarn is looking at me. I'm looking at it, and we're thinking, should we spend the night together?
Oh my.
So I put a couch in.
Oh, you put a
A pull-out couch? Is it a pull-out couch? Or just
No, just a regular couch. No, she.
No, it doesn't pull out. I don't know why, but it doesn't.
Okay,
That's
all
okay.
right. Well, tell us where you're located.
Where you located, man?
I am located right now in Ashland, Virginia, which is right down from King's Dominion, about the 4th exit, I believe.
Yep.
No,
Heading into Richmond, Virginia, if you're coming from the north, from the area you all at, because you all in Maryland, right?
Yes.
Yes, so up that way and stuff. And I moved down here because Richmond before the pandemic was booming and it's starting to come back. So I could not find studio space. So my tagline has been from the beginning that the yarn is raised in the country and died in the city.
Okay.
Oh.
Now it's sort of died in the county.
And now you have to think about whether you want to change your tagline.
No, I'm always going to be a city girl. Born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, traveled the world, military retired, and I've always been an urban girl. So that's where the hints it came from.
What service were you in?
United States Navy, of course.
Oh.
What were you?
We're Army retired.
We're Army.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're still
Okay. You know.
Okay, so you're in Ashland, Virginia, no, I didn't say that right. Ashland?
Ashland.
Okay, right outside of Richmond. You've been dying for 6 years, and we learned a little bit about how you named yourself.
See my logo.
What else? What do you have any colors, special, any show specials for this show or any deals going on?
Well, I didn't do a show color because I am in the middle of purchasing a brand new condo. And as you know, when you start purchasing property, it drains you, all the requirements. So I didn't have time. But I have some specials that are out there right now that I'm hoping people will go to and purchase. One of the things I'm doing, like Kim, because Kim's a good friend of mine, is I am doing a Pride event. Most everyone in the industry knows I am an openly gay, Black, female, lesbian. And I support Pride and all the things around it to help so many of the kids that are still today being displaced, are homeless, having to do things to trafficking, the emotional and the support. So this is my Pride colorway it's called the Trevor Project, and it's for Black Pride, and that's why we did the black into it and all of the speckles of the rainbow. I don't know if the colors are coming out right or not on there, but it's speckled rainbow. And then I'm collaborating with Birdie Parker. I don't have the stitch markers here. And these stitch markers are also been developed for Pride for me.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. Yeah, I've seen
seen
those
those on-
markers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're
I, I,
going to go
I love
together.
look, I'm wearing her. I'm wearing her. I'm wearing her bracelet. I don't know if you can see me. I'm wearing her.
I can't see you, and I don't know. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
I'm wearing
Yes,
her,
now I can see you.
her bracelet.
Oh yes, I love birdie stuff. I
Yeah,
love birdie stuff.
pretty
So
pretty.
I'm doing that, and we're donating 20% of the proceeds to the Trevor Project, and I'm donating on top of that an additional 10% to RoseMe, which is the Richmond organization for at-risk youth here in Virginia. So we're going to do that. So that's running now for the next 2 weeks, and people, you can buy it as a kit that's specially discounted, or you can buy it individually. As many stitch markers as you want and as much yarn as you want. And the yarn is available in the VA fingering and my Boston DK. So you can have
Tell us
either
what
way.
the fiber content are for those two.
For the Virginia fingering, it's a 90-10, 90% wool, 10% nylon, 480 yards superwash merino.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the mill spin that one a little bit bigger because I hate when you get to an end of a shawl and you're playing that chicken. I don't play chicken. I don't have time for that. It'll frustrate me, and I'll put that project in timeout. The Boston DK is 100% superwash, 240 yards. I carry typically 4 to 5 bases. Unlike my buddy Kim, I can 4 to 5. 425, not 45. I refuse to do that.
Yeah.
No. So I keep a couple of DK weights. I also have a DK by the name of Chicago. All of my fibers are named after places that I have lived, enjoyed, that are urban areas, or places that I was stationed at, or places that I remember fondly. Everything in the studio is named after a country or a state that I have been to. So we have Chicago, which is a hardier yarn, and that's my Yak Cashmere Superwash Merino. We have Vermont, which is a non-superwash. I can't remember the name of the fiber, but it's my bulky weight, my Aryan weight. Then I have Thailand, which is my mohair cashmere silk blend together, and that one doesn't wholesale. And so that's why I always have different variances on my site, because only certain things wholesale. Most of the fancier fibers I take out to shows with me or special events. Mm-hmm. So with that, right now, I am wholesaling at about 8 different local yarn shops. I try to keep it at 10. I won't go above 10 because the Urban Girl Yarn team is comprised of 2.5 to 3.5 other individuals.
Wait,
and there's times.
Hold on. How do you get a half?
A 15-year-old.
Oh. I'm like, wait, we making half people now? Like,
we make half people here. Yeah, because Claire is the daughter of one of the local yarn shop artists, and she's responsible for a lot of cleaning, organizing, and administrative things. But when you're 15, you have to corral them. So, and she's busy. She's a volleyball player. And then my granddaughter or my grandson will come in. They're 15, 16, and 14. They're half. They don't get a full. They don't get a full.
Right. That's legit. That is completely understandable.
Right. So if you got small kids, they can be a fourth or a quarter. You don't give them all. Yeah, they get a fourth of the work. That's it. Because you don't want people thinking you're making them work too hard either. So
right.
Not going to do that.
All my team they are my children, but they're all adults. So I have full. I have 5 full pieces.
You got whole piece. See, I don't have a lot. I don't. So, we try to keep it minimal. And I'm getting older in this game, and I don't have that lovely husband sitting next to you. I see him. Which side is he on? That side, this side, whichever side. Yeah, because I'm sure that's where a lot of the heavy lifting comes in with kids.
Actually, my 2 sons are 6'6" and 6'3". So,
can I borrow one? One?
You 2.5 hours away. I mean, we'll go to Kim. Kim is in Loudoun County. You're a little bit.
But I travel. I got my. Okay, fine. Be that way. I don't even care.
Okay.
Wait till I see you at an event. If you don't come over and help me, I'm gonna give you that look I'm famous for.
Well, let's talk about your events.
Let's talk about your events. What events are you doing in person?
Well, I am trying to slow down.
Okay.
Because I'm 64.
Very nice.
Yes, Lord. And there are times when I'm tired. So this year, because of COVID, I took a break and ramped up online and other stuff. But I will be in Maryland Sheep and Wool next year in full force. Yes, that is the biggie. So starting in January, we're focusing all efforts to get us there. I'm also going to be in SSK next year, Super Summer Knits Together, which is a 6-day long retreat that is phenomenal. And I'm one of the vendors for their shows. I believe I have this year 3 trunk shows until the end of the year that I will be present at. One of them is going to be at Dances with Wool. The other one is Art and Fiber up by Virginia Tech. The third one is out of town, and we're not sure if I'm going to go or if I'm going to ship. That's why I don't want to name them yet, because I don't want people showing up. Yeah, to her and I decide what to do with each other. Then I've got just quite a few others. I'm going to physically take myself to Rhinebeck, not to Venn. Are you all going to be there?
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
I will meet you on the hill.
Yes,
Let's get some love.
I've never gone to Rhinebeck. It had been a dream. Like I had actually been planning, not as a vendor, but just as just as a human, to go to Rhinebeck, especially since he and I go to Maryland Sheep and Wool almost every year together, unless one of us just can't do it. So I was like, yeah, we need to go to Rhinebeck. So I will be very quickly casting on my Rhinebeck sweater.
I'm not doing the Rhinebeck sweater. I'm just going to walk around and scream and holler and have a good time and touch everything. I'm taking my girlfriend with me, and this is her first fiber event. So I have to hold her hand tightly because I think she's going to be overwhelmed because she's not getting it.
Is she a fiber artist?
No.
Okay.
No, she's.
Okay.
She's
That's
going to be.
Yeah. Huh? Wow.
Yeah, she's not going to understand the crowds and anything else. So I'm just going to walk around and, get mugged, hopefully by, quite a few people to tell me they're going to hug me to death and mug me and try to make her just take it all in and breathe. Woosai. That's it. So one of the other things that we have here at Urban Girl Yarns is we carry this Pride t-shirt. This is the t-shirt for my logo. Okay. And 10% of that for the sales at this time frame will also go to the Trevor Project. So you can find me on Instagram, Facebook. I'm not big on Twitter. I'm there, but I don't want to tweet anymore. I don't want to tweet anymore to anybody. I just don't. So you can go there, and I have a website that's up, and everything is listed, and I'm consistently adding more and more stuff. Right now, I have a series called Bridgerton that has been placed in kits, and they're doing the fade for it. So if you buy all 7 items, they go into the Andrea Mowry fade unbelievably well. There are pictures up on there that are doing that. And I've got the yarn crawl is coming up in Virginia, down in our area in July. And I will be teaching a dye class during that weekend.
Nice. And all these events are listed on your website. So if somebody wants to register for the dye class or
it will be by Monday because we're upgrading. I need a good IT person. That's
You need the other half to come on and do that work, right?
I do.
Yeah,
I need
if
you want to take over the IT, I'll pay you. I not in yarn, but you got plenty.
No. Yeah, no, you can't pay me in yarn. Well, you could because you carry bases that I don't.
Oh.
But, slightly running my own business, so I'm sorry I can't help you.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. So I'm also working with Shiny Wear. They're developing some stitch markers and bag tags with me, and they're really, really wonderful. So, and we're doing three Virginia dyers coming together to produce a kit for the local yarn shop day that's coming up in the state of Virginia. And those 3 dyers will be Kim Dyes Yarn, myself, and Little Foxes. Amy Schumer. Yeah, she's my buddy too. So we're coming together and developing our colorways and stuff that will complement each other, hopefully. And they're trying to figure out which pattern they're going to place it to or which designer they're going to contract to do the work for that, which would be really good. And then I have Marie Green that is finishing up a new sweater that's not in any of her books. She did a sweater last year for me. Well, but she's doing right, but she's doing one now just for me. That's not in the fireworks book or anything. Yeah, because her and I have been friends now for about 3-4 years, and she loved one of my Alaskan salmon colorways, and so she did the sweater in that, and then she put it away because of moving her studio, and she said, Sheila, time for the sweater. So she's going to be introducing just that one item, and we're considering making it a possible charity event also and donating some of the proceeds to it. But we're not sure yet. Still waiting on her. She's settled, and we're good to go.
All right, you've got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Even though you're not doing in-person events, you've gotten a lot going on. Laura says that she's hoping to get to Rhinebeck. And lots of
Kathy. Yeah, so I will be seeing people and hugging them and just having a really, really good time.
Yeah, I miss in-person fiber events in a way that I don't have words for.
Right.
Because a good event would populate your knitting list for an entire year. Like,
oh my goodness.
Like,
Oh my goodness.
What are you wearing?
Oh, what is that?
Yes.
There's a sweater that I saw in Vogue Knitting Live that I still haven't knit. Maybe I'll wear it for Rhinebeck.
Yeah. Right. And it's the people for me that you meet that I try not to fangirl on, but I have had my breath taken away a couple of times. I'll never forget Nancy Marchant walked into my booth at Stitches West, and I froze staring at her, and Michelle had no idea who it was. And she kept looking at me, and I'm trying not to attack this woman. And I finally went, is it possible to get a hug? And she went, of course. And then she did one of her shawls in my yarn, and I about passed out when people tagged me. They were like, do you see what she did? I was like, oh. So next year, we're hoping to make it to the show in Canada, the Knitoxication. I can't think what the name of it is.
City.
Knit City. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what we're hoping. Yeah, I didn't want to do this year. The tariffs are too hard right now. All the paperwork and the forms and everything.
Yeah.
As a vendor, yes.
Yeah, it's a lot.
About 2.5 minutes left. I'm gonna ask you about your military career because I find that with us, that is very much a part. It informs the business model. So tell us how your military career informs your business model.
Not at all.
Oh my. Okay.
No. This venue into this fiber was absolutely different than my military. I was a military police officer for 16 of the 20 years, and this has nothing to do with that. I did it. Right. I owned a custom sewing shop while I was in the Navy. I was known for my tailoring. I did wedding gowns and other things. So once I broke away from the military, I was like, I'm done. But what it does do is it allows me to understand how to get the job done.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yes. To it in this that is ingrained in you.
Yeah.
It's ingrained in me. I have to channel that energy and tamp it down because I'm always looking at people like, can we just get this done? Can we just get this done?
Mine is being on my feet. I feel like being a military wife was always like, all right, well, your coffee table is broken. You know, oh well, what you gonna do?
Oh well. And one of my best friends in the knitting community says it's called a left turn. She said, when things don't happen, just take a left turn from Reyes Cannon. And so I've lived that model now in the fiber world and the military for a while. Just take a left turn because something else will be around the corner.
Very, very, very true. Okay,
Yeah.
so tell us one more time where people can buy all your great stuff.
At urbangirlyarns.com. You can go on Facebook, Instagram, and please like my Instagram page, not just for numbers, but I'm going to be doing some giveaways on the Instagram page in the next couple of days so that people will receive the Pride kits for free.
Yeah.
Right.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, it has been very nice talking to you.
All right.
I'll check the chat one more time. Yep, we look like we got all the questions out of the chat. It was nice talking to you. We're probably going to see you at some point during Rhinebeck on the Hill. Good luck, and very nice to meet you.
Yes, I can't wait. Bye.
Bye. All right, so here we're back again. We are back with the Fiberists.
Hey, Terry and Brian. So I don't know what happened. Your audio's gotten a little low again.
We're gonna fix that on the next break. I know.
Okay, not a problem. So I'm rejoining everybody because we do have a couple of vendors who are participating in virtual public Knitoxication. However, they're a little shy to be live on camera. So what they've done is they've submitted a couple of pre-recorded videos. So our next couple of vendors are actually just going to be pre-recorded videos. So if you have questions for those vendors, you would have to reach out to them directly. They won't be live for us to get answers from them. But it'll be a nice break for, unfortunately, because this is several hours long, it'll be a nice break for myself as well as Terry and Brian to make sure we can get something to drink and rest our vocal cords for a few minutes. Before we cut to the next vendor, who's going to be Dallas from Dancing Leaf Farm, like I said, it will be a pre-recorded video. I did want to mention that if you are planning on going to Rhinebeck's a great experience. You do need to make sure that you try and get a hotel now. We're only a few months away, so if you don't already have a hotel reserved, you got to get that hotel reserved. You also may want to go up a day or two early. There's several mini shows that happen around Rhinebeck, such as Indie Untangled. Indie Untangled is an event you do have to buy an entry ticket to. So again, if you're interested in doing something like Indie Untangled, which usually happens a day before Rhinebeck opens, you'll need to make sure that you get a ticket for that. Otherwise, you unfortunately won't be able to attend that. There's a lot of great vendors. Some of the vendors from our show today have shown at Indie Untangled. So
I also believe that Rhinebeck this year is limiting tickets. So if you haven't bought your ticket to actually the Rhinebeck show itself and you're planning on going, you should buy your tickets in advance because they are limiting the number of attendees.
Right.
Exactly. So be sure, if you are thinking about attending Rhinebeck, that you be sure to go to the websites for all these events. Make sure you read if they require tickets, that you ideally purchase them online. Otherwise, you may not be able to attend these events. So just some advice from some people who've done Rhinebeck a few times. Never as a vendor, always as a customer, but it is a great time. So with that, I think we're going to cut to Dallas's video. After Dallas is going to be Karen Slossenberg from Avalon Springs Farm, and then Brooke Adams from Fully Spun. All three of them have provided us videos, either because they were shy or as we are all emerging from our cocoons, our pandemic cocoons, some of them just had other events that sort of toppled over this event. So they're still participating, and you can still find out about their website and stuff by looking at either the comments section on Facebook where we have information posted, or on YouTube in the description, you click on that show more link and it will give you a link to all of our vendors' websites. So be sure to check that out. So Terry and Brian, thank you. I think we may touch base again.
We'll be back at 2:00.
At 2:00, yeah. So thank you. We'll see you then.
All right. All right.
All right, Spencer, do you want to roll that footage?
Welcome to Knitoxication. I am Dallas Davidson, the owner of Dancing Leaf Dye Works on Dancing Leaf Farm. So I wanted to give you a little tour of the farm first, and then the studio, and then the yarns and ideas of how to use my hand-dyed yarn. We're going to start with a path to the studio. Here's the studio and the studio door, but we're going to take a little tour of the garden. Every month I have an open studio and people come and sit and knit and talk and bring a picnic and sit here and knit on the patio. Flowers should be blooming soon. June is their month. This is the vegetable garden. All kinds of veggies are coming in. You can hear the cicadas. They're still with us for a little while longer. And we'll scoop around here. Here's the studio where I house all my hand-dyed yarn. And we'll walk out to meet the sheep. This is the field, the barn, and the chicken coop. I have bees in the background. We'll see where the sheep are. Here come the sheep. Hi, girls. I have some grain for them. This is Sunny Bunny. Sunny Bunny is a blue-faced Leicester, and Delilah is a Teeswater. They were sheared in April, and I use their fleece sometimes I get it processed. This year I'm using it for their dyed locks, and I will spin it starting on June. Oh, there's somebody stealing the grain. Tour de Fleece starts June 26th, and I'm going to be doing some art yarn out of their dyed locks, straight from the locks, no processing. And here's one of the resident cats. That's Marmalade. And her sister is Clementine, who looks very much like her. She's a little sucker for pets. Chickens. I get fresh eggs daily. I have 10 chickens. All have names. And I even have a chandelier. And now we're going to make our way into the studio. I made this little wreath this spring out of the dyed locks from Delilah. They were a little bit felted, so I put them on a wreath. Here's just an overview of the studio. I have minis, special colorways, some new colorways that were introduced this spring, and then it just goes from thin, my sock weight yarns, to DK, to worsted, and then bulky. Hi, I wanted to introduce you to some of my yarns. This is a cotton yarn, which is called Island Cotton. It is the softest, most yummy cotton. It's a little bit slubby, and I've knit this little cardigan, little summer cardigan out of it. It's a free pattern with the purchase of the yarn. And also just takes one skein for this little blanket, a little cuddle blanket for a baby or toddler. And I've also hand dyed some of these hearts. You can just knit a heart out of a contrasting color, or these little hearts, I just sewed 2 of them on, and I have those available also. And this yarn is 370 yards, $28, available on my website. And this is a really yummy yarn that I introduced last fall. It's called Lush. It's 70% mohair, 30% silk, and it's merino superwash wool. It's 2 strands held together, a very delicate but sturdy lace weight mohair, brush mohair, and then my sock harp yarn. And this, I have it in all my color bases. This is Carnival. And there is a lovely shawl. This is knit out of just 1 skein. This was done by Kira Wharton, and it's called The Planets Jupiter. So that is a real easy knit, very light and airy, really lovely. Another one by Kira, which has been really popular, especially in the summer because of the bees, and I also have 3 beehives, so I was just delighted when she did this shawl. It's called the Dancing Honeybees, and it comes as a kit. Here's the kit for $63. It has, let's see, 2, 4, 7 minis of a superwash fingering weight yarn. All those pretty yummy colors. And you can get the pattern on Ravelry on the kit here. And she also did a contrasting, really bright summery color. Isn't that just a lovely shawl? And this is called the Hyacinth colorway. It's still the same pattern, the Dancing Honeybees, but it's called Hyacinth, and that also comes as a kit. Another shawl that I think I had about 3 years ago is Buffalo Gal, and this is a series of minis, of sock hop minis, and I also have this as a kit. It's quite large. It has 8 minis in that one. And super bulky yarn is my Slubby. I love this yarn. One skein makes this really lovely scarf. Perfect for those cold winter days. I really like it because you can wrap it around and around, and it's very soft but warm. It just takes one skein for this. And this yarn, Slubby Nubby, it only has 140 yards for $42, but as you can see, 1 yard goes a long ways. 2 of these skeins make a vest, and 3 make a cardigan size small, medium, large takes 4, extra large takes 4. And I also have a pattern for that online. So these are some of the ideas to do with my yarn. Now, I do have some kits available. This was Merry and Bright, introduced at the holiday time. 7 minis. And this was the color for spring, called Spring Fervor. I have it in all these really nice yarn bases. See, just pretty kind of pastel with aqua being the main color. This is Bebop, which is a superwash yarn, 200 yards for $26. Here's Boogie, which is a bulky weight yarn. 1 skein makes 1 hat, which I also have a free pattern called Slouchy for this, and also hand warmers, and I have a free pattern for that. And you can just download those off my website. This is $28. And then Twist, which I really like. I've knit a hat out of this too, out of 1 skein. This is 200 yards for $28. Another new colorway, the latest one, is called Summer Garden. I spend a lot of time in the garden, and I found this great little graphic. So I dyed up this color, Summer Garden. This is Charleston, which is a worsted weight yarn, 200 yards for $28. This is Sock Hop, which is 400 yards, a sock weight yarn for $29. And again in the Boogie. So how I do the dyeing, how I come up with new colorways. Sometimes I see something like a butterfly or a bird or something that just has really great colors, and I'll try to reproduce it. Other times I come up with a name like Summer Garden, and I find a picture that reminds me of a summer garden, and then I try to match the colors. So this one would be lime green, a hot pink fuchsia, some purple, and some yellow. So then I start with the colors, and I like the colors kind of to flow from one to the other. So I would go from the lime green to the yellow to the fuchsia to the purple. And I put them on in stripes in the pan and just gently move the colors into the yarn, pick the yarn up, put more dye underneath, and then let it simmer for about an hour. Then I turn the yarn over, add a little bit more color wherever there's white, and let it simmer for about another half an hour. And that's how the dyeing is done. I have a dye kitchen in my basement. The studio is just for the selling of the yarn. I also do dye classes. So if you ever want to take a dye class, I will be posting those on my website, or you can sign up on my email list and be notified of all my events and classes and sales. Another yarn that I just introduced recently is called Rhea. It's a striped yarn. It's a 2-ply. One yarn is black and the other is white. And so the black is pretty dark, so it really doesn't take the dye, but the white does. And Rhea means stripe in Spanish. I think it's such a pretty word too. And this is 246 yards for $26. So I made a hat out of it. And this is available on Ravelry, although I think I can't remember the name of it, so I'll have to get back to you on that. There's that. And I have this in all my yarn bases. This is Schitt's Creek. I came up with, I think, 2 years ago from the show Schitt's Creek. Another really pretty colorway. This is the purples. So see how it takes that dye? It's just so nice, and it gives it kind of a tweed effect. And here's a semi-solid in teal. And so once you knit it up, you'll just see some of that black yarn in the stripes throughout. This one is called Twist of Lime. I also do fiber. I carry cordial and a merino tensile blend, and also mohair, and of course my sheep blacks. So I'll show you some of these. This is the wool cordial. Comes in 4-ounce sections for $19. And this is the merino tensile. It's 80% merino, 20% tensile. And see how the tensile doesn't quite take the dye? And it's just so lovely. It's really a joy to spin. I may be doing some of this for Tour de Fleece too. So if you're into fiber for either spinning or felting, I'm your source. Here's the brushed mohair. It's really nice to add this to some of the wool for spinning, or just spin it by itself. I also use it in my felting projects. And this is the tease water. These locks are so nice and long. This is what I'll be spinning, just barely fluffing it up and spinning it. Here's the red. So I sell these in 1-ounce bags for $9. And they're really nice to add to your roving to give it a nice art yarn effect. Here's in gray. So those are, and here's just the whole bundle of lusciousness. Look at that. It's so nice. All my fluffies. I'll wrap up the video by telling you about the Nuno felting. I give classes in Nuno felting. You can arrange a private class with me on the farm, up 2 to 4 to 5 people, and come out and learn how to make this lovely scarf. Nuno felting is done on a silk chiffon base, and then the wool roving is put on top, and then locks from my sheep and a little bit of glitter, and then it's rolled up in hot soapy water, and we either roll it or I put it in the dryer for the pounding, and it shrinks the wool and goes through the back side, and everything adheres. So here's one sample of the scarf. It's another sample of the scarf. So they're quite long and lovely. This one is called the sherbet colorway. And then this is the shawl version. And you can do it however you want. Wherever you put the wool, it's going to shrink in and form a little ruffle. But I left this one just kind of long and airy. So this is the Carnival colorway. And these are the kits that are available on my website, the shawl kit and the scarf kit. So hopefully you can take one of my classes, arrange a class to come out, or if you have a knitting guild or something like that, I can come and teach in your place. We could arrange that. Just let me know. I hope you enjoyed this little visit to Dancing Leaf Dye Works, and I hope you can come out and visit me sometime. You can find me at dancingleafdyeworks.com or on Facebook, Dancing Leaf Farm, and on Instagram, Dancing Leaf Farm. I hope to see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Great. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed a visit to Dallas's farm. We have been visiting Dallas for many years. She has an enjoyable outdoor space. It's fun if she has events. You can usually go shop in her studio and then sit outside and enjoy the fresh air and her small little farm area. So up next, it looks like we have Avalon Springs Farm. They also made a video for us to show today. So this is going to be Karen Schlossberg. And Spencer, are you ready to roll that footage? So thank you.
Hi, and welcome to the pasture at Avalon Springs Farm. Behind me are some of my goats. They're so cute. Hello, Cinderella. So right behind me, before I start talking about anything important, that's Cinderella and Jumper and Mabel and Erica. Yes, hi guys. A little Snowball and where are you? Oh yeah, there's Jumper back there and Yue. So you probably hear we name our goats after all kinds of things. We went through a period where they all had like Walt Disney. These are all girls, so there was a series of Walt Disney princesses. We had a Mulan and everybody. And now they've gone through a number of different, there's ones after states where they came from, after friends and family. Anyway, that's the group of girls. So I have colored Angora goats. The one that's white with the little young one that's white who needs to be shorn next to, so that's a black, a white, and a red, even though you don't see those colors that way, because you see more gray, you see more off-white, and the red is more of a taupey color, kind of almost like I don't know, hosiery or something, taupe. But that's their official terms. And Angora goats for thousands and thousands of years were just white. So it's really special to have a herd of these animals in all different colors and even some patterns. So I raise Angora goats for a couple of reasons. You can do it on a small amount of land, and you get a lot of fiber for the amount of land that you're on. So on just a couple of acres, you can have, I have like 25 goats. Sometimes that dips down to like 18 and goes as high as 30, because you figure, you know, you sell some and you cull some, and then also babies are born, so it does bounce around there. But 25 goats can make 100 pounds of fiber every year, and that's a lot of fiber. Actually, it's not, but it is if you're doing it by hand. That's why I brought this basket. So I brought a couple of things. I brought a shard of an icky fleece that has had nothing done to it. It's not icky in any great sense, but this fleece does not have any fancy curl to it or any particular reason to save it. But I wanted to show you it because I wanted to show you what veg mat is. I'll probably make this into dryer balls or something like that. but it shows you what it looks like right off the animal. So this is the side closest to the skin when they get their hair cut, and you know, like with clippers. And then this is the outer edge that after a winter of sitting in the barn got full of like little pieces of hay, kind of things like that, that all have to be taken out by hand. You know, you kind of have to just sit here and do this. So while all of you guys are knitting, I am skirting. The next thing that I brought you was some skirted fleece. Hello, Jumper. Oh, say hi to Jumper. Hi, Jumper. Hi, Jumper. So there's a nice curly fleece on an adult female. Yes. Say hi, Jumper. You're so pretty. Okay, so back to our fleeces. So I take something like, well, you guys are knitting. I take something that looks like this, and I, by hand, turn it into something that looks like this. So you can still see a little bit of veg mat in there, but much, much less. You can see that this is like the tip of a lock, and I have opened up the base and made them, which is going to be hard for the camera to see that. Oh, let me take that out while I'm sitting here. So that's going to be a little hard, but I sit here and do this to all the fiber. I pull it apart, particularly at the base. I'm looking to undo some of that curl that wraps around itself in little ringlets. I've got to look in there for the veg mat that has hidden inside those curls. And then eventually it gets carded and I turn it into this, which is the roving. And finally, I will show you inside the roving into yarn. So unwashed, unskirted, just raw, in the grease, in the dirt fiber. Washed and skirted fiber that takes a long, you know, this will be several times, it'll have soap, a couple times it'll just be rinse. It might get wet and dry repeatedly because, you know, the grease can raise to the surface again and then you have to wash it again. And it's really nice like this. Oh my gosh, this is next to the skin soft. And then finally the roving. And the roving is really next to the skin soft. The thing about mohair that I probably would want to emphasize to the yarn shopping public is if you want mohair in your yarn and you want soft yarn, then you want to come to somebody like me, a small flock fiber artist, because we are doing the work of culling out of our herd the animals that make rug yarn or make Civil War uniforms or make upholstery or make carpet. All that fiber is going to Texas, to the Texas warehouses to be made into rugs. And then the yarn that is so soft and luxurious, and the diamond fiber stuff, that is going to you in little small batches by people like me. And I will show you some of those batches on the inside. So I'm going to stop right now. Hello, Erica. Are you enjoying the grass? Thank you, Erica, for ending our outdoor segment on such a fun note. See you inside. Okay, hi, and welcome to the inside. This is, you're in the oldest part of my little farmhouse, and we call this the Pink Yarn Room. It is sort of my studio shop on the farm. And you might recognize it because I definitely do videos from right here before. So now I am going to continue from, you know, it was really fun to see the animals. I love the animals. But now, and I mentioned that like that 100 pounds of fiber a year and why that's not a lot or it is a lot. And I'm going to kind of walk you through how, what do I do with all of that, and how it doesn't become so much fiber. So let's start with the coarser end. So there's some fleeces that you can't do anything with, and they're mulch, and you know, I really don't do much with them. But then quickly I mentioned dryer balls outside. So sort of most of my little old lady goats, I make their make their fiber into dryer balls. And I'm going to work my way down from how do I, you know, because the animals have to sustain themselves, which means I have to do, and they're fiber animals, and I'm doing things with their fiber. So maybe mulch and then some dryer balls, and working my way to a softer and softer end. The next, these are little felt purses that I've made. They're both mohair and wool, but they're really cute. And I did the dye work. So there's another application. And now I'm continuing to move to softer and softer fiber. Now we're into what I would, so I'm grading out and culling out fleeces that I are continually getting to softer. So now I'm down to soft enough to make roving. I need a nice staple length for roving because it's really lofty. I got out some top because I figure a lot of you guys, so this is a perfect time to talk about roving. There's a ton of roving above my head. I produce a lot of roving. Each one of those bags started out at 10 pounds. And here, like this guy. So that, and there may be a wool fleece in here, some alpaca, some Angelina, all kinds of things. My roving recipes are like my yarn recipes. I put all kinds of things in them. But since we're about to enter the time of year where it's Tour de Fleece and you guys are spinning, and that's one thing that I offer, I should at least show you some things. So this is some top that I've made. Not every mill makes top, just a few in the country do, but you can see that it's thick and it's dense and you can't even, it's opaque. You cannot see through that. Roving is different. The drafting experience for roving is going to be really different. It's much thinner. So it's not the same thick tube. And actually you could, let me get out this one because against the contrast of light, you can see, you can almost see through it a little bit. So it's going to draft very differently than top. And then finally, this is not quite pencil roving, but this was made on an Italian fine carder. It's in the direction of pencil roving. So it is a little bit like top in that the density of the fiber is there, but it's a thinner tube and more conical tube of fiber. So there's a lot more sort of spiral in this one than there is in the roving. So I do have those on the website too. And so now we're down to those fleeces that I would grade good enough to make yarn. However, I'd put them into two categories still. So outerwear and then like next to the skin, super, super soft. My two examples of outerwear yarns are Excalibur. I've been making this for a long time. It's made with Romney wool, and the other thing that makes it an outerwear is the technology behind the sparkle is not as soft as most is today. So that's why. So even though, so you're feeling a bunch of different things that make it outerwear. The sparkle, the wool, and the mohair. So a nice outerwear yarn, worsted and sport at Excalibur. And then this one is an interesting yarn to talk about because this is a marled yarn. All the colors, I made it in 12, like I think 12 or so different colors, but like 6 in a color, and then all the marled combinations in between, and then another group. So this is what mohair is celebrated for, its strength. So I figured there were a lot of people out there that loved, au naturel. I don't want synthetics. No synthetic fibers, no synthetic processing, no rayon, no, any of that kind of stuff, no acrylic. But then how do you make a sock where your heel and your toe doesn't poke through? Well, that's when you need the mohair. So this has got like my adult girls in it for the durability. So it's a good sock yarn. That's why it's called Cavalry, because, I figured everybody has a little cavalry of feet that they need to make socks for. Then the next two, these are my two really, oh my gosh, really soft. So this is Percival, and that's merino and mohair. And then this is Alchemy. Oh, and this is a bulky weight. And then Alchemy is a sport weight yarn. And this recipe has merino, alpaca, silk, and mohair in it. And some of my finest mohair. Oh my gosh, if you could have felt this in the bag before it went to the mill, you would just, you know, it was to die for. The silk and the mohair are doing the same thing. They're adding that, those are the smooth fibers, trilobal, natural trilobal fibers. That's like a bamboo, you know, that's another example of a trilo. They're adding drape, smoothness. That's what you're feeling that's making those fibers soft. The silk and the mohair. On the opposite end, the merino, very bouncy, very serrated fiber, and the alpaca, the same, are adding the loft and the sponge and the squish. So this is like, I love this yarn. It's like one of the, it's at the top of what Mother Nature can produce. So that's the farm. But that's not all I do. And probably most people know me for the Pendragon yarn, which is behind me. I definitely feel like that's my most well-known yarn. I offer this I started for a number of years just offering it in the fingering weight. And I feel like lots of people have that in their stash. And I do all kinds of dye techniques. This is my my canvas, you know. I just love working in this yarn base. But because I come at it from the orientation of being a fiber farmer, if you have the same fiber recipe, that is the same base. So I just say that not to confuse people, because I now offer Pendragon yarn in 5 different weights: the fingering, the sport, the decay, and worsted, and bulky. So, and I do it in lots of different dye techniques. There's variegated, semi-solid, solid, speckled, dappled, you know, all kinds of tie-dyed. And I like to use a variety of dyes. People always ask me about that too. I don't stick with any one kind of dye. I love to experiment with color. I make some of my own. I think that definitely is a thing for me. I used to be an art teacher, and now I do this full time. So I am a color-aholic. So I do love what I do, and I have some other yarn bases on the website other than the Pendragon, but at least what I've talked about today gives you like a good sense of the identity of like who I am as a fiber artist. Before I go, I should tell you my website is just my business name, avalonspringsfarm.com. And for the Knitoxication, today, this event and the special, my special is anything over $50 is free shipping, and the coupon for that is KNITOX21, and that you type that in at the checkout, and that gets you free shipping on over $50. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for watching today, and I wish everybody lots of good health and creative joy, and I can't wait to see you again in person. Thank you.
Am I on?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was an awesome video from Karen. It was amazing to see the animals on her farm and to see her talking about them. So up next, we have Brooke from Fully Spun. She's going to, she is also a video, so this was pre-recorded. She's going to show us some of her amazing colorways, and we will be back in a few minutes once we watch Brooke's video.
Everybody, I'm Brooke, the owner and dyer behind Fully Spun, and normally I would be here live with all of you, but I'm actually out celebrating my birthday, so I wasn't able to make it. But thank you so much to the Fiberists for hosting and also for allowing me to film a video beforehand. So most of you know me for my marled yarn, which is yarn where every strand has multiple colors, and I dye that yarn specifically to look like hand spun yarn. So I haven't had that available for over a year, but I have great news. I found a new mill to work with, and I will be having that yarn available soon. So the best way to keep apprised of that information is to go to my website, fullyspun.com, and sign up for the email list so that you can be the first to know the updates about that yarn. So I just had a huge shop update last week, a week ago, and it included roving and yarn in all of the Pride Collection colorways, and also roving in 3 new Pride Collection colorways. So I have a few to show you which are still available right now, but you can go to the website and check out all of the Pride Collection colorways. And also in that update, I added yarn to the dye to order listing. Over the last year, I've created over 100 colorways that vary from solid to semi-solid to variegated. And you can, if a colorway that you see that you like is not available either at all or in the quantity you need, you can use the dye to order listing in order to order some, and I will dye it for you and ship it out in a few weeks. Okay, so first let me show you the roving. So this is omnisexual pride. Gender fluid pride. And transgender pride. And there were a few other colorways that also had some left, so definitely head to the website to check those out. Right now they are on the very front page. There are also a few solid colorways, which if you go into the roving category, you would be able to find those. Next, I wanted to talk about the latest group of new colorways that I created. It's called the Stella Collection, and it was inspired by how Stella got her groove back. And so the colorways are all very bright and cheery, as they're inspired by a movie about a vacation to Jamaica. So they are very perfect for your time, your summertime knitting, or even, I'm sorry, they're perfect for summertime crafting or crafting when you are wishing it was summer. Okay, so first, before we get into the rest of the colorways in the Stella collection, I want to talk bases. So I have a non-superwash base, and it's labeled as 100% American Merino. I got this base from a local mill in North Carolina, and I love how lofty the yarn is. And for reference, here is the superwash DK in my right hand, and here is the non-superwash DK in my left hand. So you can see, even though they are the same yarn weight and will give you a similar gauge, that the skein for this one is that much bigger because of how kind of poofy the yarn is. So that is the American DK base, and I really highly recommend it for any of the solid or semi-solid colorways. Since it's not superwash, it doesn't speckle as well as the superwash does, but it looks beautiful and will create so many beautiful items when you use it with the solids. And so, speaking of solids, this is August 6th, and it's one of the colorways in the Stella collection. This beautiful green. And also green, there's Call 1-800-JAMAICA. And that's what my earrings were made with. my little monstera earring, so that's super cute. But that's called 1-800 Jamaica. Rum punch. Make It Platinum. What You're Waiting For. When We Met. Sunshine. Best Friend. Spa Day. Sponsored. Start Packing. And Perfect Weather. So those are all of the colorways in the Stella collection. That is the newest group of colorways that I have created. But like I said, I have over 100, including maybe about 15 solid or semi-solid colorways. And there are 13 Pride collection colorways available in yarn. I have decided to add 3 more this year, but I haven't created those yet. So if you'd like to see what that process looks like, you can stay tuned to my Instagram, because that is probably something that I will do live. But I've decided to, so the colors in the Pride collection are Agender Pride, Aromantic Pride, Asexual Pride, Bisexual Pride, Community Lesbian Pride, Demisexual Pride, Gender Fluid Pride, Gender Queer Pride, Non-Binary Pride, Intersex Pride, POC Inclusive Pride, Pansexual Pride, and Transgender Pride. And so that's 13 colorways. And to that, I have added Demi Girl Pride, Demi Boy Pride, and Omnisexual Pride. And so you all just saw Omnisexual Pride a moment ago. And Demi Girl and Demi Boy Pride were available as roving, but those are sold out at the moment. And I will be creating those into yarn to add to the Pride collection soon. Thank you again for taking part in Public Knitoxication, and I hope you are enjoying your drinks and crafting today and getting a little shopping done. Again, my website is fullyspun.com, and you can reach out to me anytime via email or Instagram, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can with any questions. I'm more than happy to send pictures if you are thinking about pairing some yarn together, or if you just have more general questions. I'm more than happy to help. And again, thank you, and I hope you have a great day.
Well, thank you everyone for who watched Brooke's video. So Brooke and us, the Fiberists, have actually done collaborations together. We love Brooke's yarns, especially the ones that she has custom spun. We're really excited to hear that she's going to be bringing those back. I think Spencer has put up some pictures of a collaboration we did with Brooke, as well as Shay Johnson, who is a knitwear designer. Shay designed this lovely homecoming cardi, and you can see the solid color is the Fiberists almondine colorway, and then the multicolored yarn is actually Brooke's yarn that has that special, she dyes it in the roving or top and then sends it to a mill and has it spun up, and it gives it this lovely fade effect. That, along with the amazing design that Shay did, just makes it lovely. So if you're interested in this pattern, it's called the Homecoming Cardi by Shay Johnson. You can find it Anywhere Shea sells patterns, I definitely you'll be able to find it on Ravelry if you're there. So with that, I think we have a couple of minutes left before we are joined by Bead Biz. So I wanted to take a few minutes to, I had given a teaser earlier that we had posted to Instagram. We were talking about a colorway that we were going to introduce at this show. And we also, I was wearing this hat. So this is a hat that is made out of two of our colors. It's made out of diamond, which is the white, and then graphite. This is our Collins Unum fingering. So it's a single ply fingering yarn, 100% superwash merino. And the pattern comes out of the official Star Wars Knitting the Galaxy pattern book. You'll only be able to find this pattern in that book. So if you don't already have your copy, you may want to go to your local bookseller, or you can find it online. You can find it on Amazon, a copy of the book. We do have this in a kit where you get one skein of diamond and you get one skein of graphite. There's enough yarn in the kit with the two skeins. Depending on how loose you knit, you should be able to get two hats out of the two skeins. Even if you're not interested in doing this hat, if you have any project that's using one skein of fingering black and one skein of fingering white, the kit itself has a little $5 discount. Normally the two skeins of yarn would be $50, but if you buy it as the kit, it's only $45, so you get a little discount there. So if you do have any projects coming up that use fingering weight yarn, you may want to think about buying the kit.
Reggie, just to mention that the kit doesn't come with the pattern. You have to buy the book because it's a book only pattern. So
certainly. So yeah, as I mentioned, you'll only be able to get the pattern in the book. So the kit is just the yarn for the pattern. It does not include the pattern itself. So thank you for that reminder, Spencer. So as you can see, it is this is a Air Isle style design, two color. That blends the black and the white. This pattern, I guess if I didn't mention it, it's called the Clone Trooper hat. So, and it is featured, it's one of the patterns featured in that book. And it did, the original pattern did use our yarn. So really excited about that. Some other things, I talked about our colorway. So we're doing, this isn't just special to Public Knitoxication. This is going to be our colorway of the year. I think the colors were kind of faded in our Instagram post. I don't know why. Something weird happened there. It looks, at least on my monitor, it looks like the colors are showing up a lot brighter. So let me undo this. So we normally go, as you can see with the yarn behind me, we usually do semi-solid colors, but we thought, you know what, let's go a little bit out of our wheelhouse, and we came up with this color. We're just calling it 2021, or the color of the year. And as you can see, it has yellows, greens, blues, purples, and then it gets into some oranges and some more yellows. I'm hoping, Spencer, am I showing up well?
yeah, you're showing fine.
So this is going to just have little pops of color in any project that you make. We have this dyed on a new base for us. We're trying it out. It's a 100% superwash merino in a DK weight. It's a light DK. It's not as heavy as some of the DKs I've knit with, but it's certainly a heavier weight yarn than a sport weight yarn. So 100% superwash merino. You can find this on our website now. And we currently, for the month of June, to help celebrate Pride Month, we have a 15% discount on all in-stock dyed yarns that are dyed by us. If you use the promo code 2021PRIDE, and that's all uppercase, PRIDE, 2021 Pride, you can get 15% all of the yarn that's available in our store that's hand dyed. We do carry some yarns from Ashford. Since those were not hand dyed by us, those aren't included in that sale. We also have a second sale that's celebrating my birthday. I turned 20 for the for the, let's just say I turned 20 again. And to celebrate that, we have 20% off all of our fiber that's available online. And that has its own code, which is not, if you're interested in buying yarn and fiber, unfortunately you have to make two different purchases because you can't use the codes together. But the code for a discount of 20% on our spinning fiber is Reggie, REGGIE 20+25. It uses the plus sign there, and that will give you 20% off all the spinning fiber that we have available on our website. A lot of our spinning fiber can also be used for felting. And with that, I know we're a little early, Spencer. Did we want to go ahead and start with Bead Biz, or do we want to?
So we'll come back to our stuff later in the day when it's our time, but we just thought we would give you a little bit of a preview now. So let me bring Bead Biz into the studio.
Sure.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I hope you're okay with us starting just a little bit early. Is that all right?
Not a problem at all.
Sure. So, so to start out with, why, Jean, why don't you tell us a little bit about your business, like what it is that you sell? You're a little bit different than a lot of the vendors who are selling yarn and fiber here today, but definitely a key component for a lot of knitters and crocheters who want to add bling to their project. So do you want to tell us about that?
Sure, we're a lot different. We specialize in beads, and you can see some back there behind me. And we curate them especially for work in fiber. So knitting, crochet, spinning, tatting. We found out early on that a lot of people were a little bit nervous. They see something with beads and say, oh man, that's so awesome. I wish I could do that. But no, I don't. It's simple and easy. So what we did is make a whole bunch of kits that people could use. So you can come in with your yarn. If you did a private session with us, you could do it via Zoom. You could purchase that beautiful color of the year that the Fiberists just talked about, and we would show you some beads with it. And you could match your beads if you want to do it that way and make something. If you just have something else you want to bling out, or you want to purchase one of our kits, we have all of those available. And like I said, everything we do is specifically curated for the fiber community.
So is there something special? I mean, obviously your business is different than a lot of the vendors. Like I mentioned, your focus is beads. Is there something that you can tell us about your business? Like, why should people be coming to you rather than going to some big box store to buy their beads?
There's a couple of reasons. First off, we curate the beads, so they're going to fit the fiber, and we have expertise. You come to us with your fiber. We'll tell you this is what'll fit it. This is what you can do with it. This is the section of beads you should be looking in. So you're not going to go home and find that your beads are too small for your fiber. We have expertise in how to match colors and what beads are going to look good. If you want your beads to blend in a little more, maybe, or you want to really bling it up and make the beads stand out, we can help you with that. Another thing is that our beads come from Japan and the Czech Republic, which are the two leading bead producers in the world for this kind of stuff. And they're really, really high quality. So if you go to, say, Joann's or Michael's, sure, you can get some beads that'll fit on your yarn, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be high quality beads. So you can get beads from, say, China. They're not going to last. If you put it on a superwash and it's a glove and you turn it inside out and you throw it in the washing machine, bead is going to crack. It's going to lose its color. Our beads won't do that. We guarantee it. Because we tried it out. We knitted the gloves ourselves. We throw them in the washing machine and they work just fine. Another thing is that our beads don't leave any residue on the fiber. So some of the beads you get from China or India will leave a kind of a white powdery residue on your beautiful fiber. And really, who has time for that kind of nonsense? And it doesn't come out. So we put a couple on a few strands of fiber. The powder is called bead release. It helps in the bead production. And it never comes out. It just stayed in that fiber. We did everything from put it in a nice bath with a gentle soap. It laughed at me. Throw it in the machine with actual soap. It laughed at me. Okay, I'll wash it a couple of times. The yarn will felt and that stuff still won't come out. So the beads that we have are not going to hurt your fiber. They're not going to cut your fiber. Some of the beads aren't ground down inside that you buy in a big box store. They're going to chop right into that fiber. You're going to have a beautiful shawl, sweater, gloves, socks. The sharpness of the inside of the bead is going to cut right through your fiber, and you're going to have a big hole, and nobody wants that. Our beads are all perfectly smooth on the inside. They're not going to cut your fiber. So our stuff is really made for what we're doing, and we really keep it on top of the beads to make sure that they are perfect for what we're doing with it. Because we knit and crochet ourselves, and we spin and we weave, and we wouldn't want anything untoward to happen to our beautiful things once we're done with them.
Certainly. So you mentioned spinning. Would you recommend, like, is that something? Can people add beads as they're spinning their fiber as well?
Totally. There's two different ways to do it. One is to string the beads on a similar color thread to the fiber that you're spinning. And then you can just spin that one thread in and drop beads as you go along. It looks nice, but you're really going to see that in the twist, you're going to see that extra bit of string you're carrying along. What we prefer to do is we have a special tool that we offer, but you can just use what are those called? Help me out with the word. Dental flosser. You can use a dental flosser, which you can get in that like a pharmacy, to put just a teeny bit, like a couple of wisps that you would use just for joining a bit of fresh roving to it through the bead. And then you do them all out, so you have all the beads lined up with a little bit of roving through it. As you spin, you just grab one of those beads with a little bit of roving, and it goes right in, and it spins right into the yarn that you're making. It's gorgeous.
Well, that sounds awesome. I like spinning weird things into my yarn. I'll need to give that a try. So for people who are not familiar with adding beads to say a shawl or a sweater, I know for me, whenever I see that, it always adds, it helps weight the garment down. It helps add a beautiful drapiness to garments. I see you have some samples. Is it possible you could hold some of that up so people can see how the beads really add to the effect of the fabric?
I have two special samples. Each year we do a special shawl, one knit and one crochet. This year it's Sky Lanterns by Anna Dalby. That's this beautiful thing right here that I will hold up for you. You can see. This has beads. Can you guys see that? Okay, yeah. This has beads throughout it, which help give it a nice weight and drape. But it also has beads on the very bottom, so that the shawl lays really nicely when you wear it. And you can see the effect of that here in this little shawl that I'm wearing. You can see how this lays just really nicely right across me. It's because the beads are weighting it that way. So when I fold it out, it just stays out. It doesn't roll up or tuck in. And the same is true when you put on a shawl like this. So you take it and you throw it, and it's not going to move because the beads, okay, gotta look at this and not the camera. The beads here are just going to keep it that way. You're going to get whatever drape you want out of it. This one is Sky Lanterns. It's this year's knitted shawl. It's by Anna Dalby. And I have to talk for a second about the yarn, because the yarn, not only is it hand dyed by White Birch Fibers, but it's baby camel and silk. And I tell you, I kid you not, when we first felt this, we were like, oh my God, I just want to jump in a bathtub of this stuff. It is amazing.
Where can people, sorry, can you say the name of that pattern again and where people can find it? I see a couple of comments of people asking for that.
That is called Sky Lanterns. You can get it on our website, which is beadbiz.org. B-E-A-D, as a kit, beadbiz, B-E-A-D-B-I-Z.org. Bead Biz is all one word. And I'll show you for you crocheters out there, because we love our crocheters. This one is called Beachside Bling by Lorinda Reddick. It has, I don't want to show them the beads, so I'm going to put it this way. You can't really, she did this, so that's the difference between stand out and blending. This stands out, this blends in more. But you can see the beads in there, in that one. And this one also has the beads on the end. So when you put it around, it's going to give it that nice extra weight. It's not heavy. People say, well, the beads make something really heavy. They don't. They really don't. They just add a nice enough weight so that when you're wearing it, it just stays, I'm so short, it just stays beautiful the way that you have it and you throw it on.
Certainly. As I said, I know that when I see projects that have beadwork in them, they really stand out because they always have this drapiness about them, because the beads add just enough weight without overpowering it that it keeps things sort of hanging and flowing really well at the bottom. I noticed when you had tried on the Sky Lanterns, when you threw it over your shoulder, the beads were sort of jiggling the edge of it a little, which is something you don't see with just a regular knit pattern. Even if it has some sort of specialized edge, you don't get that that movement of it.
No, and that's a picot edge, and I'll show you this one too. It has this beautiful picot edging. And I love beads on a picot edging because it makes the edging stay out and nice.
Yeah,
And
can you just shake
brushes
that for
like
us
that-
a little? And
With
yeah,
brushes like that, you're like, oh look, it has a little picot edge. Isn't that adorable?
and it has sort of its own movement because of the beads. It's
And
great.
it's a really nice sway to the garment. So you're walking along and you can feel the garment on you a little bit, but it also sways. It catches the light. It makes people look twice.
So can you show us some of your beads, just like how they come? Do they always come in strands, or do you offer them in other formats?
It depends on what kind of beads you're using. So there's two different kinds of beads that we like to work with. I said the Czech and the Japanese. The Czech beads, grab a pair. Come here. Come here, my friend. Oh, grab there. The Czech beads come on something called a hank like this. They come in two sizes, a 6/0 and an 8. This 6/0 is really good for like a sock weight all the way up to a DK. So sock, a sport, a fingering, a DK. They come strung like this. That's frankly to better buy this way. You get more beads for the money. So it's 1,080 beads. This is copper line crystal. It's $15.30. And it's just really a nice way to do it. The fun thing about this, since you can either pre-string them or right as you go, if you're pre-stringing, if they're in a hank like this, you can take your needle, come right from that little point there, run your needle right through this, cut the white string that it comes on. It's already on your yarn. It's done. We also carry Japanese beads. Now the Czechs, what they do, and you can see in the racks, they do color. They do color so flipping well. It's unbelievable. They will match anything. The Japanese beads do shape. The Czech beads, the size 6 will fit anything from like a sport all the way up to a DK. The size 8 will fit lace weight and down. The Japanese beads do shape. So these beautiful little drop beads.
Really quickly, that the beads, the strands that you held up a minute ago, would that be like one project's worth of beads, or does it matter the size of the project? Could you get multiple projects out of that? Because that looked like a lot of beads.
So Sky Lanterns, this one takes a whole hank of those beads. Whereas this one that I've been showing is the Summer of Love, takes 3 hanks. But look at the size of this thing. It's just huge. It's a big circular. It goes on and on and on forever. That takes 3 hanks of beads. A pair of gloves might have 12 beads in them. So it all depends on the size of what you're doing. To finish the other question, the Japanese beads come in little tubes like this. And what the Japanese do is they have bigger holes on average because they are a slightly bigger bead. These will fit all the way up to a worsted weight yarn. And I put them on an Aran weight yarn. These.
No, the triangles.
The triangles. Oops, I'm wrong. The triangle will fit up to an Aran weight bead. Aran weight yarn. They're amazing. The holes are huge.
So what do you mean? What do you mean by triangle?
It is actually a rounded triangle-shaped bead. So it is a triangular-shaped bead, but the edges are rounded off, so they're not going to catch on your yarn.
Does that change how they reflect light or anything? Is there anything?
It does. It adds a richness in terms of a texture. So they're going, because they're a triangle, right? One of those points is always going to be sticking out above the work, so it adds a depth and a richness to it. And looks really cool. Even if you pre-string it, and if you pre-string something it's already laying on top, this is going to lay on top even more. If you do an add as you go, like this, where it lays very flat in the fabric, like this one, it's still going to stick out. So let me show you some triangle beads. This is Angels and New Angles. This is by Kelly from Shirsty Cat, who will be on here later today. You can see that it's not the best camera work, but these are the triangular beads. And you can see that they stand way out in the work. No matter if they're matched or contrasting, they're going to stand way out in the work. And I'll just show that. This is Angels and New Angles. This is by Kelly Straub out of Shirsty Cat. That's one of the patterns. We have a whole slew of designers and dyers that work with us. And that's a really fun part of what we do, is have other people. We try and bring in other businesses. Like, okay, let's work together. Let's collaborate. We're big on the collaboration. Let's collaborate with other designers. Let's collaborate with knitters. Let's collaborate with dyers. And let's do something together. We really enjoy doing that a lot. So that's a big feature in our work. We have how many designers now?
About 20.
About 20 designers and about 5 different dyers that we've worked with so far.
So are all the patterns that you show, are they only available on your website, or are they available on Ravelry as well, or does it depend on who you were working with?
It depends on who I worked with and how old it is. So if we design with somebody, typically we have exclusive rights for a year, and then they'll put it on Ravelry if they'd like to.
Okay.
But not always. Some of them to say, nope, that's yours, and I'm not putting it on Ravelry.
Nope, not a problem. So who designed Sky Lantern again?
That's Anna Dalby.
I don't know if that's on Rav.
I don't think
I
she
think it's
has. I
still
don't think
up.
it's
I
on
think
Rav.
it's still just ours.
This is still just ours. This is Anna Dalby, and it's still just ours. But I know that this one is now on Rav. This one is Summer of Love. I believe it is. Yes, and I believe this big one is Anna Dalby, and you can get just the pattern on Ravelry or a kit with the yarn and the beads and the pattern from us on our website.
Certainly. So we have a few more minutes. So I know you've already mentioned people can find your stuff online at beadbiz.org. How do they follow you on social media? What social media platforms, and what is your username on those platforms?
We are on Facebook, Twitter, and the other one, Instagram. And we're Bead Biz on all of those.
Just like it says in the sign behind, BEAD
BIZ.
BIZ. Perfect. And then let me see here. So do you have any show specials for the people who are watching this?
Free shipping for you for the entire weekend with the code FREESHIP, where the F and the S are capitalized. So it's capital FREE, capital SHIP, all one word.
Awesome. So is there anything else that I haven't asked you about that you'd like to let customers know? Like I said, if people haven't seen projects that use beads, it's adds an amazing depth to your work. So, but is there anything else that you think people should know about using beads in their work?
We have a lot of tools, we have a lot of kits, and we have years and years of expertise. So if you're afraid, you're little like, looks really cool. Look at this cool thing she's holding up. That's enormous and beautiful, and I want to do it. And it's no, I can't possibly. Yes, you can. It's really not as hard as you think it is. It's really easy to do. You too can do it. We are happy that we offer classes. We offer classes at a bunch of the shows. I think I'm teaching next at Fiber World in August.
July.
No, July. We're in July this year. Fiber World in July. I'll be teaching. Don't be afraid. And if you've tried it and you're just this one little thing and I can't, call us. We are happy to help you over the phone. We're happy to offer you our expertise and our time, because our goal is to help you to enjoy it, because we enjoy it so much. So if you are having any trouble at all knitting with beads, crocheting with beads, hey, give us a call. We'll help you out. We'll have a Zoom class with you. We'll talk to you. We'll talk you through it. It's not hard at all. If you see something and you're like, oh, I want to look at that whole thing. I want to look at it more closely. Set up a Zoom call with us. We're happy to walk you through our makeshift studio here, show you all the beads, show you the kits and the patterns in 3D. Our hallmark is we want you to leave our booth happy. So anything we can do to help you out, that's where we're at with this.
Well, that's great. We do have a few minutes. So we have a few minutes left. So I have one question, and then I'm going to ask you if you could maybe hold up some more beads for us. Would people ever want to mix colors in their beads? Like, do people usually just buy one color to use for the whole project, or do they try and match the color of the yarn? Do they try and make the bead a completely different color so it stands out, or does it really matter depending on the project they're using?
You can always mix colors. People are like, I don't know if I should do that. So these are blues. You can put any blues together. It doesn't matter. It's blue. Don't be afraid of the mixing. Put it together. And then you add a nice...
Did that strand came mixed like that?
That is exactly the way it comes. You buy it and it's all mixed. And one of the things that someone did with this is called Kim's Cowl. And somebody took all those beads and just however they came off the strand, that's how they put them on. So they're all different, and some of them stand out, some of them don't stand out. That's fine. This is just a little cowl like that. So however they came out, and it's all mixed, and it doesn't matter. Sometimes people buy a whole series of beads. So this is Nymphaea. This is a crochet version. We have a knitted version too. So what the designer did here was she started with the darkest beads on the lightest yarn, and then as she moved through the design, you can see the beads are getting lighter and lighter as she comes through and matches for each of these sections of it. So those are all different beads. Each of these sections have a different bead in them. Another way you can do it is to say, well, I'm going to buy the beads and I'm going to buy the yarn and I want it all to blend together nicely, but to have a really high contrast. So this is New Mexico. This is another little cowl. And the beads are actually in a row with the 2 rows of yarn. So the blue in there is beads. The hot pink is a gold rush yarn. And the orange is a rayon. So yeah, you can do a lot of different things with beads. Some people say, no, I'm not that loud. I'm a very quiet person. That's cool. That's wonderful. So this one is Cathedral Windows. And the design, the testative actually on this one, decided to go really quiet. And you can see that she just put beads in that match the yarn almost exactly. And what that's going to do is make it sparkle. So the beads in the yarn and the beads at the end, the beads in the yarn are check, the beads at the end are Japanese megatamas. And they match exactly. So you can do anything with this. You can do it.
So, Jean, I think we do have an ask. Some people are really liking some of the patterns that you've shown, but I think they've never worked with beadwork before, but they're curious if the patterns are available by themselves or if they're only sold as a kit on your website.
They're a kit on my website, but if you drop me an email, a lot of them I can sell to you just as patterns.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think, again, I can't say that I've worked with beads a whole lot. I love the beauty of it, but I'm a little scared myself to try it out. So I can understand people just wanting the pattern without the whole kit. So I think you'll be getting a couple of emails about that shortly. So can you show us? So do you have any rainbow? Do you have any bead kits that are maybe rainbow like that? I think that would be something I would be interested in for sure, and maybe others watching.
Oh, that's backward. It's here. Yes.
Oh,
I'm gonna take them from over here because the others are hooked on. Oh, these are backward too. Can you pull me some?
Well, pull down.
Sorry if I made a difficult ask.
Not at all.
Summer of Love, right behind you, is a rainbow yarn.
That's a rainbow yarn.
Yeah. Here.
But he was asking for rainbow beads.
Oh, lots of rainbow beads.
Yeah. So you'll do. So if somebody just wanted
there's another. Sure, you
a
can just
multicolored strand of beads,
Totally.
This is the kind of thing they would be looking for. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is just rainbow. I've had people who say, that's fabulous. I'm going to pick out all the reds and then all the greens and sure. Some people are like, nope, I'm just going to take them and do them exactly as they are. However they come off, that's how
now I'm noticing that, well, from my view, the beads on the right, on my right, are much shinier than the other beads. Why is that?
These beads are shinier because they have actual sterling silver run down the center of each of those beads.
In the bead itself. So after you take it off the strand.
Each of those beads is sterling silver.
Oh.
I can show you a clear one so you can really see the silver. So inside of those beads, find a sweet spot in the camera, sweet spot.
Yeah, somewhere. You have to find the sweet spot.
Yep. Maybe there. I don't
know. They're definitely sparkly. I'm assuming if they have silver in them, they're a little more than the beads you showed us earlier, right?
It depends, really. Like this whole hike is this is cheaper. This is $9.05. Because this one is clear. If they have to add color to the beads, then they have to add a mineral to the glass, and that's going to raise the price.
Gotcha. So they do range in price. They're not all the same cost.
Nope, they're not all the same cost.
$7 to $30.
So they're like between $7 and $30.
Most in the 10,
12. The average price is between $10 and $12 for a hank, and you get 1,080 beads.
Well, I definitely like. What if somebody was really interested in that super shiny set? What would they be looking for on your website?
That is silver lined crystal. That's in the 6.0. I also have it in the 8.0 size. The 6.0 again fits everything up to a DK. The 8.0 fits everything up to a lace weight. So it's called silver line crystal. And I have them in both the 6, the larger size, and the 8, the smaller size. Nice. And that confuses people. Just think of it this way. It's how many beads are in an inch. Size 6 beads, there are 6 in an inch. Size 8 beads, 8 in an inch. So 6s are larger than 8s.
That's good. That was a good thing. I didn't even ask you what those different sizes meant. So thank you for that. That was helpful. So I do think we're reaching the end of our time. Just as a reminder, everybody can find your beads and the kits and all of your tools at Bead Biz, that's BIZ.org.
Yep.
And
they can
we
use the code free ship with a capital F and a capital S, all one word, free ship. And they can get free shipping all weekend.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. This is the second year you were able to join us. We'll have to see how we can get you to be with us next year, hopefully live. So,
I would love to come down there live. I miss you guys.
Certainly.
I follow you guys out there too. I can't wait. We just did a live show. We were live. We were live in Central New York. So
oh, awesome. So
hopefully next week we'll be live with you guys.
Certainly. We're looking forward to it.
All righty.
So, again, thank you very much. And hopefully everybody who was watching gets excited about beads and starts adding beads to all their work. It's not just for knitting. It can also be done to crochet. And as we talked about it can be added to your spinning. I'm sure it could also be added while you're in the middle of weaving and things like that as well. So many different applications. So we have Terry and Brian rejoining us. Hey, how are y'all doing?
Okay, we gotta do a sound check because we got tech support in here. So come along if you feel like happiness is for you. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
If you feel like okay.
Now be careful. I don't need YouTube taking my video down because
right. Well,
copyright.
No, if it's we play the original, we can sing it.
Okay.
Yes. We just can't play the original.
So Terry and Brian are back. They're going to take over hosting again, asking all the great questions, all the burning questions that our viewers have for us. Our next interviewee is going to be Melody from Haute Bohéme Fiber. She has some amazing yarns. And is Melody in the studio waiting for us? There she is. So I'm going to drop, and Brian and Terry are going to take it away. And hey, Melody.
You're on mute.
On mute. Come off mute.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was
Very
having
low,
problems with anyway.
Can you turn the volume on your device?
We can barely hear you.
Can I turn it up?
There we go.
There you go. Yep. Good. Hello.
There she is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Get all the technical difficulties out of the way right away.
Yeah, let's just knock them off at the top. Can't hear, can't see. Okay, good. Now we're okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing great. Nice to virtually meet you for the first time. I don't think we have met.
I don't think so.
The show yet. Maybe that will change in the future. Hopefully. So, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Introduce yourself and tell us where your shop is or where your home base is.
Trick question. So, my name is Melody Martinez. I am the owner of Haute Bohéme Fibers. I started the business in Severn, Maryland. I am a military spouse. My husband is still in Maryland. However, right now I am in Colorado.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So just got a new home here and setting up a new studio. I might be able to give a little tour at the end if we have time. Yeah. So I was in Severn for about 10 years. And
okay.
Here last year in the midst of or at the beginning of the COVID issues shut down. So kind of got stuck here. Been here since. But
did you say your husband was military?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What branch?
He's in the Army. He's been in for 21 years.
How many years?
He doesn't want to retire.
Okay, well that's good. We are Army retired family as well, so we know what that's like.
Excellent.
Brian has actually been in Colorado.
For Carson? Yes.
Oh yeah. Carson's awesome. We've never been stationed there, but
Pearson Force Base is a lot better. Don't worry about it.
So I haven't seen you guys at any of the shows that I've been to. We must be.
We're pretty new.
But that's okay. We're gonna see each other. Well, you used to be in Severn. I think I signed up to be a part of Homespun the year they went virtual. So you might have met us there if it was in person, but
Yeah, so just missed you. Too bad.
just missed
Well,
it.
well, I'll be seeing you sometime. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So tell us about your shop.
So I, hopefully most people are familiar with the way I dye, but in case you're not, I dye mathematically. I'm very precise. I have my spreadsheets and my jewelry. Give me a second. I haven't had coffee yet this morning. My little, anyway, but I dye specifically to make the colors coordinate with one another in pellets, kind of like granimals, if you're old enough to remember what granimals are.
We are.
Not sure if it's still around or not. But so I will dye, I'll dye in themes. The latest theme is based on fiction and a few, and of course I have variegateds to go along with these, but this is the dystopian palette.
Ooh, very
You can
nice.
see how all of the colors you can mix and match, and everything kind of is meant to go with one another, to coordinate. And then I also have, I'm missing one. I have my Gothic romance palette, so that one's a little bit more.
So are they named after Gothic romance novels, or just in the collection?
So basically, the way my naming convention is usually the tonals are emotive words or descriptive words that go along with the theme, like solemnity.
Okay.
But the variegateds are named after the novels.
Okay.
And then I have here, these are my bright colors. This is for high fantasy.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. I'm not very neat here. I'm just throwing everything everywhere, and it's hard to see with the camera, but this is kind of got a little iridescent sheen to it. The pink is magic.
Okay.
And the inspiration for these would be things like Aragon and Neverending Story.
Yeah, you talking my cracker language when you start talking books.
Yeah.
I try and do something every time I do a theme. I do one palette that's cool colors, one that's warm, one that's bright, one that's neutral. And in neutral in my book is that dystopian color palette. So neutral for me. So I have pretty intense colors, generally pretty saturated colors that I use. One of the older palettes that I had was based on music, and this is made up of colors from the 90s grunge.
Nice.
Which would have been my more neutral palette for the music series. And of course I had pop, which was lots of neons.
Right. You can't have pop without neon.
And 70s funk, which had all those great colors like the avocado green.
Oh
yeah.
You got to have avocado green if you're talking about the 70s.
And orange and
bright.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then before that, I had a palette series based on nature, and this was made from using the colors in the Painted Desert palette that I had. I don't know if that makes you think of a painted desert.
It does. Wow. Very nice. Okay.
And, I real quick before I forget, I know Bead Biz was on right before me.
Yes.
I love them so much. I'm also a crochet designer, and this is one of my patterns. And I actually use, I don't know if you can see.
You use their beads. They look like somewhere where you could definitely fall down the rabbit hole in beads. Very nice.
Yeah.
I highly suggest a tool called a Flegel beater if you decide to get into beading.
What's my jigger?
Flegel beater.
Okay.
It's a wire with a hook on the end, so you can load up all of your beads. And it's got the little hook on the end, so you can attach it to your yarn, so you don't have to stop and pick up a bead and place it every time.
Okay.
I am not brave enough to bead projects, but Brian has beaded several projects for me to wear, so that might be a late Father's Day present for him.
They're great. I really do like them. They come in different sizes depending on the size of beads that you're using. But and I'm working for Bead Biz now. But beads, if you're interested in adding a little bit of weight to some of your springier fibers to give it a little bit more drape, beads work wonderfully for that.
Would you tell us how to reach you, all your Instagram and all that stuff? Can you tell us how
Yeah,
we
so
can
somebody
reach you?
can get that painted desk if it's still there.
Oh, yeah. I am HB Fibers on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I have a TikTok, but I don't really have anything up there. I'm just addicted to watching them through my business account, which is terrible. But hopefully I have a couple of adult daughters that I'm trying to talk into creating some TikToks for me on the page.
Yeah, and that's what I think that is the best use of younger adult children, because I promise you, I got a trial by fire with Instagram when I got on there. My kids were like, "Ma, how do you not know how to do this?" It's like, oh my gosh, kids, no, I don't know how to do this.
So, do you have any?
I used to work in IT, so when they do that to me, it's especially embarrassing now.
Nice.
It's a double insult.
But they know everything. Come on now.
They think they do. Anyway.
Yes, they do.
So also, I wanted to show one of the series I had previously also was Women in History. I had world leaders, but I have this base that's a yak blend. And the colors that are on here, because I dyed them on the yak blend, which has this natural gray color to it, they come out much richer, earthier tones. These are actually very bright pinks and reds. And they dye much differently on the yak fiber. So if you are choosing a base, keep that in mind. It may not always look like the photo for the other color bases. And then just a couple more samples. This is made, little knit t-shirt is made using all of the high fantasy variegated colors. Nice fun summer, spring
yes
colors. I think this would look great with a white skirt, shorts. And then this
one more back there.
Top. But it's done in let me see which one. It's done in the Gothic Romance colorway, Impetuous.
Very nice. That is lovely.
So I try and get I say tonals because and you guys are dyers, so you know this, but it's very difficult to get a completely even color.
Yes.
Across the entire skein. I've had some people tell me they're solids, but I won't name them solids because you never know what type of variation you might get.
Right.
So this is one of my tonals.
Yes.
This is another tonal. You can see how much different the color changes are. Which way am I going here?
Yes.
I can never work on TV, but you can see the differences in the variations in the color.
And I
so
think
that's another thing to keep in mind.
That is you when people buy hand dyed yarn, that's what they expect. So I think as a dyer, that's a little bit of our own neurosis that we have to throw away because we're thinking, oh my God, it's not. And it's like, no, I absolutely bought it because of that. So yeah, it is a little bit of a challenge to talk yourself out of that as a dyer.
Yeah, expectations that we set ourselves are probably, well, okay, I don't know about that. I have pretty high expectations, but I know my customers have pretty high expectations too. So,
and that's good to know. So, are you running a show special?
I am running a show special. Sorry, I keep bending over, picking up everything. I have a special right now that if you purchase at least $100 worth of yarn or fiber, then you get 30% off of your purchase. Okay. Also, when we were doing live shows, I have an ongoing special that I ran that if you have one of our enamel pins and you're wearing it on your person, on your bag, out at one of the shows, you automatically get 10% off. If anybody tags me on social media showing their pin, I will give you an additional 10% off of your purchase.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice. So, you said HB Fibers on Instagram, correct?
Yes, HB Fibers on Instagram. And right before that, man, I'm getting old. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. It's okay. It is okay.
I didn't even go in the other room to forget what I was going to say this time. I was right here. Yeah, so the pin, if you tag me, I will look at it and I will send you your own one-time use 10% code. And that's what I was going to say. I will be at SAF this year. They're going live. I will be at SAF in North Carolina in October. I will also be at Taos Fiber Festival at the beginning of October in Taos, New Mexico, and Salida Fiber Festival, which is here in Colorado. And I also have some trunk shows and stuff coming up. So if you want to go to the website and look at the events, I always have everything listed there. And you can see us in person if at all possible, because I, as introverted as I am ready to see people.
I am super extrovert. That's what I tell people. So yeah, this has been a little bit torture in the other way. I've heard introverts saying, "Oh, I've loved being home and not having to whatever." Extroverts, we were dying last year. Like, please, we need people. So,
I was thinking about you guys. I was thinking about all the extroverts out there that were slowly dying inside from being cut off from everything. But
like us introverts that had to go outside and we came back and we're like, okay, I've done enough people. I need to recharge my battery.
Yeah, that's me. I love seeing everybody. Just because you're an introvert doesn't mean that you don't love people. But I just need a little recovery time in between the shows.
Right. Yeah, I understand. So we have about.
Also, I wear glasses, so if you ever see me at a show and it looks like I'm giving you the stink eye, no, I just can't see 2 feet in front of me.
Oh, okay. Well, since you have talked about 80s pop and 70s funk, I think we might be in the same age range, and both of us just recently got progressives. So we feel you. Like, we understand.
I'm waiting for mine.
Maybe I can't see. All right, so we're gonna run you down from the top again because we've got like 3 minutes left. I want you to show those colors again because they're absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
Okay, and we got lots of colors up on the site that I'm not showing here, so please go take a look. So there's some of the Gothic Romance colors. Let's see, we've got. Oh, I missed one of the Gothic Romance.
Andrew, I see that we can take it.
There's some of my dystopian, which this was the first one I came out with in 2020 because 2019, 2020, because the world felt like a dystopian novel.
It felt like a bad dystopian novel. Yes, it did.
It did. And then my nice bright, in fact, the light doesn't want to, if I do them too close to the light, they don't show well.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So, and HB Fibers on all of the social media sites. You can email me at melody, MELODY, at hbfllc.com if you have any questions. Also, come see all of the other colorways that we have available on our website, which is right under my picture right there, but it's bohemefibers.com.
All right. So you moved in the middle of a pandemic.
Before it was officially a pandemic.
Okay, all right.
April.
Okay, because I was about to say Gold Star military.
No, I came
Gold Star.
here to close on a house that we were supposed to eventually retire to. We got stuck here. So yeah. It's all right though. I got all my mountains and colors and inspiration out here.
I bet you do. Yes, I bet you do. Yeah, it is from his pictures from Colorado when he was stationed there. It looks like it's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, well,
very nice to meet you guys. Can't wait to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. We're gonna connect somehow in one of these fiber festivals somewhere.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we're back again. I've switched my drink. I switched to sweet tea. This is my favorite drink. And June is National Sweet Tea Month. And we're getting ready to bring the next person on, which is Oink Pigments. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Julie. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay today. I haven't met you guys. I don't know if you met Helena, one of my business partners.
Not
sure.
Marilyn Alpaca, and she
were
you there?
I think she went there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember your booth there. So
okay. Helena handles the East Coast and Midwest stuff. I'm based in San Diego, so like divide and conquer.
Okay, well, you know what? That works. Maybe you need to hook me up with a West Coast person so they do stitches west for me.
There you go.
Over here. All right, so we found out where you're from. Tell us some more about yourself.
Hi. So Oink Pigments, we've been around for our 10-year anniversary was last year. And yeah, it's kind of amazing how fast it went. So we've been around for 10 years. Alexa started the company, and she owned a brick and mortar shop with Helena for a little while. And fell down the dyeing rabbit hole, as we do. Started dyeing for the shop, and then when they closed up, kept dyeing. Then it kind of just got a little too much for her to do alone, so Helena started helping. And then 6 years ago, I came to Stitches West, actually, to help out, just man the booth, help with breaks, etc. And by the end of the weekend, I was told I was being kept.
Oh, all right.
So that's kind of how the three of us all ended up being owners of Oink and dyers and what have you. Oh yeah, Helena does VKL also in New York.
Well, yeah, I saw that comment. But the problem is that VKL, I couldn't get away from my boots, so
I know. Oh my gosh, it was I couldn't believe anybody had any time to even go to the bathroom. It was absolutely bananas. I wasn't there I haven't been for like 4 years. I went one of our first or second year doing it, and apparently it's just gotten bigger since then. So I really hope we can make it work where we can get us back out to New York, because absolutely wonderful time. Like the show is super fun. Yeah. I miss New York bagels. I miss New York bagels so bad.
Yes. My husband is from Barbados. Brian is from Barbados, and when he moved from Barbados, they moved to New York for a number of years. Yes.
So, there you go.
Those the bagels.
So how do you come on? How did the name come about?
So Alexa wanted an animal as the logo and company name, but didn't want to go with a fiber producing animal to like avoid as much confusion as possible, because everyone kind of goes with a sheep, and she didn't want to go she wanted to be unique in the branding. And we all happen to be allergic to Angora and mohair, so bunny and goat were out. And she didn't want to do like a cat and have people think it was all cat hair.
Yeah.
So she landed on a pig. but pig yarn didn't sound right and ended up with oink. And then wanted a second word, but dye or dyes wasn't right. Opened up the thesaurus, and pigment was the first word.
Yeah.
So Oink Pigments was born. Originally, the logo, our symbol is actually here. It's on my water bottle. So it was the O of Oink, but that became very confusing on our branding for some people. They kept calling us Ink Pigments and didn't understand why we had a pig. So we had to change our branding because people were very confused.
All right, so let's see some Oink Pigment. You got some yarn to show us?
Excellent. Yeah. Well, I'm at my house office, so like I don't have a whole lot with me. Unforeseen circumstances, I'm not at the studio until tomorrow. Currently, I'm working with one of our colors called Foreplay.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So this one started out as like a color series that we did with Jimmy Beans, and then we tweaked the color a little bit once our like window of exclusivity ended. Changed it up a little bit and made it part of our regular lineup because it just fit really well. And this is, I'm working with our worsted weight Dapper in a seed stitch. So it's nice and smooshy and really luxurious. Not something I really need for San Diego weather, but shows are going to be a thing again. And then I'm going to be able to wear dresses and need a cover up. So, a lot of the shows are very cold inside. So
yes, you are investing in your future show.
Planning ahead. So we do a lot of different styles of dyeing. We do semi-solids. We have a pretty solid rainbow. We're always happy to add to our rainbow. This last year and a half-ish, besides doing our color of the month, we've really been running with suggestions that we've gotten from customers or friends or what have you. Like, I really want this specific kind of vibe of a color. Can you do this? And then we take that and we kind of expanded. Somebody emailed us and asked us if we had, we have a whole Pride collection, and somebody specifically emailed and asked for the Bear Pride flag, which is this one. And it's called Does a Bear Knit in the Woods? But from this one, we also ended up doing the gay men's flag and the lesbian flag because we didn't have those ones. So this kind of gave us the opportunity to reassess our Pride collection, see where it needed a little bit more love and where we were missing to like round out the collection. So we've been really taking advantage of suggestions that we might just overlook to flush out our rainbow of colors. So we have semi-solids in a pretty decent coverage. We have a brand new green for the semi-solids that's going to be coming up soon-ish. We had a designer who specifically wanted a very specific shade of green that we didn't have. So we made it special just for her.
Nice.
So I have a couple swatches. When you get the semi-solids, they kind of look not like super in depth and everything. You can see a little bit of like color change and stuff. But once you actually see the swatches, you can really see like the depths of colors that you're going to get with hand dyed for semi-solids. And just, you look at it and you're like, oh, it's just red, but then it's got those nice like light and dark and saturation things. And then we do speckles. I don't happen to have any skeins on hand with speckles. You know what speckles look like in a skein. So like, and depending on your gauge and everything, it's really fascinating to see. We do our swatches in both knit and crochet. It's tedious, but it's worth it. So, you're going to have, even though these are both speckles, this one just happens to have a little bit more on the section of yarn.
Yes. Yes.
So we do semi-solids and speckles. Our hand paints, the ones that are like the blocky colors.
what's his name?
This one's Spring Fever.
Very nice.
And those ones tend to, for crochet anyways, like you're going to get like little micro stripes.
Yeah.
We get a lot of people asking if ours are hand paints are self-striping. They're not. You can definitely plan pool with them. We're very consistent with our hand paints for the measurements. It doesn't look like it on our recipe cards, but those are for our eyes, so it's fine.
Right. So I have a question for you. Elizabeth wanted to know, how did you come up with the names for your bases?
Oh yeah. So our bases, we have what do we have? 5 fingering weights. Then we have a DK, a worsted, a bulky, and then we've got spinning fibers. So each one, we started out doing, we had our Oink line, and was, Oink sock, Oink sport. It was kind of basic and not really, it wasn't really reflective of who we are. We like to have a really good time. We think we're funny. If you look at our names of our colorways, we think we're funny. Our red, white, and blue is called Ram Parts, because how many times do you get to make a joke about sheep junk?
Yeah.
So, like, we think we're funny. This one is called Deal With It.
Yes.
So it wasn't really, it didn't really vibe with how we, are as a company. So when we started eliminating those and adding in new bases, we wanted to have fun with the names also. So like our silk and linen, we couldn't get off that it was like magically soft somehow. All of us love it, even though like Alexa and I are not big linen people. Helena loves linen. Our one employee, Harper, he loves linen. But we were like, me and Alexa were like, I don't know, we're not really sold on this. Like, we're not fans. Like, if you can find one that magically we love, okay. And Helena managed it, like, knocked it out of the park. And so we ended up going with Coven because we couldn't get off the like magical kind of concept on that one. Our Targi sock, we don't have a special name for that. It's just Targi sock because it gets so many questions. Nimbus is our merino cashmere nylon. And that one is because it's soft as clouds. So Nimbus. Our spinning fiber that's merino cashmere is Cumulus because it's also a cloud. And we've got Jules, which is our bamboo merino nylon blend. That one's named after me. My username on a bunch of stuff is Battle Panda, which is a nickname from an old job. So it kind of just ended up because bamboo panda.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of them are very simple, but Coven, it's Jules. Disco is our sparkle. And
of course it is. If it wasn't, I would have a problem.
Our sparkle, the ply of the actual Lorax is a ply of the yarn, so it comes with you throughout your project, and depending on where your stitch lands, that's where going to be more sparkle, less sparkle, not going to see it at all, etc. And it felt very disco ball that was all over. So
nice.
And then we've got Mystic, which is our DK, and that one we like to joke that it's made with unicorn hair because it is. It is the softest super wash merino I've ever come across. One of our friends, Amanda, can't do cashmere because she's super allergic, and she's a fellow dyer and never buys yarn from other people. And she bought some of it just because she was like, no, this is almost cashmere. This is something special. I'm buying myself yarn from someone else. Nice. So that was very special. That was a moment. Let's see, our worsted weight we called Dapper because it felt very gentlemanly. I don't know how to explain that, but it was very gentlemanly. Like it's very, it takes the color really well. It plays really well in the dye bath. Like the stitch definition is really like superb, and I don't know. Just gentlemanly and dapper. We couldn't really get away from the vibe of like that, like you know, Pride and Prejudice fancy man. So dapper. And then our bulky is called Oopig, which we put, I think it was luxurious into Google Translate and translated it to German because we couldn't figure out what it was. Like we were like everything just didn't sound quite right, or it was somebody else's name of their base that was a pretty famous dyer, and we didn't want to step on toes. You know, we try to be polite and not step on toes of good people. So we plugged it into Google Translate, and Oopig came out, and we're like, well, this is just kismet. It has to be.
Yeah, right.
And who doesn't love an umlaut? So Oopig is our the same exact wool as Dapper, just plussed up to be a bulky that we special ordered from our mill. And then we've got Naughty Fluff, Oink Fluff, and Silky Fluff for our spinning fibers, which are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. Yes.
The Naughty is a feltable, Oink Fluff is superwash, Targy, and Silky Fluff is a BFL silk.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
And all of our colors come on all of our bases. If it's not in stock, you can use dye to order. That's right on the website. We try to make it, like I said, as easy as possible.
Do you have any show specials you have for today?
Yeah, we have 15% off anything that's in stock in the store with the code KNITPublic. It's good until tomorrow midnight, I believe, Pacific. And we've got a ton of stuff in the shop right now because we just had a weird order where they ordered like 7 different colors, but like 1 or 2 skeins of each, and we just do a full batch. Yeah. So we just we know our inventory real well.
Boy, do we know that life. Yes, we got it.
Yeah, and it just makes sense. You like, why dye 2 skeins of yarn if you can just dye a whole batch and then have that in stock? Like, somebody's gonna want it, somebody's gonna love it.
Yep, there you go.
So yeah.
Are you getting back out into the world now?
Yeah. So we don't really have much on the West Coast right now. We have 2 things for the rest of the year that are in person. Our local Fiber Fest in Vista, California, and then our San Diego Yarn Crawl. We will be on the Yarn Over truck for the Yarn Crawl. I don't know if I'm going to make it out. I can't commit to being there this year until we get closer. And Alexa just had a baby, so we might be in person with that. But the Yarn Over truck will have our yarn. Vista Fiber Fiesta we'll definitely be at. It is 10 minutes from our studio. We never miss it. And then we'll be at Stitches West for sure. Oh my gosh, why can't it's not Madrona anymore? It's Red Alder. If Red Alder ends up happening this year, we'll be putting our application in for that. Helena and Harper will start touring this fall. Stuff's starting to open back up. They're already getting their applications in and setting up trunk shows. So all of that information should be on Facebook events. I try to put them as a highlight on Instagram under events. And then on our website, we have our events tab, or you can sign up for our newsletter. And yeah, we're definitely getting back out there as now that we're all vaccinated, we're all good.
Yep.
So we are
out there,
super stoked to get back out there and see people. As a bunch of introverts, I don't know how, we're just like, let's go. I need to see people.
I think the lockdown might have converted a bunch of introverts to ambiverts.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely, I've been going out here and there. I've been seeing more friends as we've all been getting vaccinated than I've seen in the past 2 years, I think. Like, I'm just like, oh, hey, let's go get coffee. Like, I'm going to come over to your house. We'll by the fire pit. I need to see people. I need hugs.
Yes. I before the pandemic was not a hugger. And now I'm just like, I need hugs.
Yep. I was not much of a hugger. I definitely am getting my tolerance for how long I am comfortable hugging someone is much higher than it used to be.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, before I start getting antsy and like I need to like wiggle out of a hug, like I'm like no, longer.
Yeah. Where are you going? Come back. Okay, so tell us where we can find you. I don't know.
Oinkpigments.com. We are Oink Pigments on pretty much every social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Tumblr. We are Oink Pigments on all of the things.
Okay. All right. Yep. Well, got a minute left. We're gonna say goodbye. I meant to say I love your glasses.
Oh, thank you.
Zenny. I'm just like,
Zenny Optical. They're purple on the inside.
Oh.
Yep.
Why are they purple on it?
Oh, that's nice.
I don't need another pair of glasses, man.
Thank you.
Thank you all for having us.
All right, and we'll see you somewhere.
Definitely. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're back again.
Hey.
With the
Fiberists. Both of them now.
Yeah. So we had a little bit of room in the schedule, so we decided, you know what, in case people are watching us and enjoying their wine, we felt like we needed to put a little coffee break in there in case you're getting a little too much wine, sober you up a little, so you can make it to the end of the show. Yep. So we both have our mugs, which quick little pitch. We do have these available on our website. It's got our Fiberists logo on both sides, and I believe these are 20-ounce mugs.
I think so.
Yeah. So they are hand wash only because of the screen printing, but they are microwavable. So if your coffee got cold, you could put it in the microwave and heat it back up. So
yeah, we're not fancy. Plain glasses, tea, and water.
Certainly. Yeah. So I figured we would, I know at Haynes' house, Brian and Terry, y'all aren't very big drinkers at all. So this is a wine-themed event. And even I don't drink wine that often. Spencer is really the wine drinker in our household. However, traditionally, the public Knitoxication event would be held at a vineyard here in Northern Virginia in Leesburg called Fabioli Cellars, and this is an unpaid promo for them, but they have some amazing wines. One of our favorite wines from them is this. It's a raspberry merlot. And Spencer, do you want to talk about the raspberry merlot?
Just that it's while it's a glass wine, it's really a dessert wine. And I can't drink very much wine anymore because I'm type 2 diabetic, but it is one of those things that I do enjoy occasionally a glass of it. And I also brought down one of the dessert wines, which is their pear wine. So between the two of them, they're two of my favorite wines that they have. But and they usually use them for making slushies and other sort of drinks at the winery. If you ever get a chance to go there, they have more than just wine in their little tasting room and things.
So here in Northern Virginia, in the last few years, there's been a couple of different vineyards, or maybe they've always been there, and we're just now noticing them. So another vineyard that we like to go to, which has sort of a historical connection, I guess, in Manassas, is where the Battle of Bull Run took place. If you're not familiar with it, Bull Run is actually a stream that I guess the soldiers had to cross, and there's a whole national park there in Manassas, and just past the national park is a winery, and it's actually called the Winery at Bull Run, and this one is a Delaney Virginia white wine, although I do know they make a peach wine, and I don't have a bottle of that right now, but that was always one of our favorites to buy from the winery at Bull Run.
Well, they also do a fort, so I like dessert wines, I like sweet things, and you can't make a port in the U.S. because ports are from Portugal, so they make a fort. And the cool thing about those is, like, if you
fort meaning fortified.
Fortified, yes.
Okay.
You drink it, but if you have like a bit of chocolate with it, the flavor completely changes. So like you take a sip of it without anything, and then you take a sip of it, and like you just eat a little bit of chocolate, then you take a sip, and it's a completely different, like very sweet flavor after that.
Certainly.
So
So fortified means that it's wine, but it also has an additional alcohol that's been added to it. So it's a little stronger than just drinking a regular wine.
and you'd usually drink that as a dessert. So you like typically if you had that at a restaurant and be served in a really small glass, you'd sip it. You wouldn't like chug the whole thing.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
So I do have one other bottle before we get back to just general chatting. So this is just a generic. This isn't from a local winery, but it is a bottle of Marsala. This is something you can typically get at your local grocery store. And the reason I have it, I don't usually drink this at all. I actually use this for a lot of cooking. So if you've ever gone to an Italian restaurant and you get the veal Marsala or the chicken Marsala, this is the actual wine that gives that unique taste to the sauce. So even though we don't usually drink this, I usually always have a bottle of this in my kitchen because I love cooking with it. And that's the case for most of these. Like, even if you're not drinking them, they will add a unique taste. If you cook them long enough, it'll cook the alcohol out, but you still have that rich flavor, and it's great to pair wines when you're cooking.
Or you could reduce them down into a glaze or a sauce or anything. I mean, you don't necessarily have to drink wine. You can use wine as a cooking element.
But if you never realized it, the Marsala in veal or chicken Marsala is actually this dessert style wine from Italy. It comes in a sweet version and a dry version. Essentially, the dry version means it's not sweet, and I would recommend the dry version if you're going to use it for cooking. It's a little weird to use the sweet version when you're making a savory dish.
Yeah, don't do that.
So
so we have some drinks too. It's not alcohol, but it is. We do have drinks. So this is Blenheim Ginger Ale. They are made in very close to my parents' hometown in Dillon, South Carolina. They have this is real grown up ginger ale. So this isn't like
it's not
Canada Dry,
7-Up or whatever.
And they sell it in a regular. You have the regular.
I have the regular
and hot. This is a hot ginger ale.
So would it be more like a ginger beer then? If it's it's
closer to a
very close to a ginger beer.
But you have to hold your breath when you drink this, because if those hot bubbles get up your nose,
I'm used to it.
I'm not.
What's the name of the brand again?
It's called Blenheim, and they will ship to your house. I ordered a case for my godmother because she's the one that hipped me to it, and then she gave me some. So yes, Blenheim ginger ale. So we are Caribbean. He's from Barbados, and we cut our sorrel, non-alcoholic, with Blenheim ginger ale, and it gives it just like a nice little hot kick behind it. So selling this, big ups to North and South Carolina where my family's is from. So this is Blenheim ginger ale.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a try because I'm a ginger beer fan, which is like ginger ale, but usually much stronger on the ginger, and it can have like a burn. And I'm always trying different brands, and sometimes I'm like, this is not ginger beer, this is ginger ale. Like, this is too watered down to be called ginger beer. So I'll have to give that a try if they have a hot version.
Whatever show we go to, I might have to bring you a couple bottles.
Yes.
So you can test it.
You enjoy
it. Because
I
still have family in that area, so I can get them to bring me some when they come through and bring you a couple bottles.
That's all you.
That's
I
good
can't do
stuff.
the ginger.
You can't. Well, I'm actually allergic to ginger, so but it's raw ginger. So if you process it or ginger ale or cook it, I'm normally okay. But like raw ginger, I can't have, or ginger tea.
Yeah, no, it's a little too. Not that it's too strong for me. It's just it burns too much. Like I don't like cinnamon either. So between the two, like hot cinnamon, I'm not a hot. I can do like picante sauces and stuff, but
are you looking up there?
Yeah, I'm looking right there.
Okay,
but the cinnamon is just cinnamon and ginger when they're like spice in their like cookies. That's fine, but like when they're really strong, like a cinnamon tea, no, I can't go there.
Yeah,
very nice, very nice. I like cinnamon tea.
So since this is we talked about some alcohol, at least we talked about the wine, which is the Knitoxication part of this, or at least the toxication part. Let's talk about the knit part. So do y'all have any projects? I know, Brian, you showed that shawl that it looked like it was. Is it still on the needles, or did you finish it?
It's still on the needles.
Yeah. Can you show that to us again?
It's still on, and I
grab
kind of
that?
got
Wait,
the
so
middle.
We'll talk about it.
Where's the back?
You need me to grab?
There we go.
It's to the front.
I am so in love with this project. Like I'm like, so he's knitting this for him, and I'm trying not to jack him, y'all. Like I'm like,
She's not getting this.
you might not get this, sir.
Ow.
So yeah, so this is the Solaris Melanie Berg, and it's pretty big. So
It's a hunking shawl, so when my square shoulders get around my square
yeah,
shoulders.
he's like, this will be big enough. So I've been tasked to find him a shawl cuff so he can wear this. I'm just gonna go to Birdie Parker.
Gotcha.
And then I am working on this was a beach. We went on vacation to the beach, which is my happy place. This is Uber Biased, because I'm Uber Biased for the beach. Uber Biased by Sosu Knits. So it's in our beach collection. So this is beach sunrise only, because that's the only way you're going to get me up in the morning is to take me to the beach. I have mandatory sand, little purple seashell, and then liquid mermaid, because everybody thinks that the Disney version of Little Mermaid is the right one. It is not. Sis turned into sea foam. So that's why it's this color. So yeah, so liquid mermaid is that colorway. So yeah, so those are some of the projects that are on our needles.
Yes.
So we just had a project finished by our by one of our sample knitters, and I'm gonna hold it up in a second. But before I do, because I know everybody's gonna ask who the designer is and what the name of the pattern is, I need to find it really quickly.
You need to find it. Yep.
Yeah. So can you just search for Ravelry? So I'm going to hold this up. This is a yarn that we don't have on our website yet, but we're hoping to get up soon, hopefully in the next week or two. So this is, did you find it? It should be like, no, not the
Technology. It's okay. Take your time. We'll just sit here and knit.
no, that's a PayPal.
It is brioche.
Yes, I am. I'm just entertaining people with my brioche knitting.
Yeah, that's okay. So this shawl is called the Color Block Shawl. So I don't know why. I told Spencer that the next time we pick colors for a pattern, he's going to need to pick, because I don't know why I have been stuck in this orange, white, and blue phase. So like every time I pick colors, that's what I end up going with. So this is called the Color Block Shawl. And it was by, do you see who it's by? Bigger Than Life Knits. You can find the pattern on Ravelry. And the yarn itself, it is a DK weight yarn that we had, just so you know, I think a lot of dyers end up, they just purchase pre-made yarn. This is actually a yarn that we had milled for us, which we don't do very often. It is a DK weight yarn. It's 75% super fine merino, not super wash, but super fine, meaning it's the hairs were really thin, which means it's really soft to the touch, and 25% what's called soy silk or soy. So that's a protein-based fiber that's made from essentially dissolving soybean protein and then re-extruding it into fiber. So because it's not superwash, the colors aren't as deep and as vibrant as we normally do, but it also means you get a great definition, and once you block it, it usually keeps its definition. Unlike with superwash, every few years you have to go back and reblock your superwash because it'll lose the definition that it had. So this is yarn we're hoping to get up soon. It will be called Boyer DK once it's on the website if you look for it, and I'm sure we'll make an announcement on all of our social media platforms when it's ready. But we already have this dyed in 20 or 30 colors. It's just a matter of taking the photos and getting it posted on our website. So
that's nice.
That is very lovely.
So
that's a sneak preview.
Yep.
All right, well then I'm gonna have to hit y'all up too. This is bad. We shouldn't host because now I want to I want to buy all the things.
I'll take care of that.
You'll take care of that? Perfect.
You can keep chatting.
So what else is going on? You know, we interviewed you earlier, but you were one of the earlier vendors that we interviewed. So I think some of the topics that we talked about is how people can find your stuff online. So what is your website again?
It's www.hayneshouseyarns.com, and that's ATHAYNES. So that's our names, Brian and Terry, although he goes by Brian. So yeah, we when I started the business, I was like, it's gonna be us. It's gotta be us. So we were like at Haynes House. So
wow, that's been
So it's been like we were supposed to have at Haynes House Quilts, at Haynes House Beauty, at Haynes House Yarns. My daughter Jasmine jumped off and started her own Queen Sheba Beauty, so she didn't use the at Haynes House. And then I completely hijacked Brian for bag making, so he no longer makes quilts. So there is no at Haynes House Quilts
because it's so tedious. It takes so much time, and you just don't have enough time to do it. But I still do it because I love it, and I do personal quilts for people, but I don't have it as a business yet. So maybe one day when I have enough time to do it. Maybe.
When you retire again.
Yeah. So with that, you want to show us any other yarns and fiber before we get back on track with the interview?
I will show this guy because this is it is right. Come in, sis. Okay, there she is. Come on in. This is my sorrel sweater that we had a knit along in May, a sock and sweater knit along, and there she goes. And this is my sorrel sweater in our Mulan colorway, late bloomer. So we really like Mulan around here. So there's late bloomer, little peaks of pink. I knit this sweater the first time, and this is an extra large mannequin, and she was the only one who could fit it. It was way too big for me, so I reknit it because I was like, I'd be doggone if I knit a whole sweater and the daggone mannequin gonna wear it. I'm gonna wear this sweater, so I reknit it, and that is my my contribution for the knit along.
So I openly admitted Terry wanted to knit along.
I did the first time ever. So for those who don't know us, we do knit alongs New Year's, both of our birthdays, and our anniversary. So just between the two of us, we find a pattern, we both knit it, or we just knit something together. So I won this time with the sweater against the sock.
So I decided to do 2 at a time socks, and so it has color work in it. So 2 at a time color work sock was new to me. But it was very interesting and I loved it. This is
Most Determined Flirt. No.
This is Most Determined Flirt up top, the orange.
That's from my Jane Austen collection.
That is a high school sweethearts.
Yes, because that's what
the gray. And the blue is actually Pants Lord.
So my son drew a very funny comic strip when he was younger about the Pants Lord who stole this kid's pants the day before school started. But the Pants Lord had wings and a trident. I don't know why the Pants Lord had wings and a trident, but somebody said too pretty put in shot. That's what I said. But he has a technique, Kathy, where when he sits down, he shifts his pants so you can see his socks, especially if he knit them. Yes, he does.
I love
he will absolutely flex and be like, look at my socks. I'm
because
like, really?
I made them. That's right.
But that's, I mean, we have a lot more. We are up to our eyeballs in the Knit Stars yarns because we were Knit Stars season 6 this year. We were paired with Casapinka, so we're dyeing the kits for that. It is everywhere.
Everywhere.
We no longer have a house. We have a Knit Stars headquarters.
Yeah.
And we got a show coming up. Fiber World. We're going to do Fiber World, and I have colors that I have developed for that, which will be a secret. It'll debut, but I'm very excited about these colors. It's just so easy to come up with colors.
So, by the way, Brian, if she won't let you spin, maybe she'll let you learn to weave. We have these looms.
I wanted one of those too, but she's a fun sucker.
It takes up this is a nice. It's a rigid heddle, It's only 16 inches wide. It doesn't take up that much space, and it's a great stash buster. Once warping it takes a little bit of time, but once you've warped it, once you start weaving in the weft, it's a great way to stash bust. And we do sell these. I think later we're going to be talking about a deluxe bundle that we have for these. So,
but it eats yarn compared to knitting or crochet. It gobbles it up.
Yeah.
Lots of yarn get used. It's a great way to make samples.
So, if you if you can't talk her into the spinning part, maybe we can talk about weaving instead.
This is no in sign language. No. Yeah, we just don't have room for another craft. Like, no.
This isn't like my floor loom, which does take up half of a room. This is a tiny little. It sits on a table. It's perfect.
I'm gonna have to separate y'all.
Well,
y'all can't talk to Brian anymore. Don't talk to Brian anymore.
I think it's time to move on to back to the show in progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna say bye to Terry and Brian for now. In an hour, they will be back when they interview our last 3 vendors. Actually, 2. I do need to let y'all know, if you see the schedule, it actually says that Double 8 Alpaca is live. They're actually pre-recorded. So I did just need to let y'all know. I didn't know if we had communicated that.
But the way it's on the list, I've kind of figured it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my mistake.
Not a problem. So Terry and Brian will be back in about an hour, and up next is going to be Solitude Wool. They are a very specialized company for yarn and fiber. They actually focus on locally sourced. They actually source the fiber themselves. They purchase it from the farmers, send it off to be processed into either fiber or yarn, and they can tell you the specific breed that yarn comes from. They sell breed specific fiber. So I think we have, if you follow Solitude Wool, I'm sure you're aware that they have a roving reporter, and I've been told that roving reporter is on vacation this weekend, so she is going to tell us more about what Solitude has to offer. So Kim, are you there?
Kim, wake up! Oh, whew. Phew, sorry about that. It's public intoxication time.
Oh yeah, but you got to be careful. Don't fall asleep in that sun.
Whew. If I can't be at the beach, being here at the warehouse with all this wonderful wool is the next best thing. Alrighty.
You're getting Knitoxication from the wool fumes, huh?
From the what?
From the wool fumes.
Yes, absolutely.
That sheepy smell.
Absolutely. There we go. Solitude Wool.
So I hope it didn't spoil anything. I think it's really important that people understand that unlike what Spencer and I do and a lot of the other vendors that we've talked to today, your team, Solitude is a co-op, and your team actually goes out and sources the wool, and y'all make sure that you're focused on breed specific. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, we're not actually a co-op, but we're a small team of partners, and we get all our wool from small farms, either from one of our farms or from another in the Chesapeake Bay watershed area, or as we call it, the Chesapeake Fiber Shed. And we make breed specific yarn and roving fiber. And the one I would like to highlight today, our newest one, is this Cotswold True Lace, we're calling it, because it's a beautiful, beautiful spin that, let's see if we can get up close. Beautiful lace weight. And this one is called Pink Champagne, perfect for today. Also, two other drink names that I want to mention today are honey mead and spiced rum. And Gretchen does all the dyeing. So we get the fiber from, like I said, either one of our farms or other small local farms in the Chesapeake fiber shed area. And, here, I don't want to block Jasmine, our mascot. And we keep the yarn, like I said, breed specific. And we have yarn or roving made that highlights the best qualities of that fiber. I don't know if you can see my basket of beautiful colors that Gretchen made for this Cotswold True Lace. And these are acid dyed. Some of the yarn is natural dyes. These are weak acid dyes. And we have some lovely drink colors today.
So let me ask you this. You said that you have the fiber processed to bring out or focus on the qualities of the fiber. Can you tell us more about what that means?
Yes. Okay. So there are loads of different sheep. There's over 1,000 different types of sheep in the world. And of course, we're interested in wool, fiber sheep. And some of those fiber sheep are also meat sheep, and some of the sheep out in the world are hair sheep, but they don't help us with fiber. So of those fiber sheep, there are long wools, which Cotswold is one of those. Romney is one of those. And there are, there's the fine wools like merino, which everyone knows because people like the fine, which is soft, which is wonderful. But each one has its pros and cons. Fine wools are soft, but they're not as durable. And Sue raises caracal, which are lovely sheep. They're wonderful sheep. And they're a primitive breed. And they're not always appreciated for the fiber because the fiber is not soft. And commercial yarn, often people are looking for something soft. However, caracal is, they're wonderful sheep, and they have wonderful fiber that is perfect for felting. It's traditionally used for making rugs, yurts, and I know you're maybe not up to making a yurt right now, but if you were making felted seat cushions or a rug, caracal would be perfect, super durable. And all these breeds need to get some love and attention, which is where the Livestock Conservancy comes in. And we're providers for their Shave 'em to Save 'em program, which helps get love and attention for all these different sheep breeds. I put up this one, the Shave 'em to Save 'em program. And if you go to rarewool.org, you can get more information about that to help preserve these sheep breeds that need some love and attention so they don't go extinct. And they this. Sorry.
I was going to say, Kim, continue on if you have more to show us. Yeah, let's show the passport.
Yes, the passport for the Shave 'em Save 'em program. If you sign up, information is at, like I said, rarewool.org. You can get that information, how to sign up, get a lovely pin and passport. And it's a great program bringing attention to these different sheep breeds.
Certainly.
But before
I was going to say the Shave 'em to Save 'em program. Now that's not just Solitude Wool. That's not just your company.
No.
There's farms and other businesses who participate in that, correct?
Yes, we are just one of the fiber providers. Okay. There are loads. And the whole point of the program was to get the farms more involved, to help them learn what fiber artists are looking for in the way of fiber, and to get those fiber artists in contact directly with the farmers, with the shepherds. And yes, there's loads of information on their website about that. We're just one of many that are selling breed specific wool. Not all our sheep, not all our wool is endangered, and their program is about the ones that are endangered.
Perfect. So tell us about the sign you're holding up now.
Yes, so I don't forget. So really important this weekend, we have this may be our last online event. So we have free shipping, free domestic shipping for this event because it's online, and it started yesterday and it goes through Monday. And also, let's see if I can get this so you can see it better. If you use the code public Knitoxication, you don't need the exclamation point. At checkout, you'll get the 15% off. And again, that is as of yesterday through Monday.
Awesome. So, I jumped the gun in introducing you, and I realized I skipped several important questions that our viewers probably want to know.
And I probably did too. Sorry.
That's okay. Again, old friends getting together for the first time in a while, we end up going off on a tangent. So can you tell us a little bit about the business itself of Solitude Wool? Like what's your history? Where exactly are you located? And how long your group has been working in the fiber community?
Oh boy, gosh, I forget. What's that? 2006. Thank you, Kathy. Is the year that Gretchen and Sue started Solitude Wool. Like I said, Sue raises caracal sheep. Gretchen raises Romney. This is her little lamb here, Jasmine. And they noticed that a lot of shepherds in the area that didn't have fine wool weren't doing anything with their wool, and it just seemed like a terrible waste. Maybe they were raising meat sheep and they were tossing the fiber, which in a lot of cases is still really good. So a lot of the meat breeds are down type or medium type, but down type especially, the wool is wonderful for making nice cushy socks. So anyway, Gretchen and Sue started the company, Gretchen Frederick and Sue Bundy. And they started buying wool from these shepherds at above market value, which at the wool market, they weren't getting a lot of money for it. So this was a way for them to get a little bit of money, for the shepherds get a little bit of money for the wool. It's costly to raise sheep. And these folks work hard. So it's great that they could get some appreciation, financial appreciation.
So two things. One really quickly. So even if the sheep is being bred for and raised for meat, they still have to shave them. That's around lambing time, correct? Or
yeah, right before lambing, and it depends on the there are hair sheep that don't get sheared, but the fiber sheep that are raised for meat still need to be sheared, and shearing is expensive. To have a good shearer come in and do a nice, kind, gentle job on the shearing the sheep, it's not cheap, and it's nice if they can get some money to help pay for that shearing, because this is something really important to keep the sheep healthy and to keep them just safe, from the heat and from parasites and stuff like that. It's really important.
Certainly. And then you talked about a wool pool. Can you just briefly explain what that means? Like why these farmers, they were having their sheep sheared, but then the wool wasn't making it to anybody who actually used the fiber directly. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the wool pool, as I understand, they don't pay a lot for the wool, and they don't often. My impression is they don't have a great appreciation for the different types of wool. They just only want white. Oh yeah, and Kathy's here. They only want white because white can be commercially dyed more easily, and they don't have an appreciation, like I said, for breeds like caracal that are not soft, and so they won't often buy some of these breeds, the fiber from some of these breeds of sheep.
Gotcha. So we've already talked about this. I mean, I think it's really important, especially, with you trying to highlight some specific breeds, some primitive breeds that people don't see when they go into yarn stores, that your business is focused on breed specific. So not all the time, but most of the time on your label, it says the sheep breed on it. And it usually is 100% that, or some blend with that breed in it, correct?
It always says the breed. It always says the breed. Now there is like we have Alpaca Merino that is a blend, And we have Lama Rama, which is Lama and Romney. Off the top of my head, I think those are the only two blends we have right now. And we always say what the breed is that's in there and which farm or farms it came from. And I did forget to say that our warehouse, and actually everyone, there's 5 of us partners. Everyone lives in Loudoun County except me. And I live over in Maryland, and the ferry's not running, and I'm not happy about it. But that's another subject.
That's Loudoun County, Virginia.
Loudoun County, Virginia. Excuse me. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So, is there anything else besides the breed specific that you think the viewers want to know about your business?
Oh yeah, yes.
What's a long wool and why
Oh, long wool, yes.
Long wool.
So
two
this
strands.
Cotswold that I was talking about, this lace, is a long wool, which makes a lovely lace yarn, and it's nice and durable. And you can see you're knitting this, right, Kathy? Kathy's knitting this beautiful shawl out of it, and I hope you can see
It makes lace because it's got 2 plies.
Oh yes,
That
yeah.
wanna-
It's this particular yarn is 2 ply, so it's extra lovely as a lace weight, as a lace yarn.
And long wool is lustrous.
Long wool is lustrous, and that also adds nice. It has lovely drape for the shawl, and it's a little hard to see the luster, but right now, but it's
Under fig leaf.
yeah, under fake light, but out in the sun, I tell you, it has a lovely luster, and it has lovely drape, and it is a lovely lace yarn, lovely
Would
yarn.
you wear that for a camisole?
I would not wear it for my sensitive undies. No, I would not. No. But it is great. And right now, Shave 'em to Save 'em has a shawl challenge, which is perfect for this. So I started, and I'm not nearly as far along as Kathy, but I have a little shawl started out of the white, and to participate in the Shave 'em to Save 'em shawl challenge with Cotswold. In this case, it has to be one of their breeds, and Cotswold is one of the breeds on their conservation list.
Awesome. So, so you're really showing us this Cotswold lace. Now, it's called True Lace. My understanding is in the past y'all did do a lace weight yarn, but there was something that happened, and it wasn't quite True Lace. Can you tell us about that? If it's not
That's
too embarrassing or anything.
Yeah, well, I still love the old. We have this old Cotswold. We call it Thick and Thin, and it came back from the mill, and it had thick spots and it had thin spots, and it wasn't quite what they wanted. And I think initially it's like, well, that wasn't what we had hoped for. This is exactly what they hoped for. But the Thick and Thin, it's almost gone. But I really, I liked it. It had character. It had, it's great for like weaving. And I have some I tucked aside before it's all gone because I want to weave a shawl out of it. I think it has a rustic look to it. And this one, the spin is much more consistent. A nice, consistent spin. The other one, it had character.
It did.
Yeah. So can you tell us?
Yeah,
Sorry, I was gonna
Kathy's saying the lace came out with a lot of personality with the old yarn. This one will still have personality, but it will have the personality you give it.
Exactly. Well, and the personality Gretchen has given it with the colors she's dyed. It's
Absolutely.
some amazing colors. Spencer and I did actually get to visit Solitude a couple of weeks ago. They had an actual in-person open house. We went and spent some time there. I did some knitting. Spencer did some spinning, and we got to see this lace weight yarn in person. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, in the process of making yarn, especially if it is a plied yarn, it has to be spun first. Each ply has to be spun individually, and then it has to be plied together. And the thinner the yarn is, the lighter the weight is, the longer it takes to spin.
Yeah.
You got a bulky yarn. A bulky yarn is spun really quickly, but when you have something like a lace weight yarn, it does take longer to get processed. And a lot of times you'll notice is lace weight yarns tend to be a little pricier, and that's because the mill is sort of passing the fact that they weren't able to run two things of yarn, two things of bulky or worsted weight yarn through the machines, because they spend all that time spinning your lace weight yarn. It is usually a little pricier. So can you tell us how many yards is in one of those hanks? And then obviously we know the weight is lace weight. How many yards, how many ounces is that?
Okay, yes, yeah, good point. I'm glad you mentioned that, Reggie. Thank you. This Cotswold True Lace is 230 yards. So there's usually a lot of yardage. And it's only 50 grams or 1.75 ounces. So it's less than 2 ounces. It's 50 grams. And yet you get 230 yards because it's so fine. And because Cotswold is a long wool, it is very strong, even though it's thin. You know, it's not a fragile thin yarn at all. Oh, and so one skein is $30. However, it's 15% off this weekend.
All right.
Oh, and to qualify for the Shave 'em to Save 'em program, you need to buy two. There's a certain amount limit or requirement for the program. You need to get.
Certainly. So thank you very much. I think, can people find more information about the Save 'em to Shave 'em? You said to go to rarewool.org, wool or wools?
Rarewool.org. Let me hold this.
Rarewool.org. So if you're interested, if you like primitive or rare breeds of sheep wool, you may want to check out rarewool.org to find out about that. And to find Solitude, their online store, can you tell us what the address is for that?
Solitudewool.com.
So be sure to check them out. Thank you very much, Kim. She's the roving reporter. I do suggest, if you're not following Solitude Wool, to at a minimum go on YouTube, watch their hilarious videos as Kim goes around and interviews several of the fiber animals. Really fun. So up next, we actually have Shirsty Cat Designs. Kelly from Shirsty Cat Designs had something else to do this weekend, so we pre-recorded an interview with her. You will see me in that video. However, it is not live. But if you have questions I can answer, I will try to answer them for you. So I think Spencer is going to roll that footage. Hello, everybody. We have a pre-recorded interview that we did with Kelly from Shirsty Cat Designs, and here she is with us. So Kelly, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your business?
Hello, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be with you live today. Had some other work to do on this date, but I'm Kelly of Shirsty Cat Designs. We've been in business now for 8 years. I took a partial master's in textile design about 8 years ago now. I finished that. And prior to that, I did a BFA in graphic design and also in photography and music. So all of our graphic design, all of our photography is done by me, all of the dyeing is done by me. And we moved into a dedicated studio space, it's about 4 or 5 years ago now. And we process and make lots and lots of yarn. So much yarn, very much yarn. We've got we're up to 257 different repeatable colorways. You can see many behind me. And we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about today.
Oh, nice. So where are y'all located specifically?
So the studio itself is in Philadelphia in the north central section. I'm just east of Broad Street. Anyone's familiar with the city, in what is called the Feltonville section.
All right. So you said that you moved to your studio 5 years ago, but you've been in the community much longer?
Mm-hmm.
Fiber community?
I started dyeing in 2013, was it? Yeah. So it all starts to blend together at some point. But so yeah, 8 years in business. But before that, I started going to shows as a customer and started just playing with dye and playing with color probably in the early 2000s. It was pre-Ravelry. So I've been
Gotcha. That's probably how most of us got started.
Mhm.
Kelly, can you tell us, what should people know about your business? Like, what makes you special or different? Why should people be interested in your yarns and products?
Well, because we have such a large range of color, a lot of people will focus very specifically on doing different colors each season, and we just continue to add colors. And what's really awesome is you can always go to the website and buy however many you need in the base that you want in any color that you want. And given such a large range of colors, it makes it very easy to put together fades, to put together all sorts of color combinations, because if you don't find one thing you like, you're going to find something else with our ever-growing line of colors.
Well, I can say, I've shopped your booth, and it is a lot of colors. So is there something specific that you're known for?
Pretty much that. I've got so many people commenting on my color sense. About almost 6 months ago now, I started doing reels, which are little mini Instagram videos of my dye process, and it's only the pour. It's only the pour of the colors or the speckling of the colors. There's a lot that's not in the videos, but they have been extraordinarily popular, and I get comments from as far away as Russia and Australia and all over Europe on those videos on a daily basis. So
I was going to actually bring that up. I know I've watched several of those reels via Instagram. Do you post them to any other social media?
Yep, they're also go up on TikTok, and they also go up on my Facebook page.
Okay. So if somebody wants to follow you on those platforms, how would they find you?
I am Shirsty Cat on all of them.
Okay. Can you spell that for us just to be safe?
See if this doesn't come up backwards. Comes up right. SHIRSTYCAT on
Perfect.
all of them.
Sounds great. So look for Kelly on Instagram, TikTok, and what else? Facebook. Is there something special that you wanted to feature for us today?
I would like to, but I did not get my butt together to get that done with all the busyness that I've had this particular week. But by the time this actually airs, I will have out my next set of cattails, because I've been doing a once a month set of minis.
Ooh.
And this is this month. This is May's, so this is not June's as of yet. But these are 20-gram mini sets. This one happens to be 10. I know what the next one's going to be, but I have not made it yet, so I could not show it to you yet. But it will be up on the website by the time this airs.
So for people who haven't used mini skeins, can you tell us what would be great uses for that?
There's a ton of patterns out there that use like just a lot of little accent colors. Like there's what am I thinking of? There's a new t-shirt pattern out by Wool and Pine, and I'm forgetting the name of it, that uses a lot of like different colors, and it has a linen stitch to it, I think. And there's a bunch of things that have come out recently for all the advent kits that people come out with during the holiday season. So there are tons and tons of ways to use minis. You can also use them as accents for heels and toes and socks. You can just do simple striping with them. There is tons and tons of things you can do with minis. And minis in fingering weight are they're 20 grams. So they're a good amount of yardage for just 20 grams.
Gotcha. So out of curiosity, as you've been holding things up, I've noticed your hands look like they've got a little dye on them. You want to show the audience what?
Just a skosh. I got attacked with some Caribbean blue earlier.
So that's the dangers of being a dyer, is you never know where the dye is gonna migrate to.
You end up a little Technicolor at least once in a while.
Sure. So this is, goodness, what is this? This is going to be like your third time participating in public Knitoxication, I believe. Do you have any specials that are going to be going on during the weekend that this airs?
I had not thought of that yet. We're going to edit that out.
Well, it's okay. If you don't have anything right now, we will. If you tell us if you do have a special, we'll list it on the website
let's do
along
that.
with all the other vendors. So please, if if you're looking for specials, check out the Public Knitoxication website, and you'll find out more information about Kelly, her website, and any specials she has going on. So, speaking of that, how can people shop your products? We didn't talk about we talked about social media, but where is your shop at itself?
It is, well, I don't have a physical location. I go to shows, but you can find everything on the website at shirstycat.com.
Okay, and that's the same as what you showed us earlier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And everything is available on the website, and you can go through, you can search yarn by different colors. I have things sorted into colors. So if you're looking for all the oranges or everything that has orange in it, you can, it's usually on the left side of the page, depending on your device. And you can search just everything that possibly has orange in it or everything that has green in it. Or you could just go into the category of yarn and you can specifically filter by the different type of base that you want to look at. Or if you just go into any of them, all of the listings are for all the bases that color is available in. So there's a drop down menu and you just pick whatever base you want and you pick that quantity. It doesn't matter if there's like 2 of it in, you need 10 of something, you can order all 10. All 10 will come in as the same dye lot, and I'll keep the 2 that I have in stock. So never ever worry that you don't have enough of something, because I'll just make it for you. And we've got many current bases right now. I'll go, I think, just in the pile that I have here. So these are just bulky weight. So a nice chunky 137 yards per 100 grams. And this is the color Detour Around That Sea Monster. We've got our Sport, which is a BFL, one of our BFL bases, which has a really nice twist on it. This is 287 yards per 100 grams. And this one is Elven Wood. Feeling very green today. I pulled out greens. This is our BFL sock, which is a very generous 464 yards per 100 grams. And this is Heart of the Forest. We've got our one fluffy one that we have right now. That's our, our regular line, which is our Alpaca Poof, which is a 50 gram skein at 328 yards. So this is a lace weight. And this is Silence. This is really great for anything that calls for the mohair silk. This is an alpaca silk. It will work exactly the same. It's exactly the same yardage as those mohair silks. So if you're allergic to mohair, this is the yarn for you. We've got our BFL DK, which is 246 yards per 100 grams. And 100% superwash BFL. And this is Love is Love. Got our Just sock. And this is 462 yards per 100 grams. And this colorway is Karma. This is our workhorse of 75-25 superwash merino and nylon. And we've got our Just DK, which is 246 yards per 100 grams. It's 100% superwash merino. And this colorway is Pixie. Actually, give me 1 second because I forgot our new base. Just introduced a new line this spring, and that is our Sparkle DK. Let's see if I can get it to read. It's showing up. And so this is a 231 yards per 100 grams, and it is a 75, 20, and 5 in merino, superwash merino, nylon, and stellina. And this colorway is Witch Hare. It's a nice pale gray. And recently we put together some kits for, see if I can get this all on screen, probably not. But this is Stephen West Painting Brickshaw. It is huge. And we have kits put together in this colorway, which I'm holding up here, which is our Super Brights set. And then the Witch Hare that I just held up, that's part of the pastel set that is up on the website. And so it comes with a 50 gram skein of each of the contrast colors and then 3 skeins of the body color. In this case, it's the black, the darkness, and in the pastels, it's the Witch Hare. So it's got some nice fun chevrons at the edge. And this is one of Stephen's easier patterns. If you've never made a Stephen pattern, then you can give it a shot. And it is large and cozy and comfy and actually comes in 2 weights. I only have the kits done in the DK weight for the Sparkle DK, but they do, the pattern does come in fingering weight as well. So if you want something a little bit lighter, you can do that. And recently I just got back in stock. This was really popular and I sold out of it, and then I didn't have time to get any before the pandemic happened. But this is our, let's see if we can see it, our Rainbow Glitz spinning fiber. And what this has, let's see if we can get it to read on camera, is this trilobal nylon, which refracts the light in a rainbow. So it's really, really sparkly and shimmery. It's a little hard to read on screen. And that is a 70-30 merino and nylon blend. We've also got some superwash merino in stock on spinning fibers, so for our spinners here. And we've got some gorgeous Polwar silk, which has a really nice sheen to it once it's spun up. And let's see. Last things, because it is June and it is Pride Month, we have to talk about Pride. So over the past year, I've been working up different Pride hats. So we have our Pride Everywhere kit, which comes with 7 mini skeins. Now these are 10-gram minis. And the pattern for the Pride Everywhere hat. That was our first one. And then we did our By Visibility hat. And that comes with the 3 by Pride colors. And we've recently done Pantastic. Oops, too close. Pantastic, which has the 3 pan hat colors. And these all come as cute little kits, so you get everything together. We've got the Trans is Beautiful kit, which comes with 3 trans colors, but it's enough to make all 5 stripes. And lastly, the Lesbi Friends kit. And again, all the colors that you need and the pattern. The patterns are available by themselves if you have your own colors that you want to work with, or you can pick up the kits and have everything. And those are $45 each. We also have the Asexual kit, which is purple, gray, black, and white. But I am out of those right now. So you can find those on the website as well. All right. I think that about covers what I have on hand.
Well, thank you for that. It looks like some amazing products. June is Pride Month, so we appreciate that you have a wide selection of products focused on celebrating Pride. So let me ask you this. Is there anything else that you would like the customers to know about that we haven't talked about already or that I didn't ask?
Also on the website, everything is free shipping in the U.S. So as long as you're in the United States, you can take advantage of free shipping. I have no control over how fast the USPS gets it there, though, because right now I can't handle stuff.
Well, thank you for that. So with that, I think that concludes our meeting with you today, Kelly. We appreciate you taking the time to let us pre-record this so that you can still participate in public Knitoxication, even though you're not able to be there live.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I wish I could have been there rather than what I will be doing, but unfortunately I scheduled that before we scheduled this, so such is life.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very much. And once again, be sure to check out Kelly's stuff. She's at shirstycat.com, and we will post whatever special she has going on the virtual public Knitoxication website. So be sure to check that out. Thank you, and everybody have a great day.
Yep, you have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thank you again to Shirsty Cat for showing us her wonderful yarns and fiber. Kelly has provided us with a couple of reels that you can find on her social media. That's Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. You can find her at Shirsty Cat. And watch these reels. They're really interesting to watch how she dyes. And in just a few minutes, we will rejoin the live show. So we will see you then. Thanks. Ooh, that's a pretty one. So that was 4 of the reels from. We're back live now. I should mention that. That was 4 of the reels that Kelly has posted to her social media events. If you enjoyed that, if you liked watching and seeing how all the colors come together, she has many, many more of those video reels. Like I said, it's on her Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. So be sure to check that out. So up next, I think we do have another pre-recorded video. It is from 3 Raven Studio. So in just a moment, we will be starting that up. I did want to mention, just a shameless plug for myself, if you aren't interested in doing your own dyeing, the Fiberist, we do carry dyes in small amounts for people who want to experiment with dyeing at home. We have a small 3-color kit from Ashford. So this includes scarlet, blue, and yellow, the 3 primary colors. And with this, you should be able to make greens and oranges and purples just by mixing the different dyes. There is enough dye in here to dye approximately 6 pounds. Each one of these individual dyes will dye up to 2 pounds, 1 kilogram of yarn. And then by mixing them, you can get all kinds of different colors. You can use this on wool, silk, any kind of protein-based fiber. It can be done on yarns as well as roving or top. It can even be done if you're interested in doing things with fabrics. If you have a wool fabric, you can use this to dye them on. Not only do we have them in these individual 3 little vial kits, we also have this is fairly new from Ashford. They actually sell a dyeing kit. In the kit, you actually get 4 dyes. There's a 4th dye, which is black, and then it actually comes with a couple of skeins of yarn to dye. So if you don't have yarn that you want to dye, this kit's great. It also comes with a color wheel to help you design the colors that you're going to put on the yarn. So if you're interested, we do have these on our website, and we'll talk about them more a little bit once we get up to our part of the video. So for now, I think Spencer has 3 Raven Studio teed up, and he's going to start playing that video now.
Hi, I'm Christiane Knight of 3 Raven Studios, and I'm here to talk to you today about what I have in my shop for virtual Knitoxication happening, of course, today. First of all, I want to mention that if you do decide to purchase something from my shop today, I have free shipping in the United States, and that will continue on for at least a week after this show. So if you are making up your mind on something, then that'll give you some time to have that discount ready for you. However, I want you to note that almost everything that I make is one of a kind. So if you are waiting to make up your mind on something, I don't suggest it because you may not get it. Certain things I do repeat. You'll note there is a listing in my shop right now for a rainbow colorway, and that is a repeatable one. But most of my things are very unique, as you can see. I like texture. I like color. I'm not afraid to mix them up. And I can go from a very from something that people would consider to be very traditional feeling. This is a single ply yarn, and this is made from one of my bats, so it has a nice combination of fibers. But I also get very textural. It is one of the more unique things that I offer. Some of my super textural yarns. Here's a really textural one. As you can see, there's a lot going on. I am not afraid to get wacky with it. I do get a lot of people asking me the question, which is a fair one, what do you do, Christiane, with all these textured yarns? One of the things I like to do is really use the texture to its full advantage. It will make a unique garment for you when you use it, and you don't have to use the entire yarn in one big segment in your product. So I don't suggest making an entire sweater of something like what I just showed you. First of all, I don't have enough yarn for that. Second of all, it would be extremely bulky and not flattering to wear, most likely, unless you are very thin and model-like. What I suggest instead is taking a yarn like that and mixing it with another traditional yarn or even a commercial yarn that's in a thinner gauge, and you can swap out. You can use one row of your very textured yarn and then a couple of rows of your very commercial or standard textured yarn to break it up. What will happen is that your super textured parts will come forward in your design and be like, hello. And the more traditional textures will sit back and basically be the support system for your very textured yarns to let it shine. Here's an example of something I made that is a mix. This is a more subtle example of it, but you can see there's plenty of textured yarn in here. This is a freeform crochet hat, which I'll show you. It is super cute. I am recording outside, so if you hear the occasional car, that is what's happening. But anyway, yes, super cute. Not heavy because I broke it up with yarns that are less textural, and it just gives a chance for these very textural bits to shine in this design. Freeform crochet is fantastic to use with textural yarns because if you do crochet and you use a slightly larger hook, you can create spaces for those textural bits to fit into your design without warping it too much. You'll note this looks it may look a little wonky on my hands, but when I put it on my head, it looks fine because those textural bits fill out and then the thinner spaces take up that extra slack. Also, a nice thing to do is you can use these yarns in weaving if you're a weaver. They're also fantastic in knitting as well. And the same kind of concept applies when you're doing knitting with these. Again, use the textural yarn as an accent rather than the entire package. Use a thinner yarn, a subtler yarn to support that in your design. What I'm going to do while I talk is I'm just going to sit here and show you some of the yarns that I have up for sale. You'll see some of these have kind of an ombre or a self-striping thing going on. There's actually two of these. And more than likely this will be in the same listing together because these go together. I like to weave with my textural yarns because I do the same thing. I go ahead and make my background basically tabby plain weaving, and then I use my textural yarns to pop up and give interest in that weaving. I do mostly tapestry type work, but I do have some things that I've made like scarves and whatnot where the textural yarn is used as interest. You can get really fun with that. Like here's a super textural one. I have said textural like 20 times, haven't I? Too bad, I'm gonna say it some more. These kinds of things are super fun to weave with. You can also use them as surface design on something that you're creating. You can crochet them across a weaving or on top of your garment, or tack it down. I have used crochet to tack down really large, very sculptural pieces of yarn and make designs with them, which is a really fun thing to do. Let's see, what else? Oh, I also have fiber. Let's talk about fiber for a minute, and then I'll get back to yarn. If you are a spinner or a felter, I have some really nice fibers for you. This is actually my seasonal colorway. This is Litha, and this is kind of got springy colors in it. It's very subtle. I'll hold it up really close so you can see it has nice springy greens and some little yellows and pinks and blues in it. This fiber is U.S. wool, so it is a mix of wools that were grown in the U.S. It is not particularly soft. It's definitely a medium softness, but it will wear very well, and it spins like a dream. It's very, very well, very easy to draft, very, very loose, and will make a yarn that is great for something that you want to have as an outerwear, not next to Skin Soft. But definitely usable. I mean, like, I would make something that I was going to wear on the outside, like something to go, like a jacket or something like that, or a purse. That'd be fantastic for a purse. And this also is really nice for felting because it's got that structural integrity to it. I also I brought some of my loose wool here. This is Border Leicester, and really nice red tones. The nice thing about dyeing locks like this is you get a variety of colors, and you don't really have to do a whole lot with it except for let the colors shine. The wool itself helps to add to that color because you'll notice that this dye takes differently in different parts of the locks, which is fantastic. And this is really wonderful to spin up. Again, more hard wearing than soft, but it's also really great to use if you're a spinner and you like to make things like what I just showed you with the super textural elements. Hold on, let me find some locks like that. You can see they just kind of do their own thing and are amazing to look at. That is exactly what a bag like that can do. I am already covered in wool. Look at that. All I've done is touch things. I haven't even spun anything today. I also have a variety of what I call batlets, which are basically a bat that has been taken and broken down into bite-sized pieces. Don't actually bite it. Not good. A batlet is a piece of a bat. And when I make my bats, I design them to be broken down like this so that you can mix and match them to arrange your yarn to come out in the way that you like. They're also nice because you never have too much fiber in your hands at one time. This is a handful of fiber. It's not too hard to manage. For spindle spinners, that's fantastic, but even if you're spinning on a wheel, it's nicer to not have to wrangle all that. And you don't have to worry about breaking up a bat yourself. I've already done it for you and made it neat, so you don't have to struggle with it. As you can see, when you undo it, there's a wide variety of colors in here. And this will spin up really interesting because it's got kind of a brown base for this one, but then the blues and greens, and then there's also some sari silk scrap that will pop out here and there and make it much more interesting than just brown and blue. I design all of my bats like this. I like bats that have some texture but are still smooth enough that you don't have to fight them. I'll show you some of the other batlets in this set so you can see how the colors break up. This one has a little more orange in it with the browns. You probably have seen, if you follow me at all, you probably have seen my bat making videos. It was a thing I was doing a lot last year in particular. I got really sick last year, and so I couldn't create a whole lot of yarn. So what I did was I was carding bats and talking about them. Normally I am a teacher. I teach spinning and carding and just creative uses of fiber. My whole tagline is be a fiber rebel because I encourage people to be exploratory in their fiber usage. my theory is that you need to understand the basics really well, but then once you learn those basics, feel free to explore and try out things, because that's how you learn, right? That's how you learn how to be creative and expand your art. So I did a bunch of videos about the way that I card bats, and I'm very specific when I talk about this. There's no wrong way as long as you get to the results you want. There are ways that will make things easier for you, though, and I try to teach the ways that I find to be easiest for me. One of the things that I like to do is make these little batlets, and I do blending in a way that makes them, as I said, textural and interesting without being something that you have to fight when you're spinning, because when you're making yarn that has a lot of art yarn components to it, the last thing you want to do is be fighting your fiber. So I card for my needs, and my needs are really good translated to people who like to spin with drop spindles or supported spindles, things like that. Also people who like to use e-spinners. I just recently got an e-spinner. That's what this bobbin is from. I got a spinny cube. But I also use traditional spinning wheels, and I like a bat that can handle all of these things and make it easy for me to be creative without having to fight the fiber. So that's what you'll get when you pick up one of my bats. You'll get it in a batlet form, most likely. I do occasionally sell traditional bats that are all one piece, but I prefer the batlet format, so that's what I do. You will find that it's a lot more fun sometimes to be able to mix and match without having to worry about pulling it all apart yourself. However, I tell my customers, feel free. If you want to take that and pull it apart more, it's you. You do what you want. You know, get the effect that you want. You will not hurt my feelings. I've had people who've bought my bats and then recarded them because they liked what I put in there and they liked it, but then when they started working with it, they decided they wanted to change the colors up. That's okay too. No problem. One thing I will tell you is that I use very high quality fibers, and I strive my best to tell you exactly what's in there. Every once in a while I'll get a mix of fibers that I'll throw in and I don't know, and I will make sure that that is fairly well noted. I also try to explain to customers, since you can't touch them, what they feel like. So when I say medium, I mean medium. You know, this is, I will tell you right up front, I don't mind this, but it's not going to feel great if you put it up next to your skin. It's just going to be okay. Some people are fine with it, but I think for most people, they're a little more sensitive than that. So I wouldn't recommend making a scarf out of it. My batlets, definitely. Great for wearing against your skin. Fantastic for any of that. My hat that I made is made with batlets, and very soft, very nice. I tend to like things like wool blends with silk in them and sari silk scrap. I do like sparkle. Most everything I make has sparkle, but I'm very particular in how I add sparkle. It's very rare that you're going to get a clump of sparkle because I like to paint over the drum, so it will be well incorporated in and be subtle. That batlet set I showed you had sparkle in it. I bet you didn't even notice it. It's that subtle. When you spin it up, it'll have just a little hint of glint. I can also add more for people who like that. And I am willing, if people like what they see and would like to have something custom made in my style, and I'm very particular, it has to be in my style, but with colors that you're interested in, let's talk, because I like doing things like that. I am well known for taking photos and pulling out the colors and making batlet sets in those colorways. There should be a listing on my website for that. I also have clubs, so that's a thing. If you enjoy getting surprised, if you have an open mind about what you're going to receive, then you might enjoy signing up for one of my clubs, because those are, you don't know what you're going to get, and everything is unique, so you will never get a yarn or fiber that is like anyone else's. I promise. You will get a mix of yarns, so you can let me know, I want to be as wild as possible. Do I like to be a little more traditional? And I can kind of conceptualize something that will work for you, but also push your limits just a little bit, just so you can have that fun challenge. So you would get definitely a yarn that is more like this And then you would get a yarn that is super sculptural, and then you might get something that's a mix, like a set that can be used together. I love doing things like that. Currently, I have nobody in my club, so now's a great time to get in. I limit how many people can be in my club at any time because I have limited resources of energy. So it's a good thing. Let's see, let's show you some more yarn. This is a really nice, this is one of my other favorite kinds of yarn to spin. This is a balanced 2-ply, but it still has some thick and thinness to it. It's not 100% even. I like that because I enjoy when I'm knitting or crocheting. I like to have that variation in texture. That's what makes it feel like hand spun to me, and it makes my garments more interesting. This is very soft. This is a Merino and Falklands blend with Tussa and Bombyx silk and bamboo, rayon, nylon, and sparkle. So you can imagine it's really nice. Let's see, I showed you this one already, but let me show you a little bit more of it because it's neato. This has a variety of things going on. There are locks in it. There is this gold thread that I auto wrapped all around it, and then when I plied it, this is a wow, my brain just went bleh. A 3-ply, so it's all locked in, and there are thicker spots, thinner spots. There are a couple of spots where there are locks locked into it that are really large. This would be a really fun yarn to work with. And this one has some really nice stuff in it too. This has Merino and Falklands blended with some US wool, Bombyx silk, silk scrap, locks, sparkle. It's a wide mix of wool locks. Oh, before I go real quick, I just wanted to say I haven't been around much because I wrote a book last year. It is a fantasy novel. It's called In Sleep You Know. If you read fantasy, I recommend checking it out. Thanks so much.
Everybody, thanks Christiane for that video. Christiane makes some amazing hand spun yarns. Hand spun yarns are, as you saw, is a great way to add texture to your projects, so be sure to check her out at 3ravens.net. Up next we have at Haynes House is going to take over again, and they are going to interview Ein from Passion Knits Yarn. But before we do that, really quickly, I think earlier we had somebody ask what the colorways are that are in your shawl, Brian. So can y'all just talk about that one more time? And then
once we put the yarn up.
Okay, so the darker color is made of something stronger.
Made of something stronger.
In reference to Wolverine.
Wolverine. Yep.
The red one there is Marvel Red.
Marvel Red.
This gray one is actually gray and blue. It is Storm. This yellow and orange one is Firestar. This is Spider-Gwen. And this is Enchantress.
And these are all named after strong female characters, good or villainous.
Yeah, we put one villain in.
Yeah, I was gonna put a villain in there. Come on now.
One of my favorite characters is Harley Quinn, and part of me feels like she's a misunderstood villain because there's times where she does good things.
She's an anti-hero.
She has good intentions, even if they turn out horribly, or she does them the wrong way. So with that, I think we have Ein, who is going to come on in a second. So I'm going to hand it over to y'all and let y'all take over from here.
All right. So
we're
talk about what we're drinking. I'm back to water. Hey.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Hey. Yes, we can hear you. Hi. Okay. So apparently we know each other.
Yeah.
We're going to try.
Yes.
No problem.
This is the fan right here. This is going to be the best one yet.
Well, welcome.
And we're
I'm still waiting on some stuff from my fam, but you know, I'm just going to keep on waiting.
We'll talk later.
Yeah.
We'll talk later.
You know, we got the whole world going.
Look, I got like 2 weeks off coming up, so I'm going to be expecting to see
2 weeks.
somebody from At
Yeah,
Home's
yeah.
house, y'all.
You're gonna see some. You're gonna see somebody.
Yes.
Okay, tell it. Do you introduce yourself so we can tell
Yes.
them why we're gonna see you in 2 weeks?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. My name is Ayn. My shop is called Passionate Yarn. It's about 2 years old. Well, it's a little over 2 years old. I started it back in November 2018. I'm located in the DMV area in Southern Maryland. I love knitting. I love crocheting. I learned how to crochet when I was very young. I don't actually remember never not knowing how to crochet. So I learned how to crochet from my grandmother and from my aunt. I recently learned how to Tunisian crochet, which is an adventure. And knitting, I've learned, I think it was probably like 2015, 2016 when I learned how to knit. There was a local yarn store close to where I live, and me and my sister took some knitting classes, and so yeah, I've been knitting ever since, and I love it because I like fiber arts, period, and so that kind of got me into dyeing. I took some classes from a yarn store / dye studio in Baltimore, and just learned about, like I already knew about color theory because I'm a crafty kind of person, but just got me really into, putting different colors together, different types of yarn, just stuff like that. And it's I've been doing it ever since, and I absolutely love it. And it started to take over, so I was like, let me go ahead and just open a shop. Started out on Etsy, moved to Fibercrafty, which was my favorite selling platform, until that closed down, and now I'm on Shopify. So check out my website at passionateyarn.com. I actually today at 12 p.m. Eastern did a I'll say medium size. I won't say big, but I'll say medium size shop update. Got a lot of new stuff in the shop, so you can check it out. Got a lot of different bases that I know Terry's gonna ask me about.
I am.
So yeah, that's my background. I just want to point out I do have a 9 to 5 job, so I'm a small batch dyer for the most part because I just don't have the time or the energy to like just be dying all day. Just because I do have the 9 to 5, so.
There's nothing wrong with that 9 to 5.
So most gotta pay them bills, and bills gotta get paid somehow, right? Because the yarn don't do it.
Okay, so the reason why we said
that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, the reason why we said we were going to see her later is because it's almost been 2 years. We did the Vogue Knitting Live Launchpad program together. So that's when we discovered we're 30 minutes from each other. Like we live like
literally,
right in the same
like
area.
I pass Terry's area when I have to go into work.
Where I go to shop is in where I lives, and so we had planned to have a big like a get together or lunch, but the pandemic happened and then it didn't happen. So
wasn't nobody going nowhere.
No. And so now that we're all fully vaxxed, we are going to be getting together. So let's talk about your show specials that you have going on right now.
Okay, so I do have a show special. But first I want to tell you about a discount. We do have a discount code. It is Knitoxication space 2021. It is a 20% discount off of everything in the shop. We automatically give you free shipping for all orders over $150. But again, that discount code is Knitoxication 2021, 20% discount. But I do have a show special, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of background. I was asked to do a colorway for a person who does a book club, and her book club is about they focus on diverse voices and all that great stuff. So this was the book. Let me see if I can get this on camera. This was the book cover that I had, and it's called Something to Say. And the story is basically about a girl who I can relate to. She's kind of shy. She keeps to herself. She doesn't, she's cool with just like not having any, having a lot of people to talk to or whatever. But she has somebody who came into her life and became her friend and kind of forced themselves into a friendship, which I can definitely relate to because that's how I gain most of my friends, because I give most people the side eye. And but they ended up joining a debate club, and they had a debate against one another, and she really wanted to win a debate, so she had to kind of come out of her shell so she could do that debate. And so the color that I came up with for the book club, I sent that off already. I liked it a lot, but this was the first kind of colorway that I had come up with. And although I like it a lot, it wasn't what I was looking for the wholesale order. So I decided to keep it. And this is called That's Debatable. And
Very nice.
You see it kind of pulls in the colors from, trying to get this camera situation going here, kind of pulls in the colors from the book cover. And of course, when you dye yarn, every skein is different. So, this has a lot more like red in it probably than some of the other skeins, but still, it's called That Debatable. It's on my Dazzling Yarn base, which is a new base for me. It is 80% superwash merino wool, 10% cashmere, 10% nylon, and it's a fingering weight. So it's really soft. Because of that cashmere, it's also going to give you a really nice straight. And it is just, I know people like to know how much the yardage is. This is 400 yards per skein. So this is called That's Debatable.
Is it going to be available all your bases?
It's not available. Okay, so again, small batch dyer. And so I don't necessarily put things on every base. I try stuff out. And again, this was kind of like a oopsie, right? So it wasn't something that I thought would be repeatable, but we shall see how it does. But I do have plenty of these in the shop currently because they were part of a wholesale order that I was working on. So you can get that as the show special. And again, you can get that for your 20% discount if you put in Knitoxication 2021 at checkout.
So I got a chance to see your Indie Untangled industry session. And one of the things that really impressed me was you carry the luxury bases. Like, I was just like completely floored with all the luscious fibers that you have, the cashmere. I think you had some silk in there. So talk about that decision to like go luxe as opposed to 100% merino. Like you're really like going luxe.
Yes. And so that was just basically, I'd like to try everything. So and because my business is still a bit newer, it's like, well, let me just test this out to see if it's a base that I'm going to like, and two, let's see how it's going to sell, with other people. So like I have like a Siri alpaca fluff. I have, I love a sparkle base. So I have a sparkle base that has cashmere in it. I have alpaca, I have some yak, I have mohair, just different things, just because I like to experiment, and it's no other reason other than I want to offer more than just like the merino nylon blend or the 100% superwash merino. And I like to feel all the different types of fibers. And luckily, at this point, I haven't found anything that I'm allergic to yet.
Hey.
So I have the ability. I know, because I know like you're allergic to mohair, and I recently just like updated my shop with a bunch of mohair, and I was like, Terry would die if she came to my house right now, because it's just all over the place. But yeah, but that's why I like the Siri alpaca, because it gives you a different option. If it's something that you're allergic to, you can try something else. And like I have a yak base that is a gray tone, and I love that base just because it gives you those deeper jewel tones when you dye it, versus like you could dye the same colorway and it'll be brighter if it's on a, you know, like a merino nylon blend. So I just like to experiment, and I have the ability to do so. So why not?
Yeah, hey, I hear you. So you sound like your booth is going to be touch heaven in person. Like touch heaven. We're going to squeeze everything in person.
Yeah.
You got any shows coming up, or you're going to be in person? So
But what I will do is just keep mohair off to the side, so you're not in there sneezing up a storm.
I'll take extra allergy meds.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that yeah, I think people will definitely enjoy just feeling and squishing, because that's what I like when I go into the yarn stores, just being able to touch everything and squish everything and walk around with it, and you know, as I'm deciding whether or not I'm gonna buy it.
Okay, where you gonna be at though? You didn't tell us. Are you gonna be in any in-person shows? Yes.
So I am, yes. In October, I am doing a fiber. No, it's not a fiber festival. It's a craft festival, in Fredericksburg, and then I think it's actually called Fredericksburg Craft Expo or something like that. And then in December, I'll be doing their holiday show. So those are at currently the two places that I'll be in person, because you know I'm slowly moving into the in-person realm because that COVID got us sister shook. I'm not trying to be out in these streets.
Yes, I think a lot of us are like that. Yeah.
Right.
Now,
And I know that I'm vaccinated, but I just don't trust everybody else.
Okay, so before anybody asks, what is that gorgeous thing over your shoulder?
That shawl.
Yeah, girl. What is that?
This. Okay, so I actually just posted about this on Instagram, and this is my despite.
We appreciate your mannequin not being naked.
Yeah, my mannequin.
Put a cameo on it, yeah.
Yes, no naked mannequins. Keep it.
Yes, put some clothes on her. This is the Despite shawl, and it is the pattern is from Detroit Knots, and it's Tunisian crochet, actually. So I'm gonna put it a little bit closer so you can see.
Yeah,
this is like the Tunisian crochet simple stitch, and then we had some reverse Tunisian. Man, this thing kicked my butt. I will tell you that, because this is the very first Tunisian crochet project I've ever done. Before this, I had no clue what Tunisian crochet was, and then I saw I think TL Yarn Craft on Instagram, and I was like, what is this craft? What is this thing? So I was like, I'm gonna try it out, and I got me some needles and some YouTube, and then I found this pattern, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna make this work out. And
are those
I
your
did
colors?
it, and I was so excited. No, these are not my colors, because I will say this blue purple. How come I can't get this camera situation? This blue purple thing here, this is my color. These are my colors. But purple is my favorite color. And I don't know if you can tell behind me. I got a lot of purple yarn. So I have to
never guess.
No, you would never guess. I have to actively like stay away from the purple dye shelf, which is its own shelf, because most of the colors share with other colors, but the purple shelf is its own shelf, so I have to stay away from it, but then I end up mixing like blue and red together, and it's like, what do you
right
do?
And that is purple. Yep. yeah. I'm kind of the same way with green. I have to be like, put the green down and put the blue down. Don't even look at it, just put it down. So
I did this beautiful, this is called A Walk in the Woods. I just dyed this this week, actually. And so good. Green is my husband's favorite color. So in my mind, I tried to, because I always say I'm gonna make something for him, but I made him a hat, and it was with some thicker worsted weight. And so he always says it's too hot for him to wear, because it don't get that cold in Maryland. But he don't wear it. So I'm like,
you ain't knitting him nothing else.
No, just take it down. Take it down to a fingering weight. That's all.
Yeah, Brian's kind of the same way. It's hard to knit for him because he runs so hot. Yeah.
Take it down to a fingering weight. It'll work. It'll work that way.
All right, so we've got about a minute left.
It might be a couple more years.
Well,
oh God, that was quick. Okay.
So we got 1 minute left. Run through your social media platforms, where we can find that gorgeous yarn, and hopefully we can squeeze it one day.
Okay, so website passionateyarn.com. Instagram is passionate_yarn. And Facebook is, and I know everything's different, forgive me, passion space knit space yarn. My Instagram feeds into my Facebook. So if you follow me on Instagram, everything you'll see on Facebook is going to be there. Anyway. And don't forget, we have a 20% discount going on. The discount code is good until 11:59 p.m. on Monday, June 28th. So, and that discount code is Knitoxication 2021. So make sure you use that. Like I said, I did a store update. We got lots of good stuff. And just want to mention real quick, I do sell fiber as well.
To ask you about that. Yes, you do sell fiber, but don't show Brian or the Fiberists. Don't show them either. I know they're looking, but they're very bad.
And I have a lot of different colors. Like I have this one called Smash that is after the Hulk that I love. And this is the merino comb top. This is like a this is a BFL silk blend. And this one is called Melon Ball Salad. So they're all, I have different blends, different fiber types, that just something for everyone. And I also sell mini skeins. So really you can find all kinds of things on my shop. I have buttons, a little button that I love. And I have pins, and I have stitch markers. So yeah, I have a variety of stuff. If you check out, if you check me out, you never know what you'll walk away with.
This is true. All right. Well, great talking to you, Anne. We will see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I think it is time for Double 8 Alpaca Ranch. And if I'm not mistaken, they have a pre-recorded video which should be coming up soon.
Patrol with Double 8 Alpaca Ranch and llamas too. We just added llamas to our farm this past year. We chose a silky and Surrey type llama because we are also a fiber farm. We process our fiber after we have our animals shorn in April each year. I skirt the fiber very, very well. We blend most of our white, so this is 100% alpaca, which we just got back from the mill. So we have probably about 100 skeins of our cream that I do custom dyeing. This is also an alpaca, and it's kind of hard to see, but it has a sparkle to it. I ended up adding 5% stellalina. I think that's how you pronounce it. And it is absolutely beautiful. So it really gives it a nice sheen and a nice pop to that. And then this is something very new to us. This is llama. This is our llama fiber, and we're going to be showing you the Southern Gentleman is his name in just a few minutes. So as you can see, I do custom dyeing of the fiber. We do a lot of showing because we like to have a judge's evaluation on our fiber so that we make the best breeding decisions for our animals to make the best fiber product. We also do wettings, and then the leg and the neck there, if it's too short to process it, we make it into dryer balls. Here today we have Eden Rec. We're not on the farm. We are actually in Iowa. We did a 16-hour drive this week to Iowa to our first big llama show. So Eden is also a handler. She's a very talented handler. She's part of our 4-H program, and she's also a very talented fiber artist. We can't wait to show you what she's made and entered into this show for the fiber arts competition. So this is Southern Gentleman. He is a Surrey llama, and the way we know that he's a Surrey is you lift this fiber up here, and you can really see, you can really see the locking of fiber. Look at that luscious fiber for you fiber people out there. We did shear his barrel off. For the llamas, we just shear the barrel as we're continuing the show. He just went into a walking fleece show, so we do want to leave some fleece on him so that he could be judged for his fleece as well. The judge liked the locking of the fiber. It is a little bit more open up here, but it does have nice locking all the way to the skin, and that's what they're looking for in a Surrey llama. And then as you can see, this is his yarn that came right from him. Such a beautiful animal, and that gray is my absolute favorite color. So this is Macchiato. He's called Macchiato because of his beautiful coloring. With the llamas, we really like to have the fancy colors. For an alpaca breeder for 16 years, this is kind of crazy for me because when I skirt the fleece, I have to skirt each individual color. Unless I want to make a gray, I can blend all of these colors together. So he's like a chocolate brown back here, definitely a white here, and then a light brown right here. So this llama, I almost called him a alpaca, he's a silky. So you can see he's kind of straight going down. If you felt this, I mean, it feels like silk. It is so incredibly lovely. So Miss Eden is Macchiato's handler, so he's already shown in his walking fleece as a silky. He got evaluated, and then Eden's going to be showing him in halter and all of the performance classes: obstacle, public relations, what else?
Showmanship.
Showmanship, and yeah, halter, obstacle, and showmanship. Right. And then this is the animal that gave her inspiration for her fiber art entry. And would you like to talk a little bit about what you...
So I had wet felted a gray base for it, and then like I had a picture of him, of Macchiato facing this way.
A profile.
Yeah, profile. And then I had needle felted. I actually used his fiber for his portrait, and then I needle felted like the whites, the light brown, and then I also added like little flowers on, like going kind of from here to kind of his cheek.
Very good. So thank you so much for joining me today, Bonnie Cottrell, Double 8 Alpaca Ranch, and Llamas 2. We are still here in Iowa for the weekend, so I'm sorry we're not live at our farm, but I'm hoping that you've enjoyed this educational video on why we chose to raise alpacas and llamas for their fiber. We are located in Percival, Virginia, off of Harpers Ferry Road. We did just move. Our website is www.double8alpacas.com, where you can book a farm tour or go to our farm store online to look at our yarns that are available. Now, I did just get them back from the mill last Monday, so wait about a week or so, and I'll have all of those yummy yarns that we just picked up from the mill. I picked up about 60 pounds of yarn, so yay! It's like candy! Christmas time! Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Okay, we're back. Brian was just talking about how what will we do with 60 pounds of yarn?
I would do it so much. Oh my gosh.
So if you need 60 pounds of yarn, Double 8 Alpaca Farm is for you. And we are back with the Fiberists.
Hey.
Hey, gentlemen.
So, thank you. We're hoping that all of our viewers are still here. We are reaching the end of virtual public Knitoxication for 2021. So we are the final vendors. And last year, I think we rambled on at the end. So this year we have Terry and Brian here to keep us wrangled in as we talk about our item. So they're going to interview us this time. So we'll let you get started.
I was just about to say, y'all gonna actually let us do it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're gonna take over. So we bring you the Fiberists. If you don't know who they are by now, it's something wrong with y'all. But we know who they are. You guys were one of the first people I bought yarn for when I got reintroduced to knitting. So tell us about yourself for those who haven't been like your OGs, day ones.
I'll let you start.
You're letting me start.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, so we've been doing this for about 10 years now.
Wow.
I'm Spencer. He's Reggie.
Hey.
So our yarns and fibers are, we approach everything from sort of a science background. Neither of us are scientists, but we have a healthy appreciation for science. And so we name our colorways after animals and plants and minerals using the scientific names and the common names. Our collections of yarn and fiber are named after people in STEM who should be well known or are well known. Or
STEM being science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
Yes.
And I would say STEAM because then I throw architecture in there, but and the arts. So some of our names, if you hear them, they'll be based off of people who have interesting stories or should be better well known in those professional fields.
And we do try to make sure that our focus is we want to honor those people. We did recently, for anybody who is has been a past customer, one of our main lines used to be called Audubon after John James Audubon, and we decided that when we did some more reading and found out some of his past history, he owned slaves. He was not necessarily a great person, and we have recently renamed that yarn line to Collins. So we're trying to make sure that we're not just trying to sell people yarn. We're trying to make sure that we're bringing attention to people we want attention brought to, and we were like, we don't want to bring attention to this person anymore, and we renamed that whole line. So,
and you can read all about Collins, O'Neill Ray Collins, and his accomplishments on a blog post on our website. If you go to any of the Collins collections, Collins Sport, not DK because that's brand new, it doesn't actually list it, but the Sport, the Unum, the Worsted, there's actually a link at the bottom of the listing that talks about the change of the name from Audubon to Collins.
Okay, speaking of changing names, then how do we reach you guys? Because you started talking about that. So how do we find you?
So you can find our website at thefiberists.com. On Facebook, it's The Fiberists. On Instagram, it's the.fiberists, because we couldn't get it was one word. And those are the main areas where we post. But if you're following this event, you're either watching it on Facebook and it's streaming on our page, or you're watching it on YouTube and it's streaming on our channel. So either of those places, you should be able to find all the links to all of our social media and websites.
Cool. Now, the background for public Knitoxication is this happened in a vineyard in Virginia, which is where you guys are based, correct?
That's right. Yeah. So we're in Herndon, Virginia, but the vineyard that we normally did this at for the first 2 years, and we hope to be back next year, is out in Loudoun County. So up here in the Northern Virginia area. So it's fun at the vineyard because even if you don't drink alcohol, there are plenty of other sort of, you can sit and knit outside with friends and shop, and there's some snacks and other things you can have while you're there, and there are water and other beverages.
Okay. All right.
They also they do sell food. They have plenty of outdoor seating. So, you can come, buy yarn, and then sit and start knitting. If you bought a bottle of wine, you can open it there and enjoy it. But they also have food. So even if you're not drinking alcohol, if you're there for a few hours, they have noshes and things that you can purchase to buy. So
That sounds like I need to add that to my birth month celebration. Just put this on the calendar that every June I'm going to be with Knitoxication. Okay, so you guys have a fiber-based or science-based business, but let's talk about bases and colors. What you got to show us for today? You got a show color, special show color?
So this is the special show color. So it's actually we're gonna call it the color of the year. So we're going to be doing this as the color. Right now, it has only been dyed on a brand new base for us, which is Collins DK. So it is several colors. It ranges from blue to green to yellow. It has some purples and some oranges. Hopefully, am I holding that up so y'all can see?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, got it.
Perfect. So this yarn right now is on our Collins DK base. It is a DK weight, 100% superwash merino. Very soft. Some people say they hate wool next to the skin. I think this is, it's probably because you had some kind of wool that was meant to be an outer layer wool, but merino is really usually a next to skin type wool. So soft enough for that, but you can also use it for making sweaters or other outer layer gear if you want that as well.
Most of our yarns tend to be towards the softer side. We sort of push that way in the scheme of yarn.
So our entire Collins line, so for Collins, we have a sport weight yarn. Most of our yarns come in what we call semi-solid colors, where it's mostly the same shade, but there is some variation. Let me just hand you all these so you can model them as I speak. So these are some examples. We have some more. This is our sport weight. This is only a small selection of the colors that we do this in behind us here. But this is a sport weight. We have the new DK that will be coming out with. We have a worsted weight and we have a bulky. The bulky right now we have on a hiatus. It's we don't have any of that in stock. We did a special a little while ago and we ended up selling out of all the bulky, and we haven't bought more stock to dye. So we also have, so all of that is Collins. We have a yarn line that is named after Rosalind Franklin. It is called Franklin Fingering. It's a fingering weight merino cashmere nylon, or some people call it MCN for short. So Rosalind Franklin, she helped discover that DNA has that double helix shape. She unfortunately passed away before she got recognition. There was a Nobel Prize given to some of the other researchers who helped in discovering this, and she had passed away and they weren't giving Nobel Prizes posthumously, so she missed out. So our way of trying to honor her part in that is by naming a yarn base after her. I have some I have a couple of, we have a pattern that's actually our pattern. Spencer designed it. This shawl is called Rosalind Recognized. This is the top. This shawl is called Rosalind Recognized, and it uses the Franklin fingering weight yarn. And it specializes, the thing that happens is there are these cables that actually have a little cross brace. And as you look up it actually has a shape very similar to what you see when you're looking at that double helix of DNA. And there's a few other interesting facts about it. I don't want to take up all the time. It is sort of a half circle sized shawl, and if you block it out, it has this beautiful open lace weave here. If you block it out really hard, you can get it really open.
And there's actually an alternate infill. So if you read the pattern, there's a second version of it where you get a more defined, less open weave, which is
both of these are on your Franklin base, correct?
This is actually the same shawl pattern. The only difference between the two is the infill is different between them, but both infills are available in the pattern.
I was just admiring the drape, like just holding it up on camera.
Yeah.
Like you can see the drape from here. Like that would be so dramatic on your favorite 5'8" at Haynes House Yarns woman.
Hey,
wait a minute. She told us no, right? She told us no, right, Spence? No.
All right. So there was actually one Collins that I mentioned fingering. So our fingering for the Collins line right now is a single ply superwash merino. It's not plied. I do think we do have a couple of skeins of a plied fingering, but it's not on our website yet.
It's coming.
It's another thing that's coming. So the next couple of shawls I'll show. This is a Stephen West pattern. It is I have to read the label. I've forgotten the salmon shawl. This is a marled pattern. So you hold two yarns together as you knit. So this first section is a blue yarn and a white yarn that was held together, and then I have an orange and white, and then we have an orange and a blue. And I think I mentioned this before. I've been on this orange and blue kick, so this is
this is the start of it.
This is one of my orange and blue kits. So it has sections. One side is just knit straight, and the other side has a bunch of short rows, which gives it this extended side. Like I said, this is a Stephen West pattern. Really fun and quick, but this was done in our fingering Unum
and Hopper.
Yes, it also has Hopper. We'll get to that in a second. This is also knit in our Unum fingering. So this is another Stephen West. Stephen West has so many different patterns that just use so many different colors. It's easy to make samples out of his. So this is another Collins Unum fingering shawl. I had it right the first time.
Yep.
So this was really fun too. So Spencer talked about Hopper. So Hopper is named after Grace Hopper. She was actually, I think she was an admiral in the Navy.
I think so.
So she was a computer scientist that worked for the U.S. Navy. And in fact, you now see her recognized in a lot of places. A lot of women-focused technology groups will use her name to name their organizations and stuff. So our Hopper line, we originally started out with a fingering weight yarn. Our Hopper line is a merino, yak, and silk blend. So if you've been with us for a while, you saw a couple of other dyers talking about it. The base, when you have a merino yak silk blend, starts out gray. This is the natural color here, this gray color. So anything that we dye on it is going to have a darker, richer tone, but it also means we don't tend to do a bunch of crazy different dyes. We keep this line down to 10 colors. So this yarn, it's very soft. This is everything we have is Stephen West. This is the marled magic shawl. The interesting thing about this is if you do some of his other patterns and then you do this, as you're doing it, you'll be like, I did this technique in this other shawl that I made of his. And
Yeah.
this is almost like a blending of several techniques that you learned knitting several of his other shawls. This is also marled, meaning that you held two colors together. And we like showing off this because it's almost like a color sampler, and you can say, oh, I like the way this gray and green go together, or oh, I like the way this red and purple go together. Everybody has their own preference, so it's a great sampler.
Why don't we talk about some of the accessories and things?
Oh, are we running out of time? Oh,
Well,
yeah.
You've been talking about yarn a lot.
Really quickly, I did want to say the hopper, what we just shown is done in our fingering weight, but was it maybe 2 years ago, actually it was just before COVID, we introduced a DK weight merino yak silk, which is amazingly soft, definitely next to skin fiber. Spencer has some accessories he wants to talk about.
So new to our website, just as of last night, I finally got these online. My mother is a clothing designer and fashion designer and kitchen designer and designer of all sorts of different things. And she makes some great accessories that we finally have online. We've had them with us at shows, and I'll show a couple of these off. So she does these stitch marker progress keeper sets. I don't know if you can really see that in the camera, but they have lobster claws on the bottom, so you can remove them and easily attach them to your projects, and they're on keychains. And those are on the website, as well as sweater clips. So the ends clip onto either side of your sweater, so you can put them over your shoulders, and they sit on you. And then
so that would be like a cardigan.
Yeah, like a cardigan, or if you're going to wear a shawl,
or even a shawl, you just drape your shawl and then use this to sort of make sure it doesn't come off.
Yeah, so you would, clip. I have them sort of pinned down at the moment in the fiber fill, but you might actually be able to see it better against the fiber fill. But these are all made with recycled and reused jewelry findings and buttons and other findings. Some of it's new, some of it's recycled. It's all handmade by her. And so excited to actually finally have those online. They're all one of a kind. So what you see on the website is what we have in stock. And once we run out of those, we'll have new photos and new kinds. So they're not necessarily...
So you're saying go get it now.
Go get it now. Yeah. If you like anything, look through all the photos. If you like the ones.
I don't think you've even shown me the one with the shell. I've never seen that.
You've never seen this one?
No.
So this is a great shawl pin.
So this can be used as a shawl pin or a hat pin.
So they're pretty long.
Oh.
And you can't quite see it well in the camera, but it's a long pin. And so you can definitely make sure that whatever you're pinning in place stays.
Yeah, for your giant Stephen West shawl.
Exactly. So those are these accessories, but I thought you might want to talk about some of the pins as well, Reggie.
Oh yeah.
Well, good. So and tell y'all to talk about your discount. You haven't done that yet.
Oh yeah. So I actually have a thing you can copy and paste in. So we have two different cells, and our cells are for the entire month of June. So the first one is a celebration of my birthday. My birthday is in early June, and because I'm really love spinning, I'll get Brian into spinning one day.
We have a spinning date.
No.
Yes.
So I really love spinning. So to celebrate my birthday, I told Spencer we're going to do a 20% off discount on spinning fiber on our website. So that does require a code. The code is Reggie, REGGIE, all capital letters, 20, the +25. And the reason why it's 20% off, and I keep telling people it's my 20th birthday, even though it's been my 20th birthday for a few years now.
You can do the math from the code.
We'll just put you out there in the street, huh?
So anyways, spinning fiber, 20% off. Reggie 20 +25 is the code for that. And then June also happens to be Pride Month. And to help celebrate Pride, we are having a 15% discount on our hand-dyed yarn, our enamel pins, which I'll let you show those off, and clothing and gifts. So we have a couple of different things. We have some mugs. Spencer's actually wearing a tie-dyed T-shirt that has our little characters on it. This was tie-dyed by us.
I think we may have one or two of those left in stock, but the base T-shirt is a gray T-shirt, and that T-shirt we definitely have in stock.
Certainly.
And we have our Professor Aries green T-shirt that we launched last year, I think it was.
Certainly.
Those are in stock as well in all sizes.
So we have a lot of clothing and accessories, and those also are available at the 15% discount using the code 2021 Pride, and the word Pride is all capital letters.
Okay. All
so
right.
I think Spencer also pasted comments into the chat for all the channels we're streaming on, so you can also find those discounts there, just to make sure. It's sometimes you miss what we say, and I want to make sure you get them correctly.
Mm-hmm. So where we're going to be at upcoming? You guys got any shows, in-person shows coming up? Virtual shows?
So the next one that we have confirmed that's in person is Maryland Alpacas in November.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a number of things that we're sort of have in the works at the moment, and so we haven't, one or two shows where we haven't confirmed what's going on yet. So I don't want to say either way.
At a minimum, we're hoping Shenandoah. Shenandoah Valley Fiber Festival in Berryville, Virginia is our favorite show to attend and to vend at. So our fingers are crossed that we're going to get to do that in person. We have a couple of shows that we're trying to decide it. Coming out of our pandemic cocoon, we really isolated ourselves, and we're not quite ready to, it's hard spending a whole day with people when you've spent so much time, inside. It's going to take us a little while to get ready. So I think by the end of the year, we'll definitely be doing more in-person shows. Right now, nothing that we have hard plans for.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck. I did Shenandoah last year virtual. So kind of hoping that I can ask some questions and find out about that too. Might see you there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It is one of our favorite shows. It is big enough that you can definitely spend a whole day there, but it's not so big that you have to spend 2 days there. That's, Maryland, sheep and wool, and Rhinebeck. To really get the full experience, you got to go both days. I think Shenandoah is the right size to do a single day, even though it is a 2-day show.
Yeah, definitely. And there's food and entertainment and other stuff, but there's classes, and if you go on certain nights, there's special events. So I would definitely, if you haven't been, if you're willing to go out in public by the time the summer ends and in September, definitely look forward to that.
Certainly.
I think there's 2 more products that you wanted to.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got something else to show us?
I got plenty to show us.
Well, let me show off the charka.
Oh, well, that's right there.
Yeah, and then the kit, the bundle. So for those who might know, we usually carry Indian charkas. They're spinning wheels. We've traditionally in the past carried an improved version that we call the standard charka. We recently acquired a few traditional charkas, which are Indian style cotton spinning wheels. Differences between this and the standard charka. The standard charka has rubber gaskets and
rubber drive bands, and it's also a smoother wood. It has
stainless steel posts. It's more of a finished sort of production level tool. This, while it's definitely a production level tool in India, it's more of a rustic piece of equipment. And so for some people who are spinning on them, like to sort of upgrade the drive bands and other things. But it's really a nice budget entry level if spinning wheel, if you want to do fine fibers like cotton.
Are you doing this just to?
No, I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
just for Brian,
he's definitely trolling. I know he's trolling.
But those are the traditional charkas. The new ones sell for 110, whereas the standard sell for 240 on our website.
Yeah.
So we wanted to mention that because they just went live last night, as well as this afternoon.
Certainly.
What just went live is the deluxe weaving bundle.
Oh, yes. So a couple of years ago, Ashford, for the holidays, had put together a weaving bundle, and in that bundle, you got a 16-inch rigid heddle loom, the samplet loom. It also came with 2 balls of yarn. And what else did it come with? It came with
extra reeds,
extra sized reeds. It came with some extra
Shuttle.
shuttles and things,
and a carry bag.
Oh, and a carry bag. That's right. So, and the finishing wax.
Mhm.
So this product is not finished. The wood isn't like raw and splintery, but it's also not sealed.
It's not varnished. It's not stained.
Yeah. So normally you would buy the loom and you would buy the wax, but in this kit you got all of that together. So Ashford unfortunately did not continue that product last year. So we went on ahead and purchased all of the components for that. And if you go to our website now, we actually have the we're calling it the deluxe
weaving bundle.
And if you go with that, you're actually going to get a 16-inch loom. It does need to be assembled, but the assembly is pretty simple. It's going to come with 4 balls of yarn. It's going to come with a ball of black yarn, a ball of white yarn, a ball of green, and a ball of mustard yellow color. So that way it's enough yarn to do at least 2 different projects on the loom.
And there is a pack-in with weaving instructions for those projects.
Correct. So if you've never woven before, there's going to be a pattern that's going to be included with this, which has some basic weaving instructions. So a great kit. If you've never done it before, if you have a friend or a teenager who's interested in this stuff, it's a great gift to give. I think we have enough pieces to put 5 of these bundles together.
So there's a limited supply. And then the last thing I would say is that those who have seen us in person, usually it shows we will do a Schrodinger's bag, which is our grab bags. We're not doing any specific Schrodinger's bags right now, but we do have the chaos bags chaos boxes, that we were doing earlier this year. That's our way of sort of cleaning out our back stock of random products and other things that we have. So those are still on the website. So if you're all day trying to wonder where our Schrodinger's bags are, where you can go with the chaos boxes this year.
Certainly.
The box is all one weight, or it's just everything?
So it is random. So there's 2 options. You either choose fiber or you choose yarn. And it's basically, we're pulling from, sample yarn that we dyed up that we decided not to go with, or just random other things that we have, maybe specimen colors. It is really a lucky dip kind of box.
I would say, you're definitely going to get more value than what you've paid for it. That's the one thing I can definitely promise you. Spencer's always doing the math and saying, we lost $2 on this. And I'm like, well, you told me to put stuff together. So
yeah. So there'll be some surprises in those too. And those are on our website. They're prominently featured on the front page.
Sure. So I think earlier I mentioned this, but we've been talking with dyers all day. And I did want to mention, because we carry Ashford products, so something that Ashford has, they actually do sell a line of dyes. And if you're interested in dipping your toe into dyeing, this isn't a bad way to start. So this small little kit, it's 3 primary colors. There's a yellow, a blue, and a scarlet. And with these colors, you can mix tons of other colors. Obviously yellow and blue makes a green, blue and scarlet make a purple, which a lot of people we know love. And then of course yellow and red make orange. So each one of these tubes has enough dye in it to dye 2 pounds or 1 kilogram of fiber. So in total, you're able to dye up to 6 pounds of fiber with this. And it can be used on any kind of protein-based or nylon fiber. So that's going to be wool, silk, and nylon. It can be used for yarns. It can be used for fiber, roving top. It can also be used if you have bolts of wool fabric that's already been woven. You can even dye that with these colors. If you don't want to just go with this single little set, they also have a dyeing kit that we have a couple of. It includes a couple of skeins of yarn in it that are ready to dye. This one comes with 4 colors. One of the hardest colors to dye is black, and this set has the 3 colors I mentioned earlier as well as black. It also comes with a color wheel. If a color wheel really helps you decide what colors go together. You know, can I put this blue with the yellow? Does that look good? It actually does. I can tell you that. But the color wheel will help you with that. So this is a great way to get started. The only thing you would need to bring with either of these is you would want to have a pan that you are no longer going to use for food. Once you start using a pan or a pot for dyeing, you don't ever want to use it for food again. And then you do need to add some sort of acid. That acid's either going to be vinegar, which most people have in their home, just a plain white vinegar, or we use citric acid, which is a powdered acid additive. And the only real difference there is the citric acid doesn't have a smell afterward. If you do use vinegar, you may need to let your project sort of air out for a little while for that vinegar smell to go away.
And I want to add that that acid you're talking about, most people hear acid and think, oh no, dangerous. It's no more than what you find in lemonade or orange juice.
Citric acid is an additive. You eat any sour candies you eat, that's citric acid that's causing that.
So it's not. So I don't want people to be like, oh no, acid. It's not. It's
certainly.
Before we go any further, just time check. It is 5 o'clock. I know we're ending at 5, but we may run a little bit longer. There is a question that Isabel asked in the chat. She said, when you make more C-cell yarns, I bought several of your Experiment 20 specimen 538 and 534 aquamarine, and she loves them.
Well, thank you, Isabel. So to be honest, that was one of those things where we purchased the yarn. It actually was the last batch that the manufacturer had. And although we've talked about adding something like that to our line, we're not ready to. I keep an eye out. I can't promise anything, but it is on our list of things to consider. Unfortunately, C-cell is because that was the last batch. We were able to sell that yarn at a pretty low price because we got a good deal on it. If we go with that in the future, it'll probably be a pretty expensive yarn. That's one of the reasons we haven't added it as a more permanent line. Just
we'd have to have that custom blended, and it may take a little bit
and the price point would be much higher than the yarns you've purchased before now. So I think that's it. Just to hawk a few more things. I think we talked about fiber, we talked about accessories. We do carry spinning fiber, although we don't participate in the Shave 'em to Save 'em project. We do carry some breed specific fibers. This is gray Suffolk top. Gray Suffolk is the sheep breed. It is a British breed. I have another one here. So, and this is natural. This gray color is not dyed at all. Black Welsh top. So this is a black Welsh is another sheep breed. And you can see this has a super dark color, undyed. This is natural. We have several tops that are blends. This is our Loveless top. This is named after Ada Lovelace, another computer-related reference. So this top is a combination of superwash merino and cellulose made out of mint fiber. It doesn't have a minty smell because it's been dissolved and reconstituted, but a portion of the cellulose used, so part of the cellulose is going to be tree-based, but part of it was mint plants that was included in this. And then this is something a little more, this is one of our higher end fibers. It's actually mink fiber. I'm going to let Spencer talk about that.
Sure. So this is so it's 15 micron, so it's super soft. For those who don't know, the smaller the micron, the thinner the fiber, and the thinner the fiber is, the less you're going to have a prickle factor, because when it hits your skin, there's sort of a resistance, and so the thinner it is, the less it sort of pushes against your skin. Mink top that we sell is brushed mink. So basically, they are mink farms where, just like Angora rabbits, where they pluck and they brush the minks. I think it's like 2 or 3 times a year to harvest their fiber. They don't kill them and skin them. Now you have to be careful when you look at mink online, because some mink fiber locations are sort of like, some mink fiber you can find online is sort of like Australian possum, where they do kill them. But also, if you do buy Australian possum, that's actually a good thing, because when you find that fiber, it's an invasive species in New Zealand, I think, where they kill them to make the fiber. But that's super soft too. We don't have that, but I'm just using it as a reference. But I love the mink top. It does have a little bit of a waxy feel to it. If you have the
rodent oils,
if you have an Angora allergy, Angora bunny, I would probably steer clear of it, just because, not that bunnies and minks are directly related, but they are sort of closer than obviously bunnies and sheep. So, but otherwise, it's a lovely luxury. I've spun it up before. I've spun it on supported spindle, and it was fun to spin and made really soft yarn in the end.
Right.
So we have reached the end of time. I think we carry a lot of accessories.
We could talk for another hour.
Exactly. we would say, to see everything we have, we have even more than what's on our website. If you think you saw something and you don't see it on our website, email us or ping us on one of our social media platforms, and we can tell you whether we have something in stock and available or not, even if it's not on the website. I think
so. Thank you everyone for participating, to all the vendors who participated this year. For those who are watching, there are a couple vendors who are not in the live stream but do have specials. Twisted Yarn and Fiber Bags is one of those. If you look at the description below and you go all the way to the bottom, you can find the list of vendors and their specials, and you'll find people there who were not on the show. We're hoping to be back in person next year, but we may still do some
virtual
shows. We're going to look at that once we have the opportunity of doing virtual and in person. So thanks very much. We're going to have
a special thanks to Terry and Brian for helping us host this year.
Yes, definitely.
So it gave us a little bit of a break in between, and I think overall it was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll have this posted very shortly.
Yeah, we enjoyed talking to people.
Yes, definitely. You guys did a great job. So and we appreciated the opportunity to step off camera for a couple times. So we'll have this posted live. I'm going to end the broadcast now, but it'll be a little bit before it goes online. And Brian and Terry, stick around just for a minute, and we'll chat.
You're gonna let it roll for a few minutes, right? So that anybody who was behind can catch up.
I'm going to hit end on the broadcast, but they should be able to watch to the end of it if they're behind.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you, everyone, again, and happy knitting, crocheting, and whatever fiber project you're working on.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.